just under 20 minutes away. A reminder that the Thatcher's Bar and the Legends Bar behind the Market Lane stand are both open throughout the day for refreshments. Both, of course, are cashless, and there's also the outlets on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground. And I haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure that Anna will be here from Paolo's Ices as well, also on that side of the Seat Unique Stadium. First aid treatment should you need it on the ground today. First aid room is situated behind the main stand at the pavilion end of the ground, and come the end of play today, cars will be held for a short while to allow pedestrians to leave. Our officials on duty for this match, umpires are Mark Newell and Simon Widder. Dean Koska is our match referee, and our scorers are Jane Huff for Derbyshire and Adrian Bull for Gloucestershire. In the wake of events at the weekend, there is a book of condolence for David Lawrence in the club shop if you wish to add your thoughts to Sid's life. the stars of play, Gloucester Cricket would like to acknowledge the support of the sponsors that have backed the club through this 2025 season alongside our main stadium sponsor, Seat Unique. They are Nutrition X, Pearcroft, Heineken, 6 O'Clock Gym, Sports Rooms, Shepherd Funeral Services, Almondsbury Garden Centre, Amber, Astra Security, Croft, Barkin and Kirby Solicitors, Grundon Waste, Thatcher's Cider, Bristol Fire, Digby Associates, Bristol Amoda JQ, Towergate Insurance, Bit 58, Watches of Bath, LED Studio, the Another Level Group, Hunter Selection, St Austell Brewery, and find our kit sponsors, Adidas. Slightly later than advertised, but with no loss on the overs. Welcome to day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 fixture against our friends from Derbyshire. Our umpires for this match are Simon Widdop and Mark Newell. In the field at the start of this third day, the Derbyshire side captained by number 77, Wayne Madsen. And resuming for Gloucestershire, their second wicket pair of captain Hammond and Bancroft, wearing number 1, sponsored by Pace, and with him sponsored by the waiting game, number 67, Ollie Price.
Well, a very good morning to you and welcome to Bristol. Slightly delayed start here in this crucial third day of the County Championship match in Division 2 between Gloucestershire and Derbyshire, as Hammond and Bancroft, Gloucestershire's captain, on 32 and Ollie Price on 13 make their way out to the middle to try and see if they can erase this 149 still run deficit which they face, or whether Derbyshire's side under Wayne Madsen can manage to take 9 more Gloucestershire wickets and then potentially chase a target down. It's a long way back still for Gloucestershire, but after a day very much split in two yesterday, which saw Harry Kame and Wayne Madsen dominate the first real, pretty much half of the day, with a partnership of 206. Madsen 123 and Kame 103. But from that point on, Derbyshire lost their last 8 wickets for 97 runs, and that included a 42-run last wicket partnership, which still looms quite large, because without that, Gloucestershire would be behind by around about 100, and outlook could be quite different. But as it is, they've still got a lot of work to do. They'll have to bat until probably halfway through the day before they even start going in front, and then they'll have to try and build some sort of a lead that they can try and defend in the 4th innings. Zach Chappell, first over of the morning. He's bowling from the pavilion end, right arm round the wicket to Ollie Price, first ball, and it's let go. The field is going to take some describing, which is partly why I was putting it off. There's a mid-off, there's a point, there's a deep third. That's the easy bit. Then we move to the leg side, where there's a short leg, long leg, a deep backward square, and then there were 3 fielders almost standing right next to each other, straight on the onside, but one of them's gone to a more conventional mid-wicket now. Chappell bowls, it's a slower ball, second ball, trying to fool Ollie Price and have him chip a catch into the leg side, as it was on leg stump. Price rolls the wrists on it and plays it into the ground. You would think that there wouldn't be too much time wasted in getting Jack Morley into the attack, but they might just want to have a look, Derbyshire, at the 2 frontline seamers. First of all, Ben Aitchison was warming up at straight mid-wicket as Chappell bowls a short ball. That's been connected with by Ollie Price on the pull shot out to deep backward square, and they'll take a single as Price moves on to 14, 63 for 1. Just a bit of drizzle this morning, which lingered for a couple of hours, and then the ground staff, a little bit of sopping needed on the covers, but the outfield itself actually wasn't too bad, so just ran a rope around that, and the warm-ups took place, and we have not lost any overs today. That's the key bit of information, as Chappell bowls to Bancroft for the first time this morning, and Bancroft is on the back foot, just steering this one to backward point, and there's no run. Lunch at 1:30. Tea, I have no idea, but they may just be playing it by ear. Sometimes it seems that way, because the only time that was announced was the lunchtime. So we'll have a 2-hour first session, and then we'll see what happens the rest of the day. But 96 overs to be bowled as Chappell bowls to Bancroft, a short ball that doesn't get up a great deal, but Bancroft gets down well underneath it, and it goes through behind the stumps. Bancroft off on his wanders as usual towards square leg. There is the short leg fielder, so he's basically got to stand right next to the short leg as he contemplates and then walks back, and he's one of those rare batters, as I've said before, that is standing there tapping the bat ready to face before the bowler even turns. Chappell in and bowls. I think tried another one of those slower balls. Bancroft holds the pose in defence. There's no hurry really for Gloucestershire. There's still bags of time left in the game, and the most important thing from their point of view is that they can erase that deficit, and in some ways it doesn't really matter what time they do it, as the score 63 for 1 with just the 1 run taken in the first over. I'm not flying solo here today, by the way. Dave Fletcher will join myself, Ed Seaborn, relatively shortly. Fletcher's just doing his morning quiz, which I'm quite hoping we're going to get some of the questions of. And in fact, Ben Aitchison was warming up, but it isn't going to be Aitchison. They are not wasting any time and getting potentially the main man into the attack. He's taken 7 of the 11 wickets that Derbyshire have taken in this match, so why not Jack Morley from the Ashley Down Road end?
David Lloyd not on the field. He's just wandering around the boundary at the moment with a drink for Zach Chappell, and Pat Brown is on. at extra cover. I can't remember any of the questions. They're not really anyway. I'll perhaps go into them as we move through the day.
You mean once we've forgotten about them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. There is Morley then bowling to Price. Oh, that one squirts off the outside edge of his bat straight away. That's a very promising sign for Derbyshire. He went quite a long way forward. It sort of scuttled along the ground. Wayne Madsen scrambled to his right to make sure the ball didn't go away for a potential run or runs.
Didn't really turn, but he was trying to play with a straight bat on leg stump, possibly cognizant of the short leg.
Yes, I've got to try and work out who is in at short leg. I think it's
It's
Martin Anderson,
Anderson,
is it? Yeah, that one is defended by Price. I ought to have clocked that David Lloyd perhaps wasn't going to be on the field. He has had knee issues. When Martin Anderson walked out with the fielding pads on, that should have been the giveaway for me, but it took me an over to work it out. I was talking about cheese rolling and other things as this next delivery's pushed it to the offside by Price. So yesterday was Gloucestershire place names, and today it was Gloucestershire customs.
Well, I thought you were going to say Gloucestershire custard.
No. Sheep racing, and apparently goat chasing isn't one. But sheep racing is. Underwater football as well, as that one is turned into the leg side by Price for a single fielded by Aitchison. Price moves on to 15.64 for one. Not underwater football. Football in the water, but that's at Buuren on the Water, which is a beautiful place. I've been to Buuren on the Water.
Yeah.
Some places that you mentioned I hadn't been to, but
there aren't too many bad places up on the Cotswolds.
no, true enough. Of course, with it being this far south, the weather's glorious. Bancroft back on strike, and that one is played straight back to Jack Morley by the Australian opener. He's on 32, as indeed he was at the close of play last night. 2 runs scored so far today. As Morley bowls, that one is clipped very pleasantly into the leg side. A bit of a chase round here for Zach Chappell, which looks to be about the last thing he wanted to do there, and they come back for 2 runs before the ball is returned. So Bancroft moves on to 34. Price has 15, and it's 66 for 1 after 2 overs today. We haven't lost any overs, have we?
No.
They've pushed lunch back. Tea will be round about 5:30, I would have thought, given the pace at which County Championship matches go, with 32 overs still to go.
Well, my guess is they'll fix it at something like 4, and then we'll end up with about a 45 over final session.
Yes, yeah. That's a good shout.
It's often what happens on these days. It feels as if it happens a lot at Bristol, this, of the last few seasons, where we've had a slightly delayed start, whether it be 11:15 or 20 or 30. I sort of anecdotally can think of about 3 or 4 days at least in the last couple of seasons where that seems to have happened, and it's always just a bit of a free-for-all when it comes to.
I just think it was a shame that they said 11:30 and not 11:33. That would have been much better, wouldn't it?
Did we actually start at 11:30? I didn't look.
I'm not entirely sure. I was otherwise engaged in an amusing radio quiz.
And we have the first of the 10-minute discussions about the setting of the field.
I was actually asked a cricketing question, which is unusual for 11:30.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't have the answer.
Barely anything has changed in the field, by the way. The catches on the leg side have just moved a little bit deeper as Chappell continues round the wicket and bowls, and Price defends that as straight as you like, and Chappell picks up.
It was the question, I'm sure you may have been asked it as well, but how come Derbyshire are doing so well in red ball cricket and yet the T20 has been disastrous? Well, it's a good question, because he said that it's the same game, it's the same players. Well, it's not quite the same players, but I can understand why people who don't watch can ask that question.
Chappell bowls all top edge from Ollie Price, but it'll be perfectly safe and down to the fine leg boundary, 1 bouncing for 4. So he took it on again, and the fielder is at more of a long leg than a fine leg, but moral victory to Chappell because he wasn't in control, but it's 4 runs onto the total, 70 for 1.
Yes, Jack Morley's gone back to where he was initially as well now, but they are actually moving around a bit. Look, Harry Kame has moved around to do backward square leg, and Jack Morley is a lot straighter at fine leg now. Might be a bit of horse and bolted and that kind of thing, but
yeah, I think he was hedging his bets a little bit between the short ball and then thinking, well, he might get him to chip the slower ball to one of those close catches on the onside. Chappell bowls is another short ball. Price takes it on, of course he does. He is, I think, what is known as a compulsive hooker, and it's 2 bounces down to the fielder at long leg, one of the 3 that they did have back on the boundary, but he controlled it far better that time. Hit it hard, but 2 bounces and straight to the fielder. So Price is on to 20, 71 for 1. And to be honest, whilst he might get out to it,
he might also score 50 or 60 runs, mightn't he?
Remembering back to the Kookaburra game at the start of last season, as Chappell is into Bancroft, who flicks this one down to long leg, jogs a single, 72 for 1. He also hammered Matthew Fisher for must have been about 10 boundaries on the pull shot to pretty much exactly the same spot. And being Yorkshire, of course, well, we're not going to change the field. Kept hitting it to the same spot. Derbyshire have changed the field, so he might have to think a little bit more. But yes, Matthew Fisher, who seemed to have been the Gloucestershire specialist in his Yorkshire career, he played about 5 games in 3 years, and I think about 4 of them were against Gloucestershire. Chappell in bowls, and this time Price doesn't take on the short ball. It was a rather loopy one, an outsider's off stump, and sort of stared back at Chappell. He's another grinner out in the middle, is Ollie Price. He always looks as if he's enjoying himself, even if he might not be. Him and Graham van Buuren will try and get under the bowlers' skins with their niceness.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all.
Sort of as if to say, yeah, do you really think I'm going to try and hit that? Also looked towards square leg and then realised the umpire was standing at point because he'd got 3 fielders standing on the line of square leg. Chappell bowls his top edge. This one, it's gone high up in the air. Fine leg is underneath it and has taken the catch. And Ollie Price has gone, and Jack Morley has another effect on this game. He's had an important go of it with the bat. He's taken 7 wickets in the match, and now he's taken a really good catch on the boundary. It can't be easy because it's never a good seeing ground, particularly this. You've got leaden skies, and Ollie Price, for the 2nd time in the over, top edging it. Really well judged catch by Morley. He was slightly tumbling over as he took it, but just kept his body inside the field of play. And Price goes for 20, and that is a huge blow for Gloucestershire early on in the day. They are 72 for 2.
Very decent catch, and he was delighted, by the way, Jack Morley, in the celebrations. He turned to the crowd, and then he realised there wasn't one, but still went through with the celebration down. If you watch him here, he tumbles, he's very close to the boundary's edge, does the full roly-poly, and yes, there you go. Oh, there's nobody there. There's a gentleman in an orange top who probably isn't delighted that he took the catch. And they still trail by 139.
Yeah, it was just a moment where he wondered if he was going to just either topple over the rope or drop it over the boundary, because he had to take it away to his side. He couldn't get himself fully underneath it, and always with those ones, especially when there's a rope there, you do quite often see those dropped over the boundary.
I wouldn't have been surprised to have seen it being tossed in the general direction of Harry Kame. Because he did run around with him, didn't he? But I mean, it was always going to be Jack Morley's catch if it was going to be anybody's. Oh, that just gave him a bit more confidence. He must be feeling invincible on this cricket ground in this match, Jack Morley.
Just exactly, even though he's not taken a wicket himself yet, exactly, just give him that confidence early on in the day. It is, I mean, if Ollie Price could have hit it to anybody else, but yeah, I mean, as I said, he's probably going to live and die by the sword, and he's taken it on and been caught, and now the pressure is really on Miles Hammond, who's at the non-striker's end.
And here's the catcher, Jack Morley, bowling to Cameron Bancroft. That was too full, turned into the leg side by Bancroft. Fielded there by Caleb Jewell. At mid-wicket, mid-on, and deep backward square leg. The man on the leg side, he has got a silly mid-off and a slip, backward point, cover, mid-off. And the man out on the cover boundary as Morley is in, bowls, and he just pulls out of the shot there, Cameron Bancroft. Not quite nicely, because it just bounced a little bit more than he was expecting, I think, and allows it to go through to Brooke Guest.
Yeah, turn and bounce.
Lovely.
He couldn't have reached it, really, even if he played the shot.
No. I want to point out at this stage, Ed's looking at the screen, which is front on. I'm looking at the back of Cameron Bancroft, who plays this next ball out into the offside. It wouldn't have made much difference, to be fair. Fielded there by Pat Brown, is on the field in place of David Lloyd. Blair Tickner is around. He's just carrying some drinks down to our right. I'm sure he was out there on the fall of that wicket. As Morley is in again around the wicket to bowl to Bancroft, who goes back to one that doesn't bounce as much as perhaps it might have done, and he ends up reaching for it a little bit as he cuts it out to the cover boundary, but it's fielded by Kame. They take a single and they move to 73 for 2, bringing Miles Hammond on to strike for the first time since his arrival out in the middle.
Yeah, out for 1 in the first innings, coming down the pitch and trying to hammer Morley back over his head, and he was caught by Aitchison at mid-off.
That was the Aitchison catch, was it? Yeah.
Phillips was the one-handed
one.
one,
Okay.
and that was
This
the
was a
easy
simple
one.
one.
Yeah, straight to him.
Yeah. Yes, of course, the first wicket was the diving catch, wasn't it? Here is Morley bowling to Hammond, who just cushions this into the onside, where it's fielded by Brown. Must be relatively warm out. I put a little jacket on this morning because I thought it was a bit chilly, but I'm sure it'll be coming off at some point shortly. Lots of shirt sleeves down below us as Morley is in again, and that one just bounces again and turns a bit, and Hammond with his soft hands manages to force it to ground quite quickly, and the over comes to an end. Bancroft has 36, Hammond yet to get off the mark, and Gloucestershire 73 for 2 now. 138 runs from asking Derbyshire to bat again. I'd be surprised if Derbyshire didn't have to bat for a second time. I mean, as well as Morley has bowled and is bowling, it's still a lot to ask, I think, to dismiss a side for 2 relatively low scores in the same game.
Yeah, I mean,
sometimes with a bit more conviction in that.
No. Sometimes with a lower order coming in as well.
Yes.
The target not to lose by an innings sort of focuses the lower order,
yes.
And then once they've got to that, it's sort of
well, we've done that. But now we've got to score. We've got to bat for another 3 sessions to exactly.
Bancroft to face Chappell, bowls round the wicket to him, goes full, and Bancroft forward to defend into the offside. We've still barely seen, trying to think, a single wicket in this match off a really full delivery, but you've still got to bowl them every now and again, and who knows, Bancroft might find one of the fielders on the onside. There's 4 of them pretty close to him in varying positions as Chappell digs one in halfway down. It balloons through to the keeper, and Bancroft so far seems to have decided that he's just not going to take anything on. I don't think Bancroft's played, I'm trying to remember, I can't really remember Bancroft playing a pull shot in either of his innings. He's just got underneath every single one of them, because I think he has probably recognised that Chappell's 3 wickets have all come from short pulls. I suppose maybe he did try to take on the one that he was given out to. Chappell is in, bowls and an angled defensive shot into the onside from Bancroft. There won't be a run.
Just can't quite see the bruise on his arm from that dismissal from here.
He's wearing shirt sleeves. Perhaps it's just about covered by the shirt.
Blimey.
Yes, well, it did. It has to be said, it did look rather high up his arm. Didn't even look like forearm. Chappell bowls and digs one in short and just wide of the off stump, and Bancroft just hides his gloves behind his body as he watches that one nonchalantly through to the wicket-keeper. But yeah, I think there were a couple of things Gloucestershire had to do today, and they've already not done one of them. One of which was make sure that you don't lose wickets to the seamers, because it's the spin that's going to be the primary threat. Chappell to Bancroft, another short one, another one over a ducking Bancroft. And the other thing, which they're going to have to try and do, is just rack up those overs for Jack Morley, get the fingers and the shoulders a bit tired and try and lengthen his spell, because I don't know, I didn't, if I'd have been thinking yesterday evening, which is rare on any occasion, particularly after a 102 over day, as Chappell switches to over the wicket, bowls to Bancroft, who tries to work into the leg side. I think he's missed it and it's hit his pad, so it'll be a leg by down to fine leg. It will be a maiden for Chappell, his second, 1 for 19 from 8 overs, 74 for 2. I wondered if it was one of those pitches where you really had to give it a proper tweak and lots of revs to get the turn, which maybe was why we didn't see turn from every bowler.
Not all the bowlers, no,
but
not all of them.
I don't know, and if you're having to put a lot of revs on, then if you're trying to do that for 20 overs, 30 overs, it's not the easiest.
Yeah, he sends a few quicker deliveries down and things like that, as he did in the first innings, of course.
Yeah,
got rid of Ollie Price with a quicker delivery.
But Gloucestershire have got to get him into long spells. But the only way they can do that is if now this pair, I suppose, are still there at lunchtime.
Morley to Bancroft, who gets a long way forward and pushes that out into the onside, where it's fielded by Jewell. Just while I have the opportunity to mention a score, Derbyshire seconds are taking on Surrey at the moment, 35 for 3, Surrey. Marvellous. Not a single name in there that I recognise. That one is in the Surrey team. That one is defended by Bancroft. Aaron Donald is skippering the Derbyshire twos today. New Malden, they're playing up. As Morley's in again, and that one is defended once more by Bancroft. Fairly comfortably, it has to be said. The benches down below are fairly well populated, as they always are. Great place to watch cricket from ground level. As Morley bowls, Bancroft goes back and forces the ball to Pat Brown at cover.
Close to the bar. Somebody's turned one of those benches around, though, to be facing completely the wrong way.
Protest of some description. As Morley is in again and bowls, Bancroft goes back, and he's going to get a run here out to Harry Kame on the cover boundary. And he'll move on to 37, and it's 75 for 2. The ball's not anywhere near old enough to be doing anything yet, as we should remember.
Of course.
It's still relatively new. We're only in the 28th over. Perhaps another 20 overs and it might start doing something. So perhaps this should be the time that Gloucestershire make hay. Hammond facing just his third delivery. Oh, the umpire's not happy with something. What's he not happy with? No idea.
No idea.
No idea at all.
Checking the stumps were still there.
Can't see. Yeah. Could you move up, batter, please? I can't see the stumps. In comes Morley and bowls to Hammond, who turns that backward square on the leg side. They're going to go through for the single. Dowell comes in and fires the return into Guest's hands on the over. Finishes with Gloucestershire on 76 for 2. Morley 11 overs, 1 for 28. As things stand, the deficit 135. Still another helmet is brought out by Blair Tickner. And as Dahl is just spraying his left ankle with something, which isn't necessarily a good sign. David Lloyd has brought certain, this is an insect bite, but he has got some heavy strapping underneath his sock there, Anuj Dahl, so we'll keep an eye on that. The two subs leave the field.
He was not best pleased, Morley, with that single at the end of the over. It was one of those flapping of the arms, not quite towards the fielder. What are you doing? But yeah, I suppose you just don't ever want to let a batter get off the mark. But
no.
Anyway, he's not taken on Jack Morley yet, Miles Hammond. I wonder whether he'll just decide that he will somehow. Whether this is the innings that he thinks I'm going to try and sweep rather than come down. It feels as though when he faces spinners, he selects one of the methods and then puts the other one away completely. So it may be that he's decided I tried hitting straight in the first innings, and actually the difference this innings, and it's really marked. We've only seen a couple of deliveries to the left-hander, but the turn out of the footmarks for Morley is pretty prodigious. We saw one from Van Buuren from that end in Derbyshire's innings that turned absolutely square and went through James Bracey for 4 byes. I think maybe even just missing the top of leg stump.
Well, this will cheer Morley up with Chappell bowling around the wicket. Got some extra footmarks outside the other side of the stumps as well. I think Martin Anderson just asked Miles Hammond, "Are you going to sweep?"
Yeah.
just tip me the wink.
Well,
the over should have started 5 minutes ago.
It's extraordinary. Every Chappell over seems to have been preceded by a 10-minute deliberation. Chappell bowls full and Hammond wafts a drive at that. Slower delivery. It bounces on its way through to Guest, who tidies up well behind the stumps. So it doesn't immediately look as though they've decided to bang every delivery in short from the field set, and then certainly not from that delivery either. There's a point and an extra covering pretty close, short leg as Hammond's forward, running this one away into the offside, and there's a fielder at cover point who's relatively deep who stops that one, and there's no run.
When I said I didn't recognise anybody in the Surrey side, I'm indebted to my good friend Joe Shakic, who's just messaged saying they've got James Taylor, former Derbyshire player, playing for them. It's at the London School of Economics sports ground, because you need a sports ground if you're at the London School of Economics.
Chappell in now, played in the air by Hammond and short of mid-on. That was in the air for quite some time, launching himself to his left-hand side, and just short and just wide. And I mean, it was just he rolled his wrists on it, but just chipped it up there, and
it's like it stopped on him a touch.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It was a good way away from Dahl, wasn't it?
Yeah, so no chance of a catch, but of course now it's going to mean they'll want to change the field again.
So we're going to get that field changed.
Yeah, short mid-wicket, short mid-on. Here comes Chappell to Hammond, who plays exactly the same shot, and of course because the two fielders are right there, he's hit it right along the floor. He could just have looped one up in the area of about square leg, because there's no fielder there.
That would have been funny, wouldn't it? Yeah, I always like that.
You had to change that as well.
Watching people chasing the ball round the cricket field.
Are economists
Sporty?
notably sporty?
No, I don't think so.
Chappell bowls and Hammond plays forward in defence towards mid-off. They certainly wouldn't have needed it if it were, and this place doesn't exist, but if it were the London School of Physics, there's absolutely no chance that they needed a sports ground.
I suppose there's lots of numbers involved in cricket, so that might attract them to.
Yeah, just going up and score. They probably they probably bus in
15
various cricket clubs from South London.
15 scorers and 2 players.
Yeah. Statisticians and as well.
Very good morning to all the economists out there. Good to have you on board.
Yes.
That was Ed Seaborn.
Lifeblood of the British economy. 76 for 2. Could be another maiden over this from Chappell, and it will be, albeit a fairly harmless bumper, which Hammond has nothing to do with to end it. 76 for 2, so 14 runs added, but a key wicket of Ollie Price, a man who has a highest score this season of 253 not out at Old Trafford, and Gloucestershire are going to need somebody, if not to hit quite those heights, so they're going to need somebody to get a big 100 here if they're going to build a score that's going to be threatening for Derbyshire, and Ollie Price is certainly somebody that can do that, so Derbyshire will be delighted to see the back of him.
Yeah, good first half hour. I've had enough. Now we've got to go and do an update. But yeah, good first half hour for Derbyshire. They just need to be patient. And they have shown patience this season. Perhaps that's why they're better. I'll do one ball. It's Jack Morley bowling to Hammond and Bancroft, who pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Pat Brown. That'll do.
It's me done. Bancroft has a silly point and a slip, as far as people staring at him other than the keeper from within his personal space, as this is worked towards wide mid-on by Bancroft. Well placed shot for a single, and 77 for 2, that's the one. 38 to Bancroft, and this, especially early on in Hammond's innings, feels like the particular battle with Hammond having to deal with those footmarks in a way that Bancroft doesn't. There've been balls, of course, that have turned from the straight, but it's more like the odd one. Everything's going to turn from the straight, so Hammond tries to thrust his front pad outside the line of off stump and plays it slightly unconvincingly, but I think he's going about it the right way. It went straight into the ground and behind him, but it would have had to have taken an extraordinary ricochet to have gone onto the stumps, but he's going to have to lunge at it, I think, somewhat. Miles Hammond. Morley in, and that turns and comes off thigh pad, I think, down into the onside. As again, it's not quite spitting out of that rough, but it's certainly really turning. This is going to be a severe examination for Miles Hammond. Morley bowls, and Hammond is well forward to that one and deadening the ball into the onside. It rolls up to a fielder at mid-on, and there is no run. And Morley, who comes in from quite an angle even when he's bowling over the wicket, steering off to square leg as he bowls a quicker delivery, and Hammond tries to help that one round the corner. Excellent fielding. Anuj Dal, would have been 4 runs. He didn't quite middle it, Miles Hammond. It was a loose delivery from Morley, which doesn't happen very often. Short and well down the leg side. He tried to thrash it round the corner, and Dal stopped it. So 77 for 2. Gloucestershire's second 11 are also in action today, by the way, up at Rockhampton. They're taking on the South Asian Cricket Academy, who I notice have got Feroz Kushi playing for them, the former Essex player. So I guess he's seeing Saka, as a lot of players have, as an opportunity to try and relaunch.
Wallawaita from Middlesex, presumably.
Oh yes, as well, yeah. And Aman Rao, who graduated through the South Asian Cricket Academy and has signed a rookie contract with Gloucestershire, is playing against the South Asian Cricket Academy, opening the bowling with Matt Taylor.
Derbyshire played Saka in pre-season, and they were captained by Hamidullah Kadri. Yes, I think they've got a couple of players who played for Derbyshire seconds as well that we never mentioned. In comes Zach Chappell around the wicket, bowling to Hammond and Bancroft, who ducks underneath it. And there is no run. It was a very short ball, and Bancroft had absolutely no need to do anything other than just flex the knees, and down he went. Ball flew through to The Derbyshire wicket-keeper, the short leg. There's a short mid-on Wayne Madsen, as this next one is down the leg side, and they're working over Brooke Guest as much as they're working over the batters at the moment. He had to tumble to his left to stop that one. Did so successfully, which is the main thing. He's not only protecting the boundary, but he's protecting a fielding helmet, which is 3 or 4 yards behind him, directly behind the stumps.
Been an explosion of scoring.
Yes, get a 5. 77 for 2. This one is on leg stump and turned into the leg side by Bancroft, fielded by Brown, who immediately tosses the ball to the man who I imagine is the designated ball polisher, although he quite often is in a slip cordon. He's at mid-off at the moment, Caleb Jewell, the Australian. I'm not sure there's much point polishing the ball, but of all the people in the Derbyshire side, he would have played with the Kookaburra as more than anybody else, I'm fairly certain. As this next delivery is pushed into the offside by Bancroft, who's going to scamper through for a comfortable single, as it turns out. Dal does the fielding. Got to keep the scoreboard ticking over. You cannot grind to a halt. And that's exactly what Bancroft did there. He moves on to 39, 78 for 2.
It's just accumulation with Bancroft, really. You know, he might hit the odd boundary very occasionally. He might take on a spinner, but most of the time, if he's taking anybody on, it's going to be a bad delivery. You know, he's probably still going to try and hit it along the ground. Mostly, it's just single here, single there, maybe a 2.
2 mid wickets as Chappell bowls to Hammond, who pushes it out into the offside, which is fielded by Kame, who's as close to the wicket as he ever gets. Really good outfielder, but he's in at extra cover at the moment. And there is Bancroft working furiously on the ball. Then he looks at it and thinks,
it doesn't even leave a stain.
No, there isn't a mark on any player's trousers where they've polished the ball. There's Chappell bowls, and that's defended with a very straight bat by Hammond. Straight back to him, so 1 run off the over. 78 for 2. Hammond has 1. Bancroft has 39. The deficit is 133. Leicestershire have lost a couple of wickets this morning, but they're starting to build a healthy lead against Glamorgan at Grace Road. Now 430 for 5. That's 77 runs in front. Northamptonshire, they'll get close to parity, you would have thought, against Middlesex at Wantage Road at 350 for 7 in reply to 413. And in another game that's been quite badly affected by the weather up at Blackpool, at Lancashire are currently 167 for 2, still trailing Kent by 207, but only 2 wickets of the second innings of the match have fallen. We're already on day 3.
Yes, and one of those is the night watchman Tom Bailey.
That's bad news for the bottom 2, who are widely touted as favourites to be the top 2 in the second division this season in all the pre-season predictions that I saw.
Yes, I think these were supposed to be the bottom.
This was going to be an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
Nobody was going to come to this game. Well,
Morley round the wicket, bowls and turn and bounce, and that's past the edge of Bancroft. He was much closer to nicking that one. It was a little bit of a follow outside the off stump there from Bancroft, but the ball actually, fortunately for him, just turning enough. Morley bowls, it's a little bit short, and Bancroft can't work it past the mid-wicket fielder. Oh, Jack Morley doesn't want that. Hammond back in his ground at the non-striker's end, and Caleb Jewell in his enthusiasm has hurled it.
Nicely done though, because he sort of backhanded it with his left, and he's left-handed obviously, but he's backhanded it with his left hand towards the stumps. I like that.
It's just what you want, a one-bounce throw from short mid-wicket as a spinner, protecting those fingertips. Morley bowls now, and Bancroft is forward and defending the ball, and the umpire quite rightly has his arms out by his side because Jack Morley has just run right in front of him. He's not gone onto the danger area, but the umpire's rightly saying, how on earth do you expect me to see what's going on? I've got your back in front of me. Morley is in and bowls, and Bancroft is pushing this one into the ground, and the human shield silly point absorbs that one, Martin Anderson.
I don't think I've ever seen. He certainly hasn't fielded there for Derbyshire.
Fairly sizable obstacle for Bancroft to try and get it past, in terms of height at least. Well, not if he jumps out of the way. Who can blame him, because it was wide outside the off stump and Bancroft slashes a single through to deep point. 79 for 2. Bancroft has 40.
I think him fielding there certainly confirms that he won't be bowling. Didn't bowl in the first innings. Has a very heavy strapping on one of his knees and down his calf. So there's clearly an issue of some description, as there often is with sports people. They like the, what's it called, that blue tape, kinesi something tape?
Oh, is that what it's called?
Something, yeah.
I've only ever known it as athletic tape.
Kinesiastic or something, I don't know. I've never had use for it. Although my knee,
might be missing out. Yeah,
my knee is giving me some jip.
Morley bowls reverse sweep. It's a full toss and it's been whacked for 4. There's nobody really anywhere near that other than the slip field, and there's a deep point. Hammond clearly predetermined that he was going to do that, and probably couldn't believe his luck when he got a full toss just outside off stump. If he tried to do that to a ball that had spat out of the rough, it might have been interesting, but Morley had one ball at Hammond there and he bowled that full toss. So Hammond has 5 now, 83 for 2, 128 runs behind. I would suggest, whilst as Hammond peels off a sweater and his helmet to reveal the most extraordinary light pink hair.
Well, it was more sort of orange.
Yeah, well, I thought it was orange on pink for
okay.
well, orangey pink, I should say.
Yeah.
I don't know what that colour will have a name on the chart, but I don't know. I'll have to do a bit of research on that. But anyway, what I was going to say was I think probably the more facing of Morley that Bancroft can do, I still think, despite the fact that we've seen a ball turn past Bancroft's edge, it's going to be much easier for Bancroft to try to combat him than Hammond, because basically every ball's going to be doing something different out of the rough.
Yes.
For Hammond.
First change of bowling of the day as Ben Aitchison is brought into the attack for Derbyshire. 83 for 2, the home side, as Aitchison bowls bang on target. Defended into the onside where the majority of the fielders are. Zach Chappell having a chat with Miles Hammond.
Coral.
Do
you reckon?
Yeah, that
sort of colour.
Yeah, well, I thought I would have guessed peach, but peach is next to coral, so I'll go with coral. I like that. As Aitchison bowls, that's down the leg side and taken by Brooke Guest as Cameron Bancroft shoulders arms. Yeah, no, I don't mind coral.
Yeah, well, according to this colour thesaurus, strawberry looks a bit too it's a bit too reddish orange.
Yeah, it's not dark enough.
Salmon's not strong enough.
I can see what that says from my angle.
Bullet slipper.
Is that what it says?
I don't know what it says.
It comes this next delivery from Aitchison is banged in short, and it goes.
It's ballet slipper.
Ballet slipper. Yeah. No. The one above it.
Oh, the one above, Rosewood.
Rosewood. I couldn't see it because it's dark writing on the
I thought it was
darkest colour.
there was something over the top of the letter between the B and the double L-E-T. Could have been bullet slipper colour.
That's crepe, isn't it, that colour?
Yes.
Well, a lot of people like it. I'm not sure that's particularly flattering either, as this one is turned into the leg side by Bancroft for a single, just out of the reach of a scrambling Wayne Madsen at square leg. His hat has gone askew as well. One more to the total, 84 for 2, the deficit 127. So remember that it's still only day 3 here, so there's a lot of time left in this game. Not lost any overs today.
Yeah, crepe. I'm sure if I walked up to Miles Hammond and said,
"Your hair looks,"
yes,
yeah,
to
that
me,
would be very funny. Could we film it just for social media? Aitchison around the wicket to Hammond, who drives very pleasantly out into the offside, but no run is taken. Pat Brown gets around to do the fielding. He's got a couple of men in catching positions in front of the bat on the leg side, sort of catching mid-wicket and a short mid-on. And as Dahl is out on the deep backward square leg boundary, there's also a man out on the long leg boundary as Aitchison is in, and that one gets a bit of climb. And Hammond deals with it nicely, pushing it down into the ground. And Aitchison's first over of the day comes to an end. One run from it, 84 for 2, 41 to Bancroft, 5 to Hammond. 127 runs, Derbyshire's lead at the moment. Or Gloucestershire's deficit. It just depends on how you look at it, really. But they haven't gone chasing yet, which is good to see. They haven't looked in any way desperate. They've got a lot of time, Derbyshire, and of course the opportunity to bat again if required.
Yeah, it's funny, 11 overs gone, and I still somehow feel as though we've only had about 3. I suppose it's just because Gloucestershire is still under as much pressure as they were at the start of the day because of the fact that they've lost a wicket already. Morley appears from behind umpire Newell and bowls to Bancroft. Full ball, which is smashed straight back at him along the ground by Bancroft. He brought some bottom-handed power into that one, but didn't get a run. There's nobody square of the wicket on the side or even behind square other than a deep backward square, so he can play against the turn if he wants, but he doesn't because it's a ball on middle and off, which is defended into the offside towards Alex Thompson, was it? I thought it was, and then he turned round and it wasn't. In comes Morley and bowls cut away firmly by Bancroft through the offside, and he seems to have got a single in each of the last 8 overs or something like that, and that's it.
Yes.
He's on to 42, it's 85 for 2.
Thompson's at mid.
Oh, is that
on
Brown?
now. Brown, yeah.
Yes, of course it is. Forgotten he was on the field.
I think he's going to be a permanent fielder. David Lloyd has been wandering around, but shown no signs of coming on.
It may possibly not be a problem, but Lloyd may have to bat down the order in Derbyshire's second innings. Morley over the wicket to Hammond. He bowls. There's turn there, but Hammond rolls the wrists, works with the turn. They thought about, well, I say they thought about a single. I think Hammond thought about a single, but Bancroft was kind of his call just behind square and said no. Hammond also doesn't have a great view of the ball with short leg in his way. Morley in now, bowls over pitches a touch, and the rough is somewhat taken out of the equation. It wasn't a full toss, but just right up to the bat and squeezed through the offside for 1 by Hammond, so that breaks up the recent pattern. Bancroft will end up back on strike in an over, 86 for 2. It's not quite painful progress from Gloucestershire, although perhaps some supporters might be feeling it is, as Morley is in to Bancroft, and there'll be another run there, just flicked off the thigh through square leg, so Bancroft will have the strike at the end of Morley's latest over, 87 for 2. Bancroft has 43, but as long as they're not losing wickets,
that's the main thing.
It does not matter how fast they're scoring, but the innings run rate 2.6, which in contrast to Derbyshire, who actually, well, they did slow down a bit, 3 3/4 that ended up at, but it was 5s and 4.5s for about half of that, I thought.
It's a very moving moment there as Wayne Madsen and Zach Chappell hug out in the middle. Here's no idea why. Here's Ben Aitchison, just the 3 men on the offside, and it bowls a short delivery that's pulled away for 4 runs. Nice shot from Bancroft, swilled on it really well, kept it nice and controlled as well. Not sure whether Martin Anderson will agree that it was a nice shot at short leg.
And he had all of a microsecond to admire it.
Yes, I'll have to go back at the end of the day and look at the a repeat of the stream.
Oh yes, with your commentary over the top of it.
Oh, no, you won't like that. Aitchison in and bowls down the leg side. It bounces twice before it reaches Brooke Guest on this occasion, which is not necessarily ideal. Bit of variable bounce. Not ideal for the batting side, certainly. Bancroft on 47 now.
He did decide to take that short ball on, though, for one of the only times.
Look how quickly the clouds are moving across the ground now. Little patches of shade following Aitchison in to bowl, and that one is defended by Bancroft out into the offside, filled by Jewel. Wash day in one of the flats there. That's the duvet cover being put over the railing.
Somebody had a sheet across the entire.
Well, I can only imagine the sun doesn't really.
There.
Does it shine in there?
Yeah. Oh gosh, yes.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah, I've done some games from over there.
This next one is turned into the leg side by Bancroft. No run.
I mean, not from inside the flat, I hasten to add.
Well, I did wonder.
There is a sky flat over there.
Oh, okay.
Obviously named after the stuff above us rather than anything else.
Yes.
He says, attempting to get round.
Mentioning the Sky
The
Television.
hole he's just dug for himself. Yeah.
I think we're allowed to mention them. Aitchison bowls wide of the off stump this time. Bancroft leaves and then plays the shot that he may have played. Well, but certainly wouldn't.
Yes, and you will see the bottom of my laptop there.
It melted.
Yes, that was from having the laptop on a desk over on the third floor balcony up there, covering a Western Storm game.
I did wonder which batter had been put off by somebody that tall. The next delivery is full from Aitchison and driven straight back to him by Bancroft.
Battery completely melted.
Wow.
And swelled up, and the bottom of the thing has never quite been the same.
Is that your own personal one as well?
Yes, it is.
That's not good. 91 for 2 at the end of the over. Bancroft has 47, Hammond has 6, the deficit 120.
That was 3-4 years ago.
It's done well to last this long.
It's done very well.
Yeah.
It's had a long life, this laptop.
Quality brand, which I won't be mentioning. But the sauce is nice as well, isn't it?
Yeah, everyone likes a good slug of desk jet over their fish and chips. There was, well, in fact, we just haven't had enough discussions, so Bancroft and Hammond thought they'd join in for a bit, and then they've finished and we're still not ready for the over.
Well, part of the issue is they're +5, so there's no compunction to get a move on.
Morley bowls and Hammond, well, it isn't really lunge, that's doing a bit of a disservice, but strides forward confidently towards that and plays it defensively out of the rough. That was one that didn't turn a huge amount, which could be almost as dangerous as the ones that do. Not careful. Hammond goes for a reverse sweep again. That's a good shot. There's no slip in place, so really he's getting that front pad outside the line, and unless he gets a top edge somehow and it goes to the keeper, it's actually a relatively risk-free shot, and I think Derbyshire might have to consider putting a slip in there just so that there's a fielder who might actually have a better chance of taking a catch, but also be in Hammond's mind a bit as he's playing that shot. He moves to 10, Gloucestershire 95 for 2. They're not going to change the field other than to move backward point a bit finer. So he's floating between a backward point and a short third now, as Hammond is forward and playing with a straight bat there. Bit inside 30. Goes into the ground, into the onside. So again, played safely enough, but it's a compelling battle, this. Morley in, down the pitch, Hammond. flicking past short leg. They'll sprint through for a single. I say they'll sprint through. Bancroft seemed to have that single measured out, despite the fact that the throw was hurled in by Anuj Dal. And actually it ended up almost hitting Bancroft as he just about made his ground. 96 for 2. And the gulls are bothering fielders again.
It's, Alex Thompson, though, is very much an animal lover.
Right.
So he has dogs.
They're both staring intently at him there.
He fishes. I'm not sure whether that puts him down as an animal lover.
Thompson bowls and Bancroft's forward and defends into the offside. Well, no, actually, no, I'm not going to say that because I'll get myself in trouble.
Excellent.
Get myself in trouble. I'm not going to do that. Not going to do it. 3 goals. Now, it'll fly right in front of Thompson, who's trying to field the ball. Bancroft is forward and playing that ball slightly unconvincingly towards mid-on. He tried to roll the wrists on it, and I don't think it came off the leading edge. I think it was off the bat, but it wasn't the middle of it because he'd slightly rolled the wrists on it too early. But it is 5 runs from the over. Gloucestershire are 96 for 2. They're still 115 behind. But Bancroft and Hammond just trying to build a partnership after the loss of Ollie Price, the 1 wicket to fall this morning. Caught on the boundary off Chappell. He was always, by the looks of things, going to take on that short ball. He did top edge 1 for 4. Got another one. He got a decent chunk of. Would have gone for 6 if the fielder hadn't been there, but he was. He took the catch. It was a good catch as well from who else but Jack Morley.
Another change of bowling from the pavilion end, as Alex Thompson is brought on for the first time today. We had a couple of amorous goals at Glamorgan.
I don't know that sort.
Earlier in the, you would have done if you'd seen them. They got a round of applause at the end from the Cardiff crowd. Great. It was a really good moment. Really good moment. David Griffin has photographic evidence, I know for certain. But yeah, the applause was very, very good. So Thompson will initially be bowling to Miles Hammond, with a couple of slips in place in the short leg, and he bowls a full toss that is pushed into the onside and fielded by Jewell. There's a gentleman patrolling. He's on his phone, but he's in the stand that is currently being taken down. Sort of wandering around. Well, what am I supposed to do? They tell me I can't do anything today because they're playing cricket. This one is defended by Hammond. No, but you sent me here. Well, I know, it's not my fault, is it? I can see. It's almost like I was lip reading. And he's got his left hand over his ear as though he can't hear because of the noise of the crowd. In goes Thompson and bowls. That's swept by Hammond. Dal is down there for that very shot, and several others. And they go through for a single, 97 for 2.
Well, the kid's back in that small area of grass, so he hasn't brought the bat that is the same size as him today.
No. He's got his Gloucestershire top on though, hasn't he? Yeah. That's good to see.
Represent.
Yeah, not so much that, but the colour's nice. Represent. The field's being changed. The man out on the backward square leg boundary for Cameron Bancroft is moving finer. There is now a square leg behind the short leg. Not immediately behind though, because that would be a no ball as the ball is turned into the leg side by Cameron Bancroft. And he goes on to 48, 98 for 2.
Surrey have been set a testing target by Worcestershire of 49 runs to win, having been rolled over for 125 in their second innings.
Thompson bowls, and that one again is swept by Hammond down towards Anuj Dal. He picks up another single, moves to 13.
Nathan Smith 6 for 38. Matthew Fisher 4 for 47, and well, it's a good thing they flew Mitch Santner over, 1 over for 4.
And a 5-run penalty. 99 for 2. Thompson bowls. That's pushed into the offside by Bancroft for a single. He moves on to 49. And the applause you can hear is for the Gloucestershire 100 in their second innings. 100 for 2. Still 111 runs behind. That was the final ball of Alex Thompson's first over of the day. I don't think there's going to be much of a change at the Ashley Down Road end, unless he gets swapped to the pavilion end for a couple of overs, but he's had all his joy from the far end. As Jack Morley.
He's bowled unchanged through the first hour. That was nice. Mid-sentence, ticked over to 12:30. Because I was going to say almost hour, and then was able to change it. Morley in round the wicket to Bancroft. Oh, that turns and bounces. He actually withdrew the bat from it, which I was able to see having looked at the monitor, but I thought he played at it first of all, but actually the ball just turning and bouncing so much, but again he couldn't have got his bat too near it. Dangerous delivery. Morley bowls, that's a dangerous delivery as well, but a dangerous delivery for short leg. Bancroft has pulled it and whacked it straight into Martin Anderson, so he won't get a run for it.
Brilliant that though. Bancroft shows no sympathy, Anderson shows no pain.
Yeah, well, Bancroft's been there.
Yeah.
Said he seems to quite enjoy fielding a short leg. Yeah, moves it even closer now. Martin Anderson. Morley bowls, another delivery which is sending Bancroft onto the back foot. He squirts it away down to fine leg. They'll pick up 2 runs, and Bancroft makes it 4 consecutive half-centuries in the county championship. 125 balls, pretty much a similar pace to his first innings, slightly slower, but certainly extremely valuable, and he has got to be, really, I'm not going to use the phrase.
Use it.
No, but being the leader of the side, it is incumbent upon him, you feel, in this situation to lead the way. 102 for 2. Morley in now and turn just past short leg by Bancroft, and he will amble up to the other end. 52, he's got 103 for 2. Still pretty breezy out there. Those streamers at the back of the mound stand are getting a good workout. I'd imagine they'll be well, actually no, they'll probably be protected from it in that hospitality marquee over there, which does seem to be fairly well populated today.
Looks like somebody's going to strike up the band. There's a chap sitting with his back to the play. Looks like he's going to be the conductor of an orchestra.
Morley bowls as Hammond drives towards mid-off, as long as it's not a brass band.
You're not a big fan?
No.
Bit too northern?
Well, I don't. Do I associate brass bands with being,
oh yeah, they're
being more northern than anywhere else?
Very northern. Have you ever seen Brassed Off? Fine film.
Morley in, it's a low full toss which Hammond hits straight into the floor and up to mid-on. The eyes lit up there, but he couldn't do anything with it, which has been a running theme really with full tosses in this entire match. 103 for 2. Well, I think in short bursts, and if they play the right repertoire, maybe, but
there's quite a lot of
if it's
quite a lot of conditions you're placing on them here.
Yeah, and particularly if it's Jerusalem at both 10:30, 11 o'clock, 11:05, a winner to have another rendition at 11:15. No, thank you. Whether it's a band or an individual.
The last thing you need is a euphonium. New gloves for Cameron Bancroft. First pint of the day down there, and a cheese sandwich, I think. A gentleman in a flesh-coloured top. Just for a moment I thought he was topless, but he is wearing a flesh-coloured polo shirt, I'm delighted to say. There have been too many topless spectators in this game. As Alex Thompson prepares himself to, well, he will in a minute, when my Madsen's finished talking to Brooke Guest, to bowl his second over of the day. Northamptonshire hanging on grimly at 364 for 9, 49 behind Middlesex at Wantage Road. As Thompson is in, and that one is down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest. Might just clip the thigh pad of Hammond and Bancroft on its way through. Leicestershire crumbling, 6 down now, lead by 100 against Glamorgan. Thompson bowls, that does turn, but is turned down towards deep backward square leg by Bancroft for a single. Came does the fielding.
I wondered if they'd started to demolish that temporary stand, or whether it was demolishing itself from that noise.
Yes, well, I immediately looked at the advertising board, which appears to have been given a second mooring.
Just because it's a beer.
Yeah. But it's not flapping around as much as it was yesterday. Thompson around the wicket to Hammond, who defends. Straight back to the bowler. And there's no run. Two slips for Thompson, who bowls to Hammond. Full, bit too full really. And Hammond clips it to the onside of the stumps at the non-striker's end. Thompson fields of his own bowling. 2 balls to go in the over. Player Tickner's on the field now. As that one turns away from Hammond. He rather reaches for it and then slaps it to Brown. That extra cover, it means that Derbyshire have got 2 players off the field at the moment. One of them is Zach Chappell, I'm fairly sure. Well, the other one's David Lloyd, of course. That one bounces awkwardly as it's pushed into the offside by Hammond for Pat Brown, who's used to fielding on the outfield in front of the players' pavilion at Derby, so has had the odd horrible bounce over the course of the season whenever he's been playing. He fields it nicely in the end, reacts well. Final ball of the over. There's a dot ball. Bancroft has 53, Hammond has 13, and Gloucestershire 104 for 2.
Would you like an update on the Test match?
I better say yes.
Well, I'm going to deliver it anyway.
Very much a corporate man.
Mostly I do this because there's the occasional person who might be wanting to watch the highlights later, but are listening to us, so it gives them just enough time to reach the mute button. England are 104 without loss, requiring 267 more to win.
They're going to win, aren't they?
Well, they at the moment they look as though they are. The weather might still make it interesting in terms of raising the required rate if they lose some time. Here's Morley bowling, and on the back foot it's run out through backward point by Bancroft for another single. Buuren 7 overs, 0 for 17. Well, obviously it's 0, but he's bowled 7 out of 25. Shardul Thakur has actually been given something to do in the Test match. 3 overs for 17. I did think it was a slightly odd selection, that one from India, but I suppose it might have worked. They needed somebody to balance the side, apparently. Morley in now and turned into the onside for no run by Hammond. His output so far, he bowled 6 overs for 38 in the first innings. He bowled 3 overs for 17 in the second, and he was dismissed for 1 and 4.
Man of the match contender.
Morley bowls down the pitch. Hammond, oh goodness me, there were any number of things that looked as if they might go wrong with that. In the end, he's played a strange looking square drive from halfway down the pitch just to dig the ball out, having yorked himself, and the ball goes to backward point and doesn't get a run for it. It was looking like a repeat of the first innings dismissal, and then it looked as if he was going to charge straight past it.
I thought he was going to walk past it.
In the end, digs it out. So the battle continues. Morley in now, and Hammond turns it into the onside to mid-wicket. There's no run. I suppose we're going back to Shardul. When you do have Siraj, Buuren and Prasid Krishna as the bottom 3, do feel as though you do have a slightly exposed tail, but then whether the solution to that As Morley is in, Hammond, there's the reverse sweep. I thought that might be coming out fairly soon. Watch out, Gull. Trots off very casually away from the path of the ball down at deep third, and it's 4 runs.
They're not scared of much, Gulls.
No.
Why would they be?
Particularly during white ball cricket, sometimes you feel as though they must feel it's an extremely juicy looking egg that is being chased about the field.
I think they prefer chips.
It's a black-backed one, isn't it?
I want to say yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's getting blown off course at the moment.
Lesser black-backed, I think. I don't know if they prefer different morsels to the herring gulls. Down the pitch goes Hammond, and oh, he could have missed it, but he didn't. And it's pushed away towards deep backward point, and Hammond will pinch the strike. So he's on to 18. Gloucestershire with the deficit of 101 at 110 for 2.
Rest time for Jack Morley. After an hour and 10 minutes, he's leaving the field. Zach Chappell is back with us.
Sorry, I didn't realise I left a sentence hanging.
Did you?
I did, about Shardul Tucker and the tail.
I wasn't really listening.
I'm never entirely sure whether the solution to trying to balance a side is to pick somebody who
doesn't do anything.
Not really that great at either. I mean, he's a fine cricketer, Shardul Tucker. I'm sure he'd have done a great job if he'd taken up his stint with Essex, but
if he'd taken up the game.
But yeah, I did think that was one of those selections that might. And you've got Ravindra Jadeja bowling on a dry pitch, and India did this last time when they didn't pick Ashwin. Sometimes you just sort of turn up to England and think, wow, it's a Duke's ball, we need to bowl lots of seam. Actually 3 seamers plus Jadeja. Don't know. I suppose if one of them goes down is the problem, but
I have very little to do with international cricket, unfortunately. I know you're
I'm just
a connoisseur.
Just passing the time of day, really.
Yeah. I've got another bowling change here. You haven't had one yet at the far end. I've got another one. It's Ben Aitchison back around the wicket to Hammond, who pushes it out towards mid-off. And there is no run. Test cricket's not been the same since Boycott retired, really. It's got all entertaining and quick. Too quick for the likes of me. Aitchison turns at the top of his mark. The chap on his phone has given up. That one is down the leg side and turned away down to a deep backward square leg for a single, fielded by Thompson. And they do go through for one more. Hammond moves on to 19 now of his 41 deliveries. The deficit exactly 100, so there'll be a roar after the next run is scored from the home crowd, as the deficit drops down to 2 figures, possibly.
Two set for a roar below us. I mean, you might have had one, as I said, in that Kent game, because it was well populated and it was loud, which was, well, I mean, you could have gone sat at the other end of the ground if you didn't like it, but
yeah.
I did quite like it. And so did Cameron Green.
Don't mind a bit of atmosphere. Just around the wicket to Bancroft, who gets a short delivery down the leg side and leaves it alone to go through to Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire keeper, in his black wicket-keeping gloves. David Griffin showed him a pair of very old wicket-keeping gloves a couple of weeks ago. He was astonished. "Where's the webbing?" he said. No webbing. That one is pushed into the offside. Up on his toes goes Cameron Bancroft. Fielded by Blair Tickner. Mr. Perpetual Motion. 111 for 2 it remains. He's polishing the ball furiously now. Can sub-fielders polish the ball? I don't think they should be allowed to do that, really, should they? They can take no part in the game other than being out there. Thompson around the wicket again, and that one again is down the leg side, and Bancroft just steps inside it, lets it go through to Guest.
I do quite enjoy the idea of a substitute fielder being on the field but then not actually being allowed to field it.
Yeah, can't.
Just
If you do field it, you've got to drop it straight to the floor.
Well, you can't use your hands.
Yes.
Use your body.
There were Bob Taylor's gloves, incidentally, which
that'd stop all the consistent swapping around. Would nobody would want to go on the field if they couldn't field it with their hands?
Short delivery. He was tempted momentarily there, I think, Bancroft, but very much momentarily. To take it on, he decided against it. The ball goes through to the keeper. 111 for 2. Jack Morley's back after his brief break, which I think means he can probably bowl the next over, should he be required and indeed wants to. I wonder what he went off for. I was thinking to myself when he went off, I wonder if he's gone off to just see a little bit of analysis, which is more than possible, isn't it?
Yeah.
In fact, Thompson's coming on at the actually down road end, so he isn't going to come straight back onto the field and into the attack. But yeah, just perhaps look at some video. I know it's not video. Moving
some
images.
Tape.
Yeah.
Well, they still say that in ice hockey. All the coaches say we'll need to review the tape.
Well, I tape things. I don't, obviously, because it's all hard drives and things, isn't it?
Exactly.
But I tape things.
Oh, yeah.
I've got that on tape.
So do I.
I have got some tapes as well, mind you.
I have the run last year with Keep on the planner, so it's never going to get deleted unless the whole thing breaks. Thompson bowls has been edged by Hammond wide of second slip. They needed 3 slips for a spinner, and it's going to be a single as backward point tracks back. They seem to be standing pretty wide apart. In fact, second slip took a couple of steps wider before that was edged. It was, well, if there'd been somebody standing at whatever you'd call that backward silly point or gully or something, it wouldn't have carried, but
they
still.
They also got up together like a synchronised swimming team. They both got on one knee and then they both stood up at the same time as well. It was beautiful from Aitchison and Madsen.
Right, you also unfortunately missed the rapturous reception for Gloucestershire's lead, getting deficit.
I've
Sorry,
getting underneath. I've talked all over it. Sorry.
Underneath 100, as Bancroft plays this one along the ground down to long on. I did wonder whether Thompson might be rather more tempting for Hammond, despite the ball turning away from him, as Thompson bowls and Hammond is Bancroft is struck on the pad. I don't think there was any bat or glove involved before it hit the pad, which was well outside the line of off stump. Did loop in the air momentarily, but only momentarily. Thompson bowls. Oh, that's been pushed in the air and just couldn't be scooped up at short leg. My initial reaction is that
got his hand underneath
did
it.
Did just maybe carry. It wasn't easy at all, but then sort of never are. Let's see if we can see the replay there. Just couldn't scoop it with the fingertips. Down the pitch comes Bancroft. He wants a single. He'll sprint that to Chappell and make it at mid-on. And 113 for 2. Bancroft 55. He's rather determined to get up to the other end. There, he rolled the wrists on it, and almost actually that could have been his undoing, because probably if he'd hit it firmly, would have hit it with enough pace that might not have been caught. Or I suppose you could say he just rolled the wrists on it enough that it couldn't be scooped, but almost got the fingertips underneath it. Close for Derbyshire. Hammond sweeps hard and sweeps for a couple of bounces and 4 through mid-wicket. Didn't think that Thompson would just be allowed to set up shop from that end by Hammond without some sort of attacking shot being played. He's gone for the sweep and he's hit it very hard, but Brooke Guest is applauding Alex Thompson. So Derbyshire will be sure thinking that they are very much in the game with Hammond going on the attack, and it's 117 for 2.
Yesterday we could smell pies. That's not pies today, is that? Like an electrical smell. No, nobody wants that. They've been fixing the lift here at Bristol today, which is good news for those of us with bad knees. 55 stairs.
Oh gosh, it does, doesn't it?
It just smells a little electrical.
I don't like that.
No,
that does smell like hot electrics.
I'm not a big fan, I've got to say. So we'll send out one of our top operatives out to investigate the.
There is an awful lot of electrical
smell.
Equipment in this room.
It will take some investigating, I'll give you that. Jack Morley's coming on from the pavilion end. He did bowl some from the pavilion end in the first innings, because I remember being very excited about perhaps being able to see if he was turning the ball a lot. Shrug of the shoulders, let it burn. As long as it's not my ISDN behind me.
no flames anyway. Right, so not even the smoke. We have to wait until there's flames to get worried. Okay.
Have we got an extinguisher nearby that we could use if necessary? Morley to Bancroft, who plays that into the ground and into the hands of short leg Anderson. There's a goal dive bombing Anuj Dal over on the left. He's on the cover boundary. It's probably the air conditioning unit as Morley bowls. That's defended by Bancroft on this occasion.
I must admit that was actually my first thought, given what happened to it last year. Belching out liquid. You wouldn't have thought that it could contain.
Well, the one next door was leaking yesterday. This next one is paddle swept, but nicely stopped by a falling Anderson at short leg. Just had Harry Kane moving to his right down at deep backward square leg. Ball didn't reach him. 117 for 2. The wind buffeting Morley's clothing as he comes in and pushes that one outside the off stump, but Bancroft just plays it nicely to Pat Brown. Surrey seconds are 62 for 5 now against Derbyshire. That's the only reason I'm interested, of course. A couple of wickets for Nick Potts. As Morley goes in and he gets the paddle right this time, does Bancroft, and picks up 4 runs for it. Nice and long in the leg and just paddling it around the corner down towards fine leg. No chance for Harry Kane to get there. He can do no more than retrieve the ball from the base of the advertising boards.
Again, rather helped that it was a full toss, so seemingly sweep the full tosses rather than trying to smack them.
So that works. 121 for 2, deficit 90. Morley just lines up behind the umpire, peeps around him, and he's into Bancroft, who drives it into the ground and back towards Morley, who doesn't take it cleanly, might even have missed it and hit his knee. And the over comes to an end at 121 for 2. Bancroft has 59, Hammond has 24. Lunch at 1:30 today, not 1:29 or 1:31. It's a bit of a shame after yesterday when we had some very exciting timings that didn't really come to fruition, in all honesty.
Well, what did we have tea at? About 6:20, something like that?
Yes, just going dark.
Had a final session of 3 overs. Mind you, I must say I was a big fan of that, because
it's not as bad as it.
The 40 over final sessions are just the killers. I mean,
Yeah.
nobody's going to have any sympathy for us, and nor should you, but
No.
we can moan still because we've got the microphones. But a monster middle session, and then after 20 minutes for tea, a short evening, it just felt so much better. Thompson in, Hammond tries to sweep, and as I think missed it completely, Guest juggling it behind the stumps, not sure if that came off anything. Might just be able to have time to have a second look. Yeah, I think he's missed it completely. It's missed his pad, just turned past his sweep and past his pad. It would have been out LBW, but it would have been certainly close to where he could even have bottom edged it onto the stumps. Thompson bowls and Hammond leaves it alone this time. I don't think he's going to be able to stop himself from playing at it for too long. Even though Thompson doesn't have the rough really to use, he might just be able to, for that reason, force the mistake. Thompson in, Hammond back to sweeping. He's not got a great deal of bat on it, but he will rotate the strike as it's fielded out at deep mid-wicket, putting the second fielder back deep. 50 partnership between Bancroft and Hammond. 111 deliveries. It's been almost exactly even in terms of the scoring. Well, that was the round of applause of a set of fans who go, well, yeah, all right, double it, and then come back, come back to us. Bancroft plays into the leg side, gentle turn for no run.
Well, at the moment, that double century stand between Kame and Madsen is the difference between the sides, isn't it?
Thompson bowls, Bancroft down the pitch, and then had to be very careful that didn't turn past his leg stump. He ended up deflecting it pretty well between leg slip and short leg, but it looked a little dodgy for a moment there. He'll take a single to deep backward square. 123 for 2. Doesn't tend to give bowlers the charge too much, does Bancroft? Even the T20 just tends to sit there and shovel it over the boundaries as Thompson is in, and stepping forward to defend is Hammond. And a couple of runs off the over, but certainly plenty enough to interest Thompson as he continues his spell. And Gloucestershire to 123 for 2. They trail by 88, which is the number on the back of Miles Hammond's shirt.
Very spooky here in Bristol. 11 runs time, it'll be the number on the back of Wayne Madsen's shirt. we worked out yesterday with shirt numbers, Gloucestershire would win comfortably when all the shirt numbers were added
I think
together.
they do. Murphy coming in rather than Green, who I think was 25, hasn't helped too much.
As Morley begins a new over, that one's turned into the leg side by Bancroft. He wants 2, Hammond doesn't, and they settle for a single. Bancroft moves to 61, 124 for 2.
Sorry, of course it wasn't 25, it was Green. That's Bracey. I'm going bonkers. He was 31.
Not too
So
bad.
yeah, see, it's 28 runs shy. But I think in terms of county cricket, I feel as though Gloucestershire have higher numbers than just about every side out there. This is a vital piece of information.
There'll be a stat about it somewhere. Morley's going over the wicket to the left-handed Hammond with a leg slip and a short leg. The close catches. In he goes, and that one is turned into the leg side and fielded by the short leg, Martin Anderson.
Yeah, what was it that Griff was looking at this morning? Was it century partnerships against each county total?
Against each opposition. In goes Morley again, that one's turned into the leg side. It beats Anderson this time, but Thompson's behind him to tidy things up.
And apparently the good news, was that Gloucestershire were even behind Essex.
Yes, that was a surprise, wasn't it? I don't think it got to the end before I left the room.
No.
For fear of falling off my chair. As ball is in, the reverse sweep comes out, and it's a good stop. A really good stop there by the fielder who originally was at short third man. It's, I want to say it's Ben Aitchison, but I'm not 100% convinced, I have to say. I think it is. Nice piece of work from the big man. Denies Hammond, keeps him on strike, and he turns this next one into the leg side to Brown. It hasn't looked impossible to bat out there, has it?
No, I think what Van Buuren said yesterday was that the general feeling was it might be quite hard to start, but once you got yourself established, there's definitely runs in it.
Harry Kame said something very similar. As this next one turns back quite sharply into Hammond, but he was easily able to push it out into the offside, and the over comes to an end at 124 for 2. 45 overs of the innings have now gone, so this ball is starting to reach the age at which it will do something, please God. With Gloucestershire still trailing by 87 runs. And Surrey now 66 for 6. There's a number. That's their second team against Derbyshire, of course, as opposed to their first team against Worcestershire.
Thompson from the Ashley Down Road end and strays a little straight, and there might be a couple on offer here for Bancroft towards deep backward square, but no, it's Anuj Dal, and also I don't think Bancroft is really thinking about sprinting. He looks like somebody that thinks, I might be out here for a long time, so let's just conserve the energy. He moves on to 62, 125 for 2. Games at the Bowl can be a bit like that in terms of you feel as though you can get huge chunks of time where there isn't a wicket. As Thompson bowls left outside off stump, and then you'll suddenly get 5.
Well, that's been in this game, hasn't it?
And yeah, and I you know, this pitch, I don't know, maybe it is quite like one of the ones there, because there's not much pace in it, and there isn't much pace in the pitches down there, but there tends to be a little bit of grip. Thompson in, and Hammond is struck on the body. It loops up to second slip, and nobody's particularly excited, even amongst the Derbyshire.
Well, Zach Chappell was at mid-off, but nobody else.
Yeah, it's gone off his... Well, actually, it's gone off his arm.
No, is that out?
Maybe.
I was convinced that was out.
Thompson bowls, Hammond sweeps again. He's not going to deviate from his plan. It's out to deep mid-wicket for a single. 126 for 2. I mean, you know, they always put a little bit, as is their right to, and probably a good job they do, because otherwise every game there would be a draw. But they do tend to put a little bit into the surface for Dawson to work with, not extravagant amounts. Speaking of Hampshire, they are pushing well ahead of Essex at Chelmsford. They're 400 for 6 with Liam Dawson 135 not out. Thompson bowls down the pitch, driving firmly for 4 is Bancroft. So he did decide to use his feet again and got to the pitch of it. And there's a fielder at wide mid-off. Came fairly early there, did Bancroft, and then slammed it for a boundary. It didn't matter that that was the shorter end towards the flats for anywhere. 130 for 2. Bancroft 66, trailed by 81. Thompson bowls, Bancroft back and looping that one in the air wide of short leg. And he's teased that short leg fielder a couple of times as Bancroft, and he gets away with it again. Not sure whether that was shoulder of the bat or glove. No, just bat. Maybe caught a bit of pad as well. And it was in the air for quite some time, but wide of the fielder. So I've had one wide and one that just Anderson wasn't quite able to get the fingertips underneath. So Thompson is certainly, despite the fact that Gloucestershire is scoring off him, Thompson's certainly doing enough that you'd think he should be kept on. But 130 for 2 at the end of that over. Chesley Street, Durham bowled out for 327. Replying to Sussex's 361. Gurinder Sandhu took 5 for 83. 2 wickets for Ollie Robinson, 2 for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Morley bowls, driving his Hammond and skewing it off towards backward point. I think he hit that into the ground and then it ballooned out there, but even if it didn't, nobody particularly close to it. They take 131 for 2. Jofra Archer's figures in that innings: 18 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 32. And Sussex just beginning their second innings, leading by 34. Maiden over, first over. Morley bowls a short ball, stroked off the back foot by Bancroft through the covers, and they'll pick up another run. 132 for 2. Yorkshire 221 for 4 at lunch, replying to Nottinghamshire's 400 and 87. Finn Bean is on 118, unbeaten.
I'll cheer up the Yorkshire commentator.
Morley to Hammond, who lets it go.
I say cheer up, it's all relative.
Warwickshire 229 for 4, replying to Somerset's 498. Jacob Bethel was out for 20. Morley in reverse sweep, hit hard by Hammond for 4 through backward point. The reverse sweep has served him pretty well in this innings so far, despite how much I'm sure supporters would. Well, let's say the reverse sweep isn't a shot that most county cricket followers are too enamoured of, but he has hit 4 boundaries with it now.
It's the way they play it. It's the way they play.
It is the way they play. 136 for 2.
That's what I've been told anyway.
How many runs are you averaging with your forward defence?
Well, quite. Yes.
75 runs behind. Morley has changed to round the wicket now, and Hammond looks slightly annoyed. He looks as if he's quite ready to face a ball, and then isn't quite working out what the delay is. Delay is that Wayne Madsen has decided to take his helmet off at leg slip and field at slip, which I think if Hammond's going to reverse sweep is a better move. Morley bowls, Hammond reaches forward and plays in defence into a yawning gap on the offside. There's nobody between mid-off and even a almost short third position, so it's a gift of a run with Morley angling it across. I mean, he's going to have to turn it miles back through the gate. 137 for 2. 20th over of the innings for Morley at the end of this one. Bowls paddled away by Bancroft, and they've got the fielder back in protection of that shot now down at long leg, but Bancroft has been more than happy for the most part to accumulate in singles. 68 from 151 balls. Gloucestershire to 138 for 2 as we play on towards the 1:30 lunch.
It's still a fair way off. Yeah, 6 fours for Bancroft. But largely circumspect, which is probably what's required. Remarkable in the game, which is just in the first session of the third day, in which we've seen 22 wickets fall. No wickets fell yesterday morning, and 1 has fallen this morning. They've packed a lot of action into the other sessions.
It's just had no effect whatsoever the first half hour or cloud cover or anything. It's just that the game is what the game is.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Wayne Madsen's gone off, presumably for a chat with the coach, Mickey Arthur, and Blair Tickner's in at he's in at leg slip as a substitute fielder. Aitchison is the orthodox slip as Thompson begins a new over, bowling to Bancroft, who pushes it out into the offside. And there's no, oh no, there is a single, sorry, the no run thing was just an automatic response. 139 for 2. He's going to stay at slip, is Tickner, and he's going to keep the helmet on because he's very, very, very close. He's crouching down now. There's Thompson around the wicket, bowls to Hammond, who pushes this into the offside. Just about has enough revolutions on the ball to reach Pat Brown. An extra cover. I was waiting for Northamptonshire to be bowled out. They haven't been yet, but they're playing on there as well because they're 9 down at Wantage Road. So Thompson bowls, and that one is a little outside edgish. To backward point. Caleb Jewell, the ball polisher, gets to work. They only trail Middlesex by 19 runs now. So that game is going to have to do. Someone will do well to win that one. Thompson gives this one a bit more air and unfortunately a bit more distance, and it turns into a full toss that's turned around the corner for a single down to Harry Kame. 33 to Hammond, 140 for 2. 10 runs away from another tumultuous round of applause. They should get there before lunch. It's been a good session for Gloucestershire. Just the 1 wicket so far. Derbyshire would dearly love another. They'd like another 2. But let's not get greedy as Thompson bowls to Bancroft, who just guides that to the man at point. Bancroft turns around and looks at the scoreboard, which will show him that the deficit is down to 71 now. As I say, keep telling myself there's a lot of time left in this game as Thompson bowls, and there's a sort of paddle sweep that in front of square that hits Martin Anderson, and is eventually fielded by Pat Brown, and the over comes to an end at 140 for 2. 20 minutes until lunch, the over 8 plus 5, so don't expect an awful lot of overs before lunch. And Derbyshire look to me as though they might quite fancy a regroup in the lunch interval, and a couple of encouraging words from the coaching staff as Wayne Madsen returns to the field.
I mean, they have still been creating opportunities. I think they'll have to tell themselves, even if they don't. I mean, there's still 20 minutes left, but even if they don't take a wicket, there's something out there, and then they've just got to think. You break one partnership, and then we've seen what can happen in this game.
I don't think there's any coincidence that Wayne Madsen's return to the playing field sees Anuj Dal, who looked quite surprised when he heard his name shouted, come on to bowl. He's got Blair Tickner out there as well, Madsen, and Tickner is the sort of de facto leader of the bowling attack, even though he's not playing in this game. And Zach Chappell doesn't want to be left out, so he joins in as well. But we had a conversation this morning next door about it might be it. I don't think it is anymore, but the perfect opportunity for Anuj Dal at his pace and with him swinging the ball a little bit, if indeed this ball swings. Well, we're going to see him bowl now, but we've had all but 19 minutes of the session before he was called upon. And he goes through that bizarre warm-up of his, where the ball just goes straight up in the air. It's clever. There it goes.
Yeah, no idea how he does that.
Blair Tickner wanted to catch it behind his back. Of course he did. It'll end up landing on his head.
If I tried that, the ball would land on my
it just goes
head.
straight up.
I mean, Anuj Dal. It wouldn't go very high, but it would land on my head.
Wayne Madsen in conversation with his bowler. So the usual suspects are there. Lengthy conversation. He'll have 2 extra covers. Aitchison and Anderson. Caleb Jules got fed up. That's Pat Brown. He's down on his haunches. I think actually Caleb Jules gone off.
Miles Hammond leaning back casually, hand on hip, steering off as 4 fielders pointing at. I mean, the umpires won't say anything either.
Well, they can't.
Well, they can tell them to hurry up, even though the over rate's +5. If you can still be done for slow play.
Wouldn't it have been really quick? That's why that thing shouldn't.
Oh,
be,
I know.
That's why it shouldn't be on any scoreboard in the country.
I know, but
and then let the teams face the consequences at the end.
But what you can't do is, even if your over rate's +5 and it's going to be a draw, is bowl 9 overs in the last hour.
Just you watch. If anybody can bowl 9 overs in an hour, I reckon Derbyshire could do it.
Anyway, could be careful what you wish for if you're Gloucestershire with the bowling starting again. Dull round the wicket to Hammond, who plays this one gently into the onside, and the ball just about dribbles to one of the 2 close short mid-wickets that they decided upon. Short extra cover as well. But on a serious note, we did see Ben Charlesworth eventually put into the attack yesterday with the extremely old ball, and maybe just the change of pace, also the change of partnership a little bit as well. Saw Charlesworth pick up 2 for 10 from 4 overs. Dahl in, beats him! And the bails were removed by Brooke Guest, but the back foot hadn't gone anywhere. See whether that, I don't think it really did very much. It was just a ball which was put in exactly the right area to draw Hammond into a shot.
Ball wide of the crease, didn't he, Anasdal?
Yeah.
He is clutch.
Angled it in, thinking that...
Just thought I'd say it.
Right.
I don't know what it means.
Thinking that he would have to play at it. Back of a length this time, and that's not bothering Hammond too much as he stands tall and plays into the ground. Yeah, I've still never found out the origin of that.
But he does tend to take... He'll either take a lot of wickets, or he won't take very many wickets, Anasdal.
Okay.
But very effective.
So what is he never takes 3 for?
I don't think so.
Dull bowls to Hammond, who plays this one around that front pad into the
You've got me thinking though.
Well, I'm just thinking because where's the sort of medium there? Is it 2, 3? Is it 4? Is it either 0 or 3
0
or
10?
It has been. I think it has tended to be either 0 or about 4 against Gloucestershire from the games I've covered. Anyway, dull bowls to Hammond, who's had over the ball, defending that one carefully back towards Bancroft, who just at the last second realises he has to raise his right foot to allow the ball to pass by him.
Well, I'm going to try and defend myself now. Not that you were attacking me in any way. He's got 97 first-class wickets. He's got 4 fifers, and twice he's taken 4 wickets.
So that's a good proportion,
so
isn't it?
A third of his wickets have come in those 2 categories.
Dull bowls on the hip of Hammond. He flicks it through square leg and spoils what would have been a maiden over to start Anuj Dal's bowling. 141 for 2. As Hammond will keep the strike on 34. I suppose the thing that follows there, though, is how does that compare to other bowlers in terms of proportion? Andy Zaltzman. No.
Yes, it might take me a while to find that out.
We might do it over lunch, but we might not.
We might not.
It's something fun for you to try at home.
Yes. Max Crocombe has left Burton Albion, the goalkeeper. That is very bad news indeed. He's joined Millwall. New Zealand number 1, going to the World Cup next summer. They need a goalkeeper.
Tigner's warming up at mid-on.
That would be something. Is it me?
It is you.
Sorry. Alex Thompson bowling from the Ashley Down Road end around the wicket. Bowls to Hammond, who pushes it back towards him. He almost crashes into Tickner, who in his haste to get involved wanted to pick the ball up. Here's Thompson again. Bowls that's wide of the off stump and left alone by Hammond. Just 13 minutes until lunch, so there'll be no extravagant shots unless the ball is there to be clouted. Is this Derbyshire's opportunity? This one is very full from Thompson, pushed back to him by Hammond. I'd heard that Crocker might be going to Blackpool, so Millwall, yeah, I suppose. Upgrade. As in comes Thompson again. That one does turn, but he was always going to leave it anyway, Hammond, so his bat was nowhere near it. Thompson looks a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, he has yet to unleash the turning Wrongen Thompson.
No. As he bowls on the stumps, and Hammond clips it out towards Tickner, who by the time he bends down and picks it up, it's quite a while, I think it's fair to say, because he's a huge man. And they get through for the single and move on to 142 for 2. Yeah, it's about the same for Thompson, so perhaps it's just a perception. 25 and 16, what's that? 41?
25 added to 16, yeah.
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 See,
Sorry, I didn't know whether we were
41 of Alex
something else.
Thompson's 111 first-class wickets have come in either 4-wicket or 5-wicket hauls. This one is swept top edge down towards deep backward square leg, long leg kind of area. There's nobody there until MATCHDAY races around and they come through for 2. Bancroft moves to 71. Hammond has 35. Gloucestershire 144 for 2 at the end of the over, trailing by 67. So perhaps my perception is completely wrong. Let's have a look at somebody who doesn't bowl. A spinner you might expect to do that, mightn't you? Because he'd probably only bowl on a pitch that was turning.
Yeah, first innings, second innings.
Yeah. See if I can find something that might back me up, because at the moment I'm struggling. I'm genuinely struggling.
You need like a bar chart of.
Yeah.
Anyway, the score at Rockhampton, by the way, South Asian Cricket Academy 88 for 4. Lunch, couple of wickets for Matt Taylor, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 18. Ed Middleton has a wicket as well in terms of contracted players. Aman Rao, 6 overs, 0 for 14. Dahl bowls, that's pleasantly on pushed by Hammond. It beats Dahl, but it won't beat Tickner at mid-on. And there's therefore no run. DJ Ahmed is also playing for Saka, who's played a lot for Gloucestershire's seconds.
I've got all his records.
DJ Ahmed,
yeah. Really good. Is it Glastonbury as well, I think?
Dahl bowls driving Hammond out through extra cover. There should be 2 here sprinting the first, but there's only ever going to be 2 with Harry Kane coming around the boundary. We've seen a couple of 3s, I think, but not many. Outfield is such, despite the large playing area. Outfield is that quick. If it's timed at all, it tends to go for 4. 146 for 2. Hammond has 37. Gloucestershire continuing just to try and accumulate and knock this deficit off steadily as Dahl bowls to Hammond, who defends into the offside for no run. And still just the loss of Ollie Price relatively early on in the morning. Gloucestershire had only added 10 runs to their overnight 62 for 1 when Price top-edged a pull shot and was caught very well down on the fine leg boundary by Jack Morley, parallel to the rope, reaching across him a little bit and then just about keeping his body inside the field of play. Ollie Price made 20. Joe Phillips out for 14 yesterday evening as Dahl bowls to Hammond, who is defending into the offside. But these two have added 74 so far for the 3rd wicket, with Hammond mostly reining himself in. I've seen a few reverse sweeps which have been good. The conventional sweep has actually got himself in more trouble than the reverse. I think he's basically 4 out of 4 or 5 out of 5 on the reverse sweep.
Seems to be.
Whereas Bancroft has not been reverse sweeping. He's played maybe 3 forceful shots in the session. Dahl bowls, Hammond out in front of that one. I don't know if he just rolled his fingers down that one, Anuj Dahl. It looks as if he might have done. It didn't look as if it was a massively slower ball, but just maybe slightly rolling the fingers down it to take a little bit of pace off. Either that or it stopped in the pitch. Let's see if they can have a look on the replay that we're seeing. Not sure.
Excellent.
Yeah. Probably not, but
that's conclusive
maybe.
Then.
Well, I don't think I'm going to request to see it again, to be sure. Dahl bowls, and that's nudged through cover point, and there's no fielder there, so Hammond will keep the strike at the end of the over on 38. I don't think Bancroft will care one jot. With 7 minutes to go, be quite happy for Hammond to face every ball with his score, Bancroft's that is, on 71, Hammond on 38. And the one thing that you certainly do know with this partnership, given that last year and for the first part of this year it's the T20 opening partnership, is that Bancroft is not one of those people that cares at all about being starved of the strike, because for quite a lot of the T20s last year, it felt as though 5 overs in, Bancroft had faced about 6 balls, and Hammond had faced the rest.
Tickner's gone for the time being. Caleb Jewell is back out there. I've got some more numbers.
Yes.
Zach Chappell's 52 wickets out of the 139 he's got in first class cricket have come in 4 and 5 wicket hauls, so that's quite a high proportion. As in comes Thompson to bowl to Hammond, who guides this out to Dahl on the backward point boundary for a single. 148 for 2, whereas Ben Aitchison has only got 17 of his 72 first class wickets in 4 and 5 wicket hauls. No idea what this proves or disproves, and I'm not going to carry on. It's still going at Wantage Road, and Northamptonshire now lead by 9 down. Some hungry people there. As, using his feet, Bancroft pushes it up to mid-on. It's Zach Chappell who picks up, but it was a well-judged quick single.
He could have done that, Bancroft, just about any delivery this morning, but of course you do feel that he's picking the fact that it's 5 minutes to go until tea, and actually I would quite like to be at the non-strike.
Down here for a moment.
There we go.
Lean on the butt.
You gave the strike to me. Back to you. Thank you.
Thompson bowls to Hammond, who defends this one back to the bowler. Deficit 62, started this morning at 139, 149. They've knocked a very large chunk of it off Gloucestershire. That one is bouncing, and Hammond sort of gets away with one. It was too far to the left of slip and not deep enough for Anderson, who's at quite a deep backward point. But it was definitely involuntary. Looped into the offside.
Just sort of put the bat there rather than really smothering it, but then it did bounce.
Thompson balls. This one turns, but it's too short, and it's cut away for runs because Anish Dahl has got there. They're going to get 3. No, they're going to get 2. That's excellent from Anish Dahl, by the way. They were coming back for a potential 3rd. I don't quite know how he got round to keep the ball in the first place, but he did. And then he got back to his feet. This is the applause for the 150. They're getting into it now. The Gloucestershire supporters.
They put their phones down. There's a gentleman chewing an apple down there. Not a phone.
No, that would be foolhardy. As Thompson bowls, and that one is defended by Hammond. There are 1 or 2 hands in the air. Over comes to an end. 151 for 2, 41 to Hammond, 72 to Bancroft. And that means that the partnership is now worth 81. And the deficit is 60.
That's right, that graphic was removed very quickly. So the partnership was 79.
Oh, was it?
Just got rid of that. Just got rid of that very quick. Oh no, put it back down there.
I've tried to do some maths and added 2 to what's on my screen, but unfortunately,
it's already updated.
Yeah.
It was very kind of you though to get rid of the partnership graphic in case anybody hadn't noticed.
I don't mind. At least nobody's pointed it out.
Yes,
that's the main thing. Yeah, so
I wouldn't do that.
I think we've got away with it.
It's teamwork. That is. Last over before lunch is.
Thank goodness for that.
Brooke Guest has positioned the helmets behind him. He'll still need his, of course, because he's standing up to Anish Dahl. 2 short mid-wickets, a short extra cover. Dahl bowls to Bancroft, who's forward defending the ball back to the bowler. That is not quite what I was expecting. I thought Bancroft might fancy a little wander across his stumps and access that gap on the leg side. So he's going to face at least 2 balls this over. Jest, but wouldn't we all just like to be able to do that? Just, I'll have a single, thank you.
Yeah.
as though scoring 1 run is just that easy. In comes Dahl. Bowls now, and Bancroft drives out through the covers. He won't get a single here because he'll get at least two. That's what it will be, is the boundary riding is done by the substitute Pat Brown. 153 for two. Bancroft to 74, the deficit 58. It definitely will be the last one before lunch. There's a fielder now in at short leg, so one of the helmets had to be tossed to him. Dahl bowls to Bancroft, who's defending rigidly towards cover. And no run there. The lunchtime score at Headingley, by the way, England 117 without loss. So they need 254 to win from 2 sessions, weather permitting. It seems that there were some showers in the forecast.
Yes.
See whether they get away with them. Dahl bowls to Bancroft, who defends into the covers again, and Madsen gets to that with his left hand. Hammond was taking a couple of steps down the pitch, but no single there. Couple of balls to go, and then Gloucestershire will probably be fairly satisfied with their lunch, but thanks to the work of Bancroft and of Hammond, I don't think they'd have wanted to lose. I don't think he'd really even wanted to lose 2 wickets this session. Short ball, and well, that tested Brooke Guest really more than it did Cameron Bancroft, and Guest has passed the test as he went up high, and I assume there must have been some sort of signal that
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Well,
if there wasn't,
I don't know how he's taken it if there wasn't. It was quite a high one as well, but I don't think Bancroft's going to be glaring off towards the square leg umpire at this stage with lunch on the horizon. He'd be quite happy to take the ball rather than the run. Last ball of the morning session. Dahl in and bowls, and Bancroft is forward to defend, and that will complete a morning session which started half an hour late, but we're still on 96 overs, and Gloucestershire have got to 153 for 2. They still trail by 58 runs, so it's roughly, in terms of, if you're doing a calculation, is what you might have thought in terms of the deficit, around about 50 odd, the rate that they've been going. As I say, Ollie Price, the man out for 20. Bancroft and Hammond. Gloucestershire will want this partnership to go on and on and on, but it's off to a good start as far as they're concerned.
It is. No, it's been Gloucestershire's morning. They were going to have a session eventually, weren't they? And they've had it this morning. Can they have another session after lunch? That'll be the question. We got to lunch before they did at Wantage Road, which is an absolute triumph. They're still going Northamptonshire. They're now 16 in front at 4:29 for 9 against Middlesex. But here, yeah, Gloucestershire's morning, no question about it.
Yeah, and the caution, as ever, is the fact that we have seen in this match wickets tumble in quick succession, and it still is the case that we've heard from both camps that it might not be the easiest pitch to start on. We will have some lunch, and we'll be back with you in 40 minutes.
And a finish not far away, Worcester, where Worcestershire bowled out this morning for 125, 6 wickets there for Nathan Smith, and that left Surrey only 49 to win, and they are 11 for no win. Elsewhere in the second division, at Blackpool, Lancashire 225 for 2 against Kent. They still trail there by 149. At Grace Road, Leicestershire 471 for 7 against Glamorgan. They lead by 118, and they're still playing at Wantage Road because Northampton 9 down in their first innings. 431 for 9 against Middlesex. That's a lead of 18. the start of this afternoon's session. Please welcome back your umpires Mark Newell and Simon Woodop. In the field at the start of this session, the Derbyshire side captained by number 77, Wayne Madsen, and resuming for Gloucestershire their third wicket pair of number 1, Hammond and Bancroft, and number 88, Miles Hammond. Well, the first over after lunch from the MATCHDAY road end, number 15, Alex Thompson.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bristol as Bancroft and Hammond for Gloucestershire have made their way to the middle, and Derbyshire continuing in their pursuit of wickets with Ollie Price the only man out today so far. Gloucestershire have moved their score along by 91 in the morning session, and Alex Thompson to start us off in the afternoon from the Ashley-Down road end, bowling to Hammond, and there's no run as that's defended into the offside. The deficit is 58. Ed Seaborn and Dave Fletcher, the duo in the commentary box, as driving is Hammond straight back to the bowler.
Hello.
Hello. Still at 64 overs remaining in the
That's not bad though.
This is not too bad, no. 31 overs in that 2-hour session. Thompson in and bowls, and Hammond will stroke that one out into the covers. There's no run. No clue what time tea is.
I think with 32 hours to go,
We might well,
that would make sense.
Might as well,
given
that they've got through the overs. Yeah.
Is it about 4:30? No, 4:15.
Thompson bowls. Hammond drives through point, and that'll get Gloucestershire underway for the afternoon session. 154 for 2. I think the forecast here seems to be fine for the rest of the match, really.
Into next week and beyond.
Well, hopefully. Got the trip to Cardiff to look forward to on Sunday.
Cardiff's a great city.
Thompson bowls, Bancroft drives, good looking shot through extra cover, might want 2 for this, but they're going to decide against it. Quick to the ball, Jack Morley. In another situation, or possibly with a different coloured ball, that would have been a comfortable 2, but Bancroft content with 1. He's on to 75, Gloucestershire to 155 for 2.
I think I'm going to Chesterfield on Sunday, take some sun cream.
Thompson in, full ball, and that is just pushed again by Hammond up to mid-off, and 2 runs from the opening over of the afternoon session. Yeah, it looks as if it's set pretty much the same, really. We're not going to see, well, here that is, we're going to see hours of unbroken sunshine, but equally temperatures early to mid-20s and a decent amount of cloud cover. It could be worse.
It could be. Zach Chappell is going to open the bowling for the afternoon session from the pavilion end. Bowled pretty well this morning, I thought. Without success, it's bowled. I would have told you if you'd already put it up on the board, but they haven't. He's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 20, which is more than acceptable. In fact, nobody's bowled poorly, I think it's fair to say. Just warmed up after that curry, chicken, whatever it was, that we had for lunch. I've never stood a fork up in a curry sauce before, so I feel I've achieved something today. Thank you to Gloucestershire County Cricket Club for that. I
didn't detect any spice in it whatsoever, but
no,
I can guarantee that it would still have been too spicy for our PA announcer Ian Randall.
Oh, really? It's not. I mean, it's nice. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't. I would if I'd asked for a spicy curry in a curry shop and been handed that, I'd be handing it straight back. There's nothing happening out there, incidentally, at the moment. They're just setting fields and generally faffing about. Ricky Arthur, Alex Hughes and Ajmal Shahzad all went out to have a look at the pitch at lunchtime. They're now standing at, to the right-hander, he's at sort of extra cover boundary, really. See what their words of wisdom over the lunch interval will have done for this Derbyshire side, who not desperate for wickets, but could do with a couple, in all honesty. Bancroft on strike, and Chappell bowls to him, and he turns that one to Wayne Madsen, who's standing at a fairly straight, shortish mid-on. 3 men on the off-side, mid-off. Cover, who's reasonably close in, Anuj Dal, and Alex Thompson down at backward point. It's Caleb Jewell at mid-off. Then there's a leg slip / gully, short leg, mid-wicket. Wayne Madsen, who's sort of floating around somewhere in the mid-on region. And 2 men on the square leg boundary, so one of them will be Jack Morley and the other one will be Harry Kame. Chappell is on his way in full delivery, clipped into the leg side, fielded by Brown, who is the mid-wicket. And there's no run. There's a flurry of excitement there for a moment. I'm not sure why. It's quite a nicely hit shot.
Well, it's a bit like, as does tend to happen in the subcontinent, when the crowd are extremely enthusiastic about seeing one of their particular heroes play, and just as soon as there's the crack off the bat, you hear that,
It sounded nice off the bat, didn't it?
It's not a run.
As Bancroft waits and he turns this one into the leg side. Morley and Kame run towards the ball. Morley wins the race, hurls it in and keeps them down to a single. Bancroft moves to 78, 158 for 2. The deficit is 53, unless the run had already been put on the board, which I think it had.
Yeah, I think they've put up 2 instead of 1.
And that was, yes, there was only 1, wasn't it? This is very irritating. But they'll have time during the chat between Caleb Jewell, Wayne Madsen and Zach Chappell to put that right.
Yes, because it's not as though they've had a 40-minute break to decide what field they wanted for the left-hander.
No. It's 156 for 2 then. And so. The deficit is 55. Therefore, and indeed Bancroft has 76 and it's Hammond on strike. But apart from that, it's accurate in every detail.
Mind you, it's not as though we use our lunch breaks to talk about, I don't know, commentary or numbers or anything.
As people can tell. As Chappell bowls to Hammond, who gets a little squared up by that one, pushes it back down the pitch. He was aiming into the leg side, I think. Didn't quite manage to put the scoreboard right yet. But the fact that the dot hasn't appeared for that ball suggests that it's in progress. I'm sure there'll be a large cheer from the crowd when it's all sorted out. Chappell turns at the top of his mark. Hasn't been done yet. He's on his way in now to bowl to Hammond, who again gets slightly squared up by that one. Aiming it into the leg side, it goes straight to the man at point. And there's no run.
Ball could just be starting to do something in the 55th over.
It's quite humid in this box. If they wanted to come and bowl in here, that might work.
It would make a horrible mess of plastics and wires.
Well, yes, but there's a couple of bits of wire there. If you could hit that, it might either shoot along the ground.
We have plenty of boundary rope.
Yeah. And goes Chappell to, I think, complete the over. That one is driven very nicely. It was a half stop by Wayne Madsen. Caleb Jewell will complete the job. Hammond will move to 44. And at the end of the over, Gloucestershire are 158 for 2. Trailing by 53. There we go. Northamptonshire are still batting. This is remarkable.
Have they actually had lunch?
They've had lunch,
okay,
yeah.
That's all right.
They lead by 21 at 434 for 9. It's Justin Broad who's on 69, who seems to be doing most of the damage. He's there with Lloyd Pope, another Australian spinner, earning a living over here.
Yes, he came over because Ashton Agar had to cancel his stint. And, well, 5 wickets for Zafar Gohar and 3 for Ryan Higgins for Middlesex. Looking forward to Cheltenham.
Yes.
Middlesex, the second opponents.
Be a lovely 3 days for you.
Alex Thompson into Bancroft and help round the corner. Oh, that's not what you want to see as a leg slip. Ball heading towards you, bat heading towards you. He ends up wearing it somewhat, slowing it down, and they take a single as the ball still gets down to a short, fine leg. 159 for 2.
Looks flat at Blackpool, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, I did look at Kent's first innings and think that it looks an awful lot like an Old Trafford game, given the scoring rate, but then the wicket-taking rate, it seems to be continuing, really.
255 for 2 in 77 overs.
Thompson in and bowls. Hammond forward steering to cover. Yeah. Well, as you said, when you've got sides who are, well, I mean, Lancashire are 22 points behind Gloucestershire. As Hammond sweeps in the air, he's going to be caught out at deep mid-wicket. He's gone. And that is the 3rd wicket for Derbyshire, and wouldn't you know it, it's Jack Morley.
Certainly is.
Who else would it be? Hammond, his reverse sweep was working well in that innings, but the conventional sweep was what was getting himself in a slight difficulty at times, and Thompson, who his threat was sort of different to Morley in that you felt that at some point Gloucestershire were going to try and take him on a bit more, and that's exactly what's happened. Hammond has got to 44. He's added 3 runs since lunch, and Derbyshire have got a good start to this afternoon session. Still 52 runs behind, and the partnership which held them up in the morning broken, and Graham van Buuren comes to the middle with still an enormous amount of work for Gloucestershire to get a total that you feel would even be at all threatening for Derbyshire.
Yeah, Derbyshire supporters started to get slightly anxious, one or two of them messaging me, but they've got to be batting by probably into tomorrow afternoon, Gloucestershire, still, to be completely safe in this game. And that's a long, long time to bat, no matter how good you are. But Jack Morley, he's having the game of his life here. He's not taking wickets, he's taking catches on the boundary. Never looked like dropping that one. So he's having a really good game. I can't interview him again, surely. I'd love to interview him again. I just love talking to him. He's a real cricket geek.
Right. Yeah.
Loves everything about the game.
Spinner. Yeah. They're the good sort.
Yes. Well, is that what you are?
No. I'm not. I'm nothing. Graham van Buuren out at 5, and Gloucestershire need to reset as they did in the morning session. Thompson bowls. Oh, that's a friendly delivery to start him off with. Short and down the leg side and pulled away to the boundary. And once again, the fielders in close take evasive action. And Van Buuren, at least, his eyes didn't light up too much, so that he tried to hit it into the car park and then maybe hit it straight up in the air. Just rocked back and found the gap. He was out to Thompson in the first innings, LBW from around the wicket, and he's forward to play this one defensively, firmly straight back to Thompson, who'll pick it up before it crashes into the stumps at the non-striker's end. 163 for 3. 48 more to knock the deficit off, which at the rate they've been going is going to take them basically half the session. You'd have thought, it doesn't look like the sort of pitch where chasing 150 would be, you know, the odds would be massively on the chasing side. This is way down the leg side from Thompson, and
He just said, don't do it again.
Well, I suppose he must have done.
I'm sure that's what he said. He's basically pointed at him and given him the wagging finger there, the umpire.
Right.
Don't do it again.
Okay. Automatically again has to be negative bowling rather than just a ball that's come out wrong. End of the over. 163 for 3.
News not officially from the club, but from the horse's mouth. He's gone in the hamstring, David Lloyd. I believe he might be going for a scan at some point in the near future, which of course will, if it's bad, it might open up a berth at the top of the order for Chesterfield. Mitch Wagstaff playing in the second team. He might fancy his chances. Nyron Donald, who opens in the T20, may well fancy his chances as well. So it'll be interesting to see which way Derbyshire go on that one. Neither of the two players left out in this game, Blair Tickner or Pat Brown, would necessarily be candidates, I think it's fair to say. They may have Lewis Rees back for Chesterfield. They may have Blair Tickner back for Chesterfield. Blair Tickner is currently setting the field for Zach Chappell. So, of course, they've still got to get through this game first, but some things to ponder for Mickey Arthur ahead of Chesterfield as Zach Chappell goes in and bowls to Bancroft, who clips this one very nicely for 4 runs out to the straight mid-wicket boundary. Over pitched from Chappell, and well, he wasn't going to miss out on that, was he? A man of the class of Cameron Bancroft, and on 81 now.
Yeah, I sort of underlines actually how well Chappell's bowled in a way, because they're constantly asking him to bowl into Bancroft's pads, and that's one of the only times he's actually over-pitched. It was roughly even still the line that they're asking him to bowl, but just because it was so much fuller.
It was too full, wasn't it, in the end?
Bancroft to hit it away.
Bancroft waits now. Lots of players in the leg side, and one of them takes the ball on the bounce there. It's Martin Anderson. It's one of the two catching mid-wickets. have a leg slip, a man down on the long leg boundary, a deep backward square leg, a mid-on. Mid-off, extra cover and backward point on the boundary for Zach Chappell. As the Derbyshire coaching team continues its perambulation. And Chappell comes in and bowls a short delivery to Bancroft. The Australian ducks underneath and allows to go through to Brooke Guest. 167 for 3. The deficit therefore is at 44 runs. I'm just going to look and see how the Lancashire skipper's doing in this game at Blackpool. That gives an indication of what might happen at Chesterfield. As in goes Chappell and bowls. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Bancroft. He bowled 20 overs, Jimmy Anderson. 7 maidens, 2 for 61.
Yeah.
Sounds like Jimmy Anderson's numbers, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. You know, it's never going to be any worse than that, is he? Bowling with the Kookaburra on a flat pitch, he'll go at about 2, 3 and over, take a couple of wickets and not go for more than 50 or 60.
And then go and stand in the slip cordon. Chris Green, 37 overs, 2 for 104. Another Australian spinner. In goes Chappell again, and that one is defended by Bancroft. And having the greatest of times at the moment.
How many first-class matches has Chris Green played? I think I saw him playing a few games actually.
He's not wearing his green boots in T20 anymore, which is a huge disappointment. He's played 20.
Yeah, not many.
First-class matches. He's got 45 wickets at 36. He was first change for Lancashire.
243 T20 matches.
Yes.
31 years old, looks about 21. Lucky.
He's gorgeous, isn't he? As this next delivery from Zach Chappell is pushed up towards a wide mid-off. It's fielded by a tumbling Tickner. And there is no run. No, there was a single. What am I talking about? There was a single, wasn't there?
No, I don't think so.
So there wasn't a run. Oh, it's the end of the over. That's why they're all moving around. I couldn't work out what was going on for a minute. I was so wrapped up in Chris Green's beauty. 167 for 3 at the end of the over.
That effect on people.
The deficit is 44. He is a stunningly beautiful man. Northamptonshire have been bowled out now for 435. That's a lead of 22 over Middlesex. So that game approaching the midway point of day 3, and 2 innings have been completed.
It causes me to hyperventilate every time he bowls, but mostly for the reason of that ridiculous, exaggerated breath that he takes before every single delivery. You just you can't help but hold your breath somehow as well.
Actually going to tackle the vapours. Leicestershire lead by 165, 7 down against Glamorgan. And that Lancashire's still trailing by 104, but they're only 2 down at Blackpool, so that game is going nowhere reasonably slowly.
Yeah, there's a few around the country that seem to be going that way. Surprise, surprise. Alex Thompson to Van Buuren, who plays that one late. He hopped into line just at the last minute and dinky-dunked it, but it wasn't too far from going into those pads, but he kept it out. Give yourself that time to get used to things out there as he steps into that and defends, as he said himself. Not the easiest to get in on, so can't be too ambitious early on. There's a deep cover, a deep backward square on the boundaries. There are plenty of singles available as he rocks back and cuts, and that's a shot that Graham Van Buuren will look to play rather a lot if he's given the opportunity. It wasn't that short, and it certainly wasn't wide, but
no.
He'll play it anyway. And on to 5 he goes. 168 for 3, so Bancroft back on strike. 174th delivery he faces here. He skips down the pitch, gets towards the pitch of the ball, but then just rolls the wrists on it and turns it into the onside. Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire are fairly similar 267 for 4, plays 487, slightly higher scores, but similarly, how on earth anybody's going to achieve a result there, I don't know. Bancroft gets a full ball and turns it to wide mid-on. Chappell fields, and they decide against the run. Chappell's moved a little bit closer.
And there's been precious little collusion in the last 4 or 5 years, it seems to me. That seems to have gone now, doesn't it? We'll score this and you get that.
Thompson in, and Bancroft sweeps round the corner into the ground, stopped one-handed by leg slip. And what usually happens is that both sides end up blaming each other for why that didn't happen.
Yeah.
But, you know, you go into a negotiation now. Well, it's not a negotiation, is it? Both sides have exactly what they demand.
If we don't get this, we're not playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's disappointing.
And of course, it's the other's fault for not accepting the exact offer that you gave. 168.
You've ruined the game of cricket. Yeah. Alice Dowell's just receiving some treatment on his right knee. He's getting some of that blue tape put on as well. He's got his trousers around his ankles on the outfield at the moment. Ali, the physio, he's giving the umpires away. He's back in action again before the camera can spot him. He looks okay, but he's obviously just a little bit of running repairs required.
Bancroft actually had his trousers down as well once Hammond was dismissed, but I thought it probably wasn't the thing to comment upon just after Gloucestershire had lost a crucial wicket.
No, don't want to make light of anything, do we? Here is Chappell bowling, and that's driven by Van Buuren, but straight to his fellow South African Wayne Madsen.
I think it was one of those thigh pad adjustments that you just can't do without that.
You know, I've never worn a thigh pad.
No, me neither.
They didn't exist when I was. We used to share.
I wasn't getting my thighs anywhere near the ball.
We used to share a box at our club, which, looking back, is possibly not the brightest thing we did. We were one or two individuals that you probably wouldn't want to share a box with, but all the bats and pads were in a big bag. We used to cart it around to every match. Nobody had their own bat, their own pads, their own gloves. Kids don't know. They're born these days. Chappell is in and bowls to Van Buuren, who pushes this one up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Ben Aitchison. And there's no run.
Of course, bats were heavier in those days anyway.
No, the ones that we used weren't. They were like balsa wood.
Okay, I was about to say they're heavier, but 5 times thinner, but obviously not.
They were just hopeless. Well, they were when I was using them. I don't know if that was something to do with me or the bat. I think it was probably more to do with me than the bat. I could never bat. I didn't particularly enjoy batting, I have to say. As Van Buuren waits and goes back, chops this away for 4 runs. It was short from Zach Chappell. He's got a heavily leg side field. It was outside the off stump, and Van Buuren profits and moves to 9. And Gloucestershire up to 172 for 3. The deficit now down to 39 runs. Derbyshire will have to bat again, as we suspected they possibly might. It was asking a lot for Gloucestershire to be as poor second time around as they were first time around. So runs and saving runs will start to come into Wayne Madsen's mind at some point, I've no doubt. But not yet, as he continues with this leg side field, and that one is fairly straight and defended by Van Buuren. Up to Ben Aitchison, who picks up and scrum half style passes the ball to Caleb Jewell. I don't know what his Australian sports affiliations are, because Tasmania is essentially just cricket. I think they've got a basketball team. They're hoping, or I think they are getting an Aussie rules side, but there's certainly no rugby league at NRL level down there, or indeed A-League football, as this one is almost sneaking in between bat and pad. Pushes it again up to Aitchison, who once again, from a very strong rugby union background, as we were discussing yesterday. His dad was Ian was at Waterloo. Oh no, you'd be listening, Ian, just put me right on that. One of the strong sides in the northwest, just on the sort of Southport coast, Formby, Crosby, that kind of area, as Chappell's in with a short delivery that flies through, but Van Buuren, who is diminutive anyway, manages to duck underneath that one without too many problems, and it goes through to Brooke Guest at 172 for 3, deficit 39. Bancroft has 81, Van Buuren has 9. You're looking very knowledgeable there.
No, I'm not. I'm looking lost because the exact piece of information I wanted to deliver is currently escaping me. It was the exact opposite. I'm going to have to consult the oracle to my left, I think, after the next over. Because, well, where I thought I could find the information seems to have been taken away from, which isn't very helpful. Slip leg, short leg. Thompson to Bancroft. He goes back and I think his inside edge that into his pad, has he? Or was it just too high on the LBW appeal? They seem to be appealing towards Newell for something, but Bancroft seemed to have gone across his stumps, was trying to chop it out through the offside late. And yeah, it's just it's just caught his pad flap. It's outside the line. There's another appeal for LBW. This one looks quite leg side-ish. Thompson down on one knee to appeal to Mark Newell. Let's see, that one is going miles down the leg side. That's why Bancroft tried to sweep it round the corner.
If you don't ask.
Yes. Thompson to Bancroft, cut away firmly through cover up to the offside sweeper for a single, and he'll get up the other end after a few nervous moments. Started that over 173 for 3. I think you'd struggle to make the case off that first ball of the over that Bancroft wasn't playing a shot, even if he got nowhere near it, and the pad flap was, well, about 2 stumps widths outside the line of off stump. As Van Buuren is forward looking for a single, he'll get it, even though Thompson will get to the ball. Ripple of applause for the quick single. Van Buuren to 10. Do you have to watch Van Buuren a little bit with the running between the wickets?
Oh, excellent.
He'll probably sell himself short more often than he sells his partner, as this is inside edged by Bancroft. It loops up in the air. Was that a potential catching opportunity? It might have been.
Did it go into the ground and come off
I think
boot of
I thought he might have
Guest?
edged it into his own boot.
And Madsen's had his shoulder diving for the ball. He's clutching at his right shoulder, which is not ideal.
They've run through for 1. There was an awful lot going on there. It basically went through Bancroft, but it's gone off the arm or the shoulder of Madsen hit his shoulder on the ground as he dived for it. Yeah, it's gone off Guest's pad, hasn't it? Then
That's
Madsen
right.
goes
Then
down
it
to the
loops.
ground, and then ow! And then as he tries to reach back across himself, he just maybe hyperextends.
Bit of hyperextension, absolutely. I was just going to say, I was going to use the phrase hyperextension, only because I quite like it. I don't think Wayne Madsen's enjoying it too much at the moment because he's still receiving treatment from the physio out on the field. But how old's this ball now? 60 overs.
Yeah,
It's time for the ball to start singing or something, which it has done around about this time in most innings. We've only had 2 in both innings. That's really the better phrase. And Martin Anderson with the fielding pads on. He's just going through his bowling action. There's not as much concern for Wayne Madsen from his teammates as there was initially, which is, I think, a good sign. Is he going to come off? No, he's not. Oh, I don't know, though. He's just holding his right shoulder still. There's a word with Ali, the physio, who says, what do you think? Do you want to stay on? Do you want to come off? And I think he's going off. Wayne Madsen is going off, having hurt his shoulder, so I have no idea who the vice-captain is. So Madsen's hurt and leaves the field. They've already lost David Lloyd to a hamstring injury. He was last season's captain. And with the score on 173 for 3, he leaves the field. I rather fancy that the man replacing him would Well, he'll have a say, certainly, will Blair Tickner, but who leads this side now is anybody's guess, quite frankly.
Who is the vice-captain?
I don't know. I'm hoping that either Henry or Stephen, who are listening / watching back at Derby, can tell me who might lead the side in Wayne Madsen's absence. Some Patel's the T20 captain, but that's not much use.
could send word for him. The score's all over the place, by the way. There's one ball left in the over. Thompson bowls, a quick delivery, and Van Buuren with a drop and run towards backward point. I'm pretty sure that they've taken singles off each of the previous 2 deliveries that have gone down as dots, because Bancroft got one for the inside edge onto the pad of Guest, and then I'm pretty sure Van Buuren just went forward and took a single to the previous ball. So this is absolutely all over the place. I think the score might be 176 for 3.
Could be. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. This system thinks it's 176 for 3, so I'm going to stick with that because it's the higher one. No, because I think that's what it is. The deficit is 35. Bancroft, I think, has 83, and Van Buuren has 11.
See, if you don't know, I've got no chance.
That was my over. Lasted about...
Yeah, but you dashed off for a little bit, didn't you?
Well, I did, because I was
fine.
trying to find
trying
out
to sort the score
piece of
out.
information.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, obviously that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah. It's Zach Chappell bowling from the pavilion end into bowl to Van Buuren, who just guides this down to third man, where Thompson will field. They take another single and move up to 177 for 3. So they're right again now. So it might have come off at 175 for 5. Wayne Madsen. Mickey Arthur has made his way around with Alex Thompson. He will be concerned, I have no doubt, about his skipper. And it looks like a combination of the 2 overseas, Tickner and Jewell, who seem to be directing traffic. Anuj Dal actually might be a candidate. That one is played into the leg side by Bancroft, and there's no run. 177 for 3, the deficit 34. I mean, in football, it doesn't really matter.
Toss the captain's armband.
Yeah, as if it is. I mean, nominally, he's the only one allowed to speak to a referee, the captain, but that went out the window very early last season, as they continue to crowd around the referees in a very aggressive manner. But in cricket, it's quite important. As Zach Chappell is in wide of the off stump, allowed to go through to Brooke Guest by Bancroft. Because if the captain doesn't say, Zach, that's it, he could bowl between now and tea, unchanged.
Yes, I was trying to explain. So I've recently got, and I'm quite pleased with this, I've recently got a Dutch friend of mine into not just cricket, but actually multi-day cricket, which is often the harder thing to do. But I started off by introducing her to the last 50 over World Cup, which the Netherlands were playing in. So
made it easier.
Yeah, followed that. But I had to explain, no, there's no limit to the number of overs that can be bowled by a bowler.
That one's on leg stump and clipped away nicely by Bancroft, but only for a single as it's fielded down there in the deep by Morley, 178 for 3.
You know, she's
tricky,
used to run rates and all that sort of stuff. But why is the run rate not on the board? Well, in this form of the game, it doesn't really matter. Obviously, it matters slightly, but not in terms of the fact that it's something you need to see all the time.
No.
And then there's no number of over limits. But
the run rate, incidentally, is 2.9.
She's enjoying it. She wants to watch the 2005 Ashes back.
Chappell in and bowls, and that's guided down towards third man by Van Buuren for a single.
It's always good when you can convert people. You feel proud, and yes, our game is worthy. Yeah. I'm not sure I'll be doing a quiz on the fielding positions anytime soon, but we get there.
Well, we don't know them all. Chappell has the ball in his hand. He's got 2 catching mid-wickets, and he bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Bancroft and fielded by Arnoj Dal. The over comes to an end. Arnoj Dal certainly isn't captaining this side because he's just going to march off to the boundary where he is fielding. And now Blair Tickner and Caleb Jewell have a chat. I'd be fairly sure that they're if they're not doing it by committee, then Caleb Jewell would be the on-field captain now. There's already talk of both he and Blair Tickner coming back next season. Nothing announced yet. Jewell's had a terrific campaign with the bat. I don't know how much captaincy experience he has. Nor Blair Tickner, if I'm entirely honest. He's at leg slip. Bancroft's gone to mid-off.
Archie Bailey just wandering around down below us as Thompson is into Van Buuren, who defends straight again, and Thompson carefully manoeuvres himself down towards the ground to pick the ball up from off the strip. Archie Bailey with the socks and sandals combination as cutting out to backward pointers. Van Buuren for no run. Actually, they're flip-flops, aren't they? They're not. Yeah, socks and flip-flops.
Sliders, I think.
Sliders.
Yeah.
Okay. What's called them flip-flops? What's the difference? Thompson in and forward goes. Van Buuren runs it up to mid-off for no run.
Sliders don't have anything that goes in between your toe. Flip-flops do, and it's very difficult to wear socks and flip-flops because
right, yeah, okay, yeah. Yes.
You happy with that?
Yes.
Somebody just suggested Brooke Guest. I think we've got through most of the team now. Might be captain.
Thompson bowls again. Van Buuren is happy to try and play off the back foot tight to his body off a full ball. Thompson will have his hands clasped behind his head. I mean, he might get him that way. He might well get him that way. But Van Buuren's going to continue to play that way because it's how he plays. Thompson in now, and this time Van Buuren with that step back, creating just enough room to bring the bat down and just hit it through the covers gently, but taking one. He's moved his way to 14 from 21 deliveries, so a positive enough start without any sort of recklessness. 180 for 3. Bancroft, one ball of this Thompson over to face, and he will drop and run and make it very comfortably with backward point having to move to cover, so Bancroft will have the strike. 85 and at 181 for 3 as Gloucestershire look to continue to reset after the early loss of Hammond this afternoon. 44 he was dismissed for, caught out at deep mid-wicket looking to sweep, so both Gloucestershire batters today both caught Morley and both caught on the boundary. Ollie Price for 20 and Hammond for 44.
I like the Brooke Guest theory. He's just had a long chat with Zach Chappell, but he is the wicket keeper, which he's sort of entitled to do, I suppose, isn't he? Anybody's entitled to do it. I'm going Caleb because he's doing a lot of pointing now. He's also holding onto the ball until all the pointing's finished. Dear. The over rate's gone down, whichever way it is, to +6. Good grief. In comes Chappell to bowl, and that one is clipped into the leg side. It beats one of the 2 mid-wickets. Bancroft will pick up a couple of runs here as Van Buuren's on his way back for the second. The ball was on its way in. It was a decent throw from Tickner. It missed the stumps. It had to have been a direct hit. There was nobody standing there. If that had hit, there might have been a decision to make for the umpire. That was very close indeed. I mean, he was shifting as well, wasn't he, Van Buuren?
Yeah.
Oh, close. No, I've no idea where the ball is.
No, but that's the difference. So Hammond and Bancroft sort of were each other's pace, whereas I think Van Buuren will try and push it a bit more.
As Chappell goes in, and that one is defended by Bancroft into the onside up towards Tickner. substitute fielder. He's on 87, 183 for 3, the deficit 28. Still no sign of Derbyshire's skipper, or indeed last season's skipper. Got two skippers who are both off the field with injury at the moment. Poison chalice.
Just like a vote or something to see who the rest think should be captain.
Who fancies it?
Yeah.
And goes Chappell again, and bowls. That was turned into the leg side. It's stopped by the dive of the straighter of the two mid wickets. He was diving to his right, Martin Anderson, stopped it. Pat Aitchison was diving to his left and probably would have stopped it had Martin Anderson not stopped it. Of course, he wouldn't have stopped it had Martin Anderson tipped it. It would have beaten him. But that's where Harry came. The third of those fielders comes into play, and he just tied his things up. So the plan is working beautifully.
And in that time, that's the end of the over. No, it's not.
183 for 3, and he's just carrying on. Chappell bowl, short delivery, ducked underneath by Bancroft. It's because no fielders dived and nobody was there to save anything. There's not much to say, apart from Blair Tickner does have red cricket ball dye down his right thigh.
Oh, that does mean it started to do something then.
And all of a sudden
Maybe.
the ball is shedding its dye. Here goes Chappell in and bowls, and Bancroft goes back and chops that one away to the backward point boundary, and that'll be 4. Short and wide outside the off stump. They're the ones. He moves into the 90s, 91 not out, 187 for 3, so they've matched their first innings total now. Gloucestershire, but this time just for the loss of 3 runs, and the deficit is 24.
It's a lovely delivery to get with nobody between.
It's relatively risk-free, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. He's got a third man and an extra cover, and then the umpire standing in glorious isolation at point as Chappell is in full delivery, clipped into the leg side and fielded by Anderson. Nicely done by Martin Anderson at the end of the over. 187 for 3. Bancroft has 91. Van Buuren has 14, and Gloucestershire now just 24 runs behind. That's Bancroft. See, you look at Caleb Jewell. He's now marching towards Alex Thompson to offer him some advice. I know he'll get advice from Blair Tickner whether he wants it or not.
Could be a hostile takeover.
I know that Madsen won't want to be off for any longer than he absolutely has to be. But if he's done a bit of damage.
Yeah, quite, especially with Lloyd already with some doubts and.
Well, I'd open with Jack Morley.
Yeah.
When they come into bat.
It doesn't matter how many runs they require, will knock them off. The way it's been going.
Get Jack on.
2 catches, a wicket in this innings, 18 in a crucial 42-run last wicket stand, and 6 for 55 in the first innings. Did he take a catch? No, he didn't. Thompson bowls to Van Buuren, and this is defended cautiously back to the bowler.
That was generally Ben Aitchison in the first innings.
Aitchison was actually allowed to touch the ball in the first innings. Thompson bowling and cutting away. Van Buuren late, not late enough to beat backward point. And there is no run. Harvey, who was operating the stream on day 1, is carrying a camera as though he's never seen one before in his life down there.
Before.
Thompson in and reaching for that one to push it away into the offside.
He's got 9 runs to get into place for what I imagine is going to be the century for the skipper.
Yeah, you just make sure he's not doing it very stealthily, though, is it? I don't think Bancroft's gonna look at him, but yeah, Thompson bowls in a part of the bat from Buuren and ends up tickling it to short leg, but from outside the off stump, which is interesting. Derbyshire. Bancroft almost deliberately not looking in the direction of the pavilion, playing a shadow defensive shot as Thompson bowls, and knocked into the ground by Van Buuren. Safest place for the ball. So no runs this over. Thompson actually doesn't have a maiden yet in this innings as he bowls, and he'll have one now as Van Buuren's forward and tapping to cover. So 20 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 61. And it's not as though he's been profligate despite the lack of maidens.
Wayne Madsen's back, everybody. We can all stop. Oh, well, we can all. I can stop asking who on earth the captain is as he makes his way back out.
That Chappell who's going off.
Yes. Ben Aitchison's coming on. Chappell just bowled 5 overs for 20 in that spell. 15 overs, 1 for 40. His figures. And it's just good to see Wayne Madsen out there, quite frankly. Although it might slow things down again because they speeded up a little bit without him, didn't they? He's now going to have a conversation with Blair Tickner and Ben Aitchison and Caleb Jewell.
I was thinking, I mean, Aitchison coming back into the attack, 16 overs until the new ball is available, but then I remembered that if it's anything like the last innings, then whatever you do, don't take the new ball. Just keep going with the old one.
Yeah, it'll do all sorts. It is peculiar. Keeps us all on our toes, though. Ben Aitchison, 6 overs for 15 is all he's had in this second Gloucestershire innings, suggesting that Wayne Madsen is on the field as a substitute for Zach Chappell, as I think the public address system did there, might be a little erroneous, as first delivery of the new spell from Ben Aitchison is guided very comfortably by Van Buuren down to third man for a single, 189 for 3. No, it isn't. It wasn't Van Buuren. It was Bancroft. And it's 188 for 3 because the single had already been put on the board. They're killing me. Absolutely killing me.
Yeah, it's the rhythm.
There's no rhythm to it at all, is there? There's no rhythm to it at all. I'm struggling.
It's like at Lords, you just look up and it will be on the board before they've even run it. The scorer.
Aitchison bowls to Van Buuren, who turns it into the leg side where Madsen's fielding as one of the mid-wicket, one of 3 mid-wickets now.
Yes, it does help if I shut up when the ball's being
bowled. No, you're right.
No, but you know, it's the judgment of that individual that operates the board, and they never. Well, I say never. I can't immediately remember them getting it wrong either. Just as soon as it's off the bat, they judge how many runs it is.
Next delivery goes past the edge of Van Buuren's bat. It's just a tentative prod at it, really. Ball going across him, and I'm not sure he really needed to play at that, if I'm entirely honest with you. And the answer to that would be no. He just pulled the bat inside the line.
A little bit, but yeah.
Down the hill. Aitchison's on his way, and again, this will be my last one for a while. You'd be delighted to know as that one is pushed into the offside. Fielded by Caleb Jewell. Because Radio Derby, I've got an update for Radio Derby, everybody. Anyway.
Yes, good. Got an update to do for Radio Derby. So Van Buuren has been becalmed a little of late. Got a lot of people staring at him, which would make me feel incredibly uncomfortable, but doesn't seem to affect him as he lays back and dabs it down to the fielder at the deep third boundary. They'll take 1. It is 189 for 3. 22 runs behind. They're not exactly basking in the sunshine over at the far end of the ground, as they have been actually for quite a lot of the season. Still fairly heavy cloud overhead as Aitchison bowls, and Bancroft just a little bit of a jabbed defence at that one, but he plays it into the ground for no run, keeps his score on 92. But yeah, again, no threat of rain. Can see some starlings landing on the floodlights. there. That'll dim them further once they're required again. They won't be required that much again, I suppose, will they? Be the Women's International here, but I think if all goes well, that doesn't need them, does it? Is it a day-nighter, that game? It is a day-nighter, right, so they will be required for that. There's what, one more floodlit T20 here? Something like that. I think the other one, there's one other one here, which I think is an afternoon, it's a Sunday afternoon game, I think. Thompson in now, and Van Buuren plays towards backward point. There's no run, as that was great. I've got no summariser at the moment, but I've just been using the person that is in the box that nobody else can hear as the summariser for that last few minutes, whilst Fletcher's doing his update. Thompson in bowling, and Van Buuren forward and defending away again, and turning around for a bit of a chat by the looks of things with the wicket keeper. Can't imagine Brooke Guest was giving him technical advice or anything, probably just having a bit of a natter. Thompson in now and defended once more. Van Buuren with a stride forward and across, ensuring that the front leg is well outside the line of the off stump and playing a shot. Thompson in now, bowls a cut shot and a miss from Van Buuren. I say a cut shot, he prepared to play it and then almost just dangled the bat at it and made no contact. That was a dangerous shot. Keeper and slip, very much interested. Thompson bowls and there's a more committed cut shot, but it won't get a run. Out to backward point. Well, could have two maidens. Alex Thompson. I think he really cares very much about that column. It's the W column that's of interest. Thompson in now, and Van Buuren plays it fairly firmly with the spin into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket, and it is another maiden over. 189 for 3. Wonder when Jack Morley is going to come back.
Do you know what? I was just going to say to you how interesting it was that Jack Morley hasn't bowled this afternoon.
I don't think he has, no.
No. Weird, isn't it? Man with 7 wickets in the match, 6 in the first innings, couple of catches.
They just want him in the field, don't they?
He's a vital component out on the leg side boundary.
He's been chucking the throws in, so it doesn't look like there's anything wrong out there.
Yeah, I'm sure. Surely it won't be long before we see him. Who knows? Who knows? Leicestershire have declared 576 for 7, leading Glamorgan by 223 at Grace Road. As Aitchison is in and bowls, one that keeps a little bit low and is guided very, very nicely down to third man by Hammond and Bancroft for a single. He moves on to 93 now, 190 for 3. Are we safe in thinking he won't go to his century with a 6?
I think we are fairly safe, yeah, certainly against the seam bowlers. I don't think he would, unless it's a horrible short ball off a spinner, but even that I think he would try and keep along the ground.
Conversations being had, you might be surprised to hear, we're going to have Martin Anderson under the lid at the shortest third slip you could possibly wish to see. In goes Aitchison and bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside, so Anderson will probably move now. Van Buuren picks up a single. He moves to 16, 191, 4-3.
I was thinking Dahl might have to move more to a point, but no, there still needs to be a discussion about this.
Yeah, there is a man down on the third man boundary, of course. Long leg, square leg, 2 mid wickets, mid on, mid off. Ludicrously close slip. He's wearing a helmet, and Aitchison's on his way in again to bowl to Bancroft, who that one just swing in a touch.
a touch, perhaps, yeah.
Here we go. Played it out into the onside with absolutely no trouble whatsoever, of course, but...
So is the idea that you try and still shine the Kookaburra just to try and actually wear down the side of the ball?
Yeah, so it's actually
just so
smaller.
That it's not a spear. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. He's in again. That one is turned into the leg side by Bancroft for a single. He moves to 94 now within one blow of a century. 192 for 3, potentially. Children will be disappointed tonight. The ice cream van's not where it was yesterday.
Where is it?
I don't know, but it's not there.
There must be another event somewhere where they think they can make some more money.
People. In goes Aegis and bowls a short delivery, and Van Buuren leaves it alone.
Wide
And
ball.
wide is called. Too short from Ben Aitchison, who isn't, I don't think, of the pace. Well, he isn't, of Zach Chappell. You can get it up there, but not as often, certainly, as Chappell as Aitchison bowls. That one is guided down to third man by Van Buuren for a single. So if you don't take any risks, and I'm not criticising, this is not a criticism, if you don't take any risks, it massively reduces your chances of getting out, which is exactly what Gloucestershire were trying to do. So they have played this perfectly today, just lost 2 wickets.
How many wickets in the match have been got out?
Yes.
There's Morley, a couple of ones that turned Dahl's, one from Van Buuren.
Not a huge number, though, as that one is forced off the back foot nicely out towards the boundary by Bancroft, who comes back for the second to move to 96, and they're going to get him up to 97 now because they've come back for a third. It was nice running. Anuj Dahl is now rubbing his right foot. They're dropping like flies out there. 197 for 3. The deficit just 14 runs now, with Bancroft 3 away from a century and on strike. Van Buuren on 17.
Yeah, still think the most Bancroft way to get through the 90s is just with a single each time. The threes rather spoilt that.
Yeah.
Whereas you've got others that you think the only way that they're getting through the 90s is with a couple of biffs, and that's just the way that it's going to be. But certainly not that way with Bancroft. I suppose some of it comes with the territory of experience. Thompson in now, left by Bancroft. It did spin. I think maybe Guest held that a little closer to the stumps than it was, but it did turn. May also have bounced a bit as well, actually, but still, you like to see it if you're Thompson. Shuffles in, bowls. Bancroft sweeps around the corner. Should just be the one, and well, you can bet that it will be with Anuj Dahl out there. Actually, there's not too many fielders I wouldn't have expected to keep that to 1. 198 for 3. Bancroft to 98. Next ball he faces will be his 200th. Thompson jogging in, tall action bowls. Van Buuren drives and squirts it back to the bowler. Picks it up in the manner of, look what I've found. Because it was a drive that was aimed more towards the covers. This is played in defence by Graham Van Buuren. Back towards the bowler. We'll have happy memories of this ground against Derbyshire in recent times, will Van Buuren. Not that be thinking about that at the moment, as he gets squared up and plays it back to a bowler shared in that county record partnership with James Bracey last year on his way to 187.
Good game, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, memorable game.
Dear, oh dear.
Thompson bowls, it's clipped into the leg side, straight to mid-wicket. And there's no run, as the over is completed at 198 for 3, 13 behind Gloucestershire. Yeah, well, you know, I think whilst, well, I mean, I don't know, this game could end any number of ways, but there's always just been that little bit of something, and there's clearly needed to be some, and has been some extensive preparation just to have it turn the little bit that it has. But I mean, I think even though we've had a score of 187 and a score of 398, I felt as though there's mostly been a contest between the bat and the ball. It didn't really feel like that too much when Kame and Madsen were going, to be fair, but
that's the only
there
time,
was still something.
Yeah,
you still felt there was something out there, you know, that the turn wasn't going to completely disappear. So yeah, and as James Bracey said on day one, really, despite Gloucestershire falling well short, felt that the pitch was exactly what they hoped it would be. In comes Aitchison, bowls to Bancroft, who plays defensively into the onside. There's no run. I know, but Bancroft's on 98.
Oh yeah, so it's you. I knew I wasn't talking for a reason. Sorry, carry on. I knew there was a reason I wasn't talking.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon. Won't just be just me that you hear on the comms.
Aitchison in, and Bancroft nudges it off the hip and can't get it past mid-wicket. There's no run, and there won't be any hurry. Still the same routine every time. The walk to square leg, the walk back, the scrape of the crease, twirl of the bat, start tapping it before the bowler's even turned round. Aitchison in, and he plays that close to his body, cuts it away out to backward point for 4, and that is a terrific 100 from Gloucestershire's captain, Cameron Bancroft. 202 deliveries, brought up with his 9th 4, off goes the helmet. There's still a fairly calm celebration, as befits what has been an innings of calmness. He doesn't seem really to have broken sweat out there, and has manipulated the field, manoeuvred the strike with the occasional boundary, but it's been an innings of real craft and poise from Bancroft, and goodness me, did his side need that.
Aitchison bowls too many, leaves it alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. I was particularly impressed by the scoreboard, which I think most of the applause there was for the Gloucestershire 200.
Oh yes, of course.
Because I looked at the board to see his numbers, and it just said Gloucestershire 200, 68.3 overs, and I'm thinking, oh, really? 202 balls, 9th 4. That one is pushed up to mid-on by Bancroft and fielded by Tickner.
32nd first-class 100 for Bancroft, and he has got a fantastic conversion rate in all first-class cricket really, but particularly if you take out the Test career as well. 32 hundreds now, 37 50s.
Aitchison bowls too many, pushes it into the offside.
So every other time he passes 50, he goes on
but
to get
has
100.
that 50 been taken off? And anyway.
No, I don't think so. I think this is before the game. This one, it's very confusing. That website.
Some of it does
yeah.
update, and some of it doesn't. The Gloucestershire media team are happy with their work now. Look, all beaming. Yeah.
Photographs taken. The club photographers are carrying his camera normally, and Harvey's still got the camera in 2 hands, clutched in front of him.
The club photographer's got a big smile on his face. What's happening here? I think Martin Anderson has removed his fielding pads, has he? And he's left them for somebody out in the middle. I can't imagine for a minute it's going to be Zach Chappell who puts them on. It's going to be Caleb Jewell, which means that we're going to see Martin Anderson bowl soon. He'll have gone off for his bowling boots, and Jack Morley is back. Here we go. From the Ashley Down Road end. Deficit 9.
I wonder, were they trying to prize out one?
They Melbourne Renegade colours in his underwear. Are they the
How
purple
about
ones?
Hurricanes?
No, he doesn't play for them anymore. He
Yeah,
left.
but that's the colour, isn't it?
But he plays for the Renegades now.
Yeah, he's gonna have to bring out some red dye.
So they're red, are they?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they were Hobart. Cadbury colour, isn't it? Because
Yes.
that's where Cadbury's chocolate is made in Australia. That'll be Cadbury's. I do like a bit. Zach Chappell's back, having taken a brief rest, and David Lloyd has been seen for the first time this afternoon, very briefly there. Down to our right, struggling with a hamstring strain. Fielding pads have been donned. Something will happen in a minute. 3 goals flying around.
There was another one dive bombing over there as well. That's not the place to sit, I don't think, on the grass area over there today.
No, Goose is there. Sort of looks like him. And cricket might be about to break out here in Bristol. Short leg slip. That's really it as far as massively attacking fielders are concerned. And the first ball that Morley sends down is a filthy full toss down leg side that Van Buuren misses out on.
He's contemplating any number of ways that he could have hit that, including seemingly with one hand.
Just having a look down now to 5 leg where there isn't anybody. He just had to touch it.
Yeah,
and it
he was
gone.
doing like one-handed, just flick round the corner. Why not?
He's on 17 off 44, 202 for 3. Morley's had his loosener. And comes in now to bowl to Van Buuren. He goes back and lifts the ball up towards mid-on, where there's no run. Aitchison does the fielding.
Don't mention lifts around here
It's fixed.
today.
It's fixed.
Well, we hope.
Would have been better if it had been fixed when I was bringing all the gear up, rather than sometime towards the end of the game when I'm taking it all down. But 55 steps. As Morley bowls, that one turns away from Van Buuren, who cuts it away to the cover boundary where Thompson is now fielding. They take a single. Van Buuren moves to 18. 203 for 3. 8 more runs and the scores will be level. Bancroft, 102 not out. Third centurion of the match, waits. Morley bowls to him and he defends it straight back to the Lancastrian. And there's no run.
Yeah, there's a lot that's been asked of him already, Bancroft, but
Just
he probably will need to be the game's top scorer, you feel, for Gloucestershire to have a chance.
Morley bowls to him and he clips that nicely into the leg side. They're thinking about 2. It's Anuj Dal. Van Buuren set off, goes back, almost slips, eventually gets back safely, and the throw comes in at the end, to which he was sort of skating. He does get there. He slammed the brakes on and almost ended up flat on his backside, but he managed to keep his feet. That would have been a terrible way to have perished. 204 for 3. Morley bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. Morley's first couple of overs haven't, in any spell that he's bowled, yielded anything, and now he looks like he's going off, presumably to see the video, because Martin Anderson is back. Interesting. Blair Tickner showing the umpire the ball, saying, look, right, it's not good, this ball. He changed the other one twice in their innings. How about it? So the umpire is inspecting it. 204 for 3.
But they've just got it hooping round corners.
And here's Martin Anderson for the first time in the match.
Yes. Didn't really have much opportunity to bowl in Gloucestershire's first innings, lasting as it did for fewer than 60 overs.
No, true.
However, Dahl had 6 overs in the first innings. He only had 3 in the second, but then there may have been just a little more pace in the surface. Everything's relative. As really, even at the start of the game, we only had, I think, 2 slips, and they were down to 1 very quickly. We've had one slip catch, I think, in the match off a seam bowler. That was Bancroft's low catch to remove Caleb Jewell. Yeah, still with a fairly hard ball in the first innings, 11th over, and Actor bowling at good pace. So that shows you the combination of things really that need to happen in order to get a slip catch. And you even felt that slip under the helmet, the wide slip earlier on, was more to try and
stop him from just deflecting the ball down the third man, wasn't it?
Both of them were doing it, both Bancroft and Van Buuren, in slightly different ways. Blair Tickner's now not leaving the field because I
don't think he realised that Jack Morley had gone
off. Yeah.
No.
I thought it was slightly unusual for a man who's not hit too many lofted on drives to have a fielder at both mid-on and deep mid-on. Aitchison bowls down the leg side to Bancroft. That's easy pickings for a single through mid-wicket. Sorry, is it your over?
No, it's Martin Anderson.
Who did I say? I said Aitchison, didn't I?
Yeah.
There we go. There was any number of things I could have done wrong there, and it took me about 5 goes to work out which one it was.
No, it might be my over. I couldn't care less.
No, I think we've swapped now.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
205 for 3. Bancroft has 104. Martin Anderson bowls to Graham Van Buuren and strikes him on the pad, but it's going a long way down the leg side. Such has been the lack of LBW appeals in this match that even as soon as the ball hits pad, bowlers feel, oh, that's got to be worth something.
You tell the difference between Aitchison and Anderson. There's an extra S on Anderson's shirt.
Nearly made a point of the 2 S's with Aitchison and Anderson. I thought I'd better leave it to you if anyone was going to do that. Forward he goes, does Van Buuren with 2 U's and plays it back to the bowler. Yes, he is not Van Buuren as in the President of the United States.
No.
Whose native language was Dutch.
I would have thought.
The only US president whose native language wasn't, I say native language, his household growing up language wasn't English.
Growing up language, as they call it.
Yes, growing up language, that's the one. That's the technical term for it. School's out.
Isn't it?
Anderson bowls, turned into the leg side, through backwards square leg, and 206 for 3. That was rather good timing. And they're going to look over to their right, the school kids, and see that there is no ice cream van.
They might have to look to their left and watch some cricket.
Oh no, the parents won't have time for that. Straight back home for your homework, which the parents will do for them.
I never do any homework for mine.
Anderson bowls, and this is defended by Bancroft up to mid-on. No, I certainly never had my homework done for me either, because my parents were both my teachers, so that would sort of undo the point of what they were attempting to achieve, really. I mean, obviously not all subjects, but still.
Just 8 wickets this season. So far, Martin hasn't bowled an awful lot. This is only his 97th over of the season, but
5 runs behind Gloucestershire. Anderson in now, and this is played into the onside by Bancroft. He ends up actually with the back of the bat facing the bowler, but the ball the ball still didn't go in the air.
You did your English homework then?
Yeah, dropped it after GCSE actually. 206 for 3. Yep, I'm afraid such is our wonderful education system, I was able to dismiss English completely at age 15.
Nobody needs it, do they?
No.
Nobody needs it. Martin Anderson and Brooke Guest in conversation there. Glamorgan, who were faced by that enormous deficit in excess of 200, are already 1 down at Grace Road, 5 for 1. So it looks as though Leicestershire are continuing this remarkable season that they've had so far. They're virtually promoted, aren't they?
Yeah. I'm wondering what the record is through, Division 2 at least, record through 8 games in terms of points. I can't imagine there's many sides that have ever won 6 out of 8.
No, it's remarkable. And nobody would have guessed it at the start of the season either.
Oh.
And this is without Ian Holland in this game. Jack Morley runs towards us and bowls to Van Buuren, who pushes the ball back towards the bowler, and there's no run. Middlesex have made a bit of a flying start in their second innings against Northamptonshire. They're 63 without loss after 15 overs and lead by 41 as Morley's in again. That was a full toss. As we know, full tosses are always dot balls. That one was pushed straight back to Morley.
Unless you try and sweep.
Yeah.
She didn't.
And he didn't field it cleanly, but cleanly enough to prevent a run from being scored. So the left armour is in once more. That one's pushed up to mid-on, where Zach Chappell is doing the fielding. Blair Tickner's now stretching out his hamstrings. Cannot stop as Morley bowls. That one's pushed back to him again by Van Buuren. So 4 dot balls in a row. Lancashire lost a third wicket, 314 for 3, trailing by 60 against Kent at Blackpool. As Morley is in, and seemed to give that one a little bit extra something. His legs were splayed and the ball was looping, and it was clipped into the leg side straight to Tickner, and there was no run.
Bancroft wants something. He signalled a cup of tea, I think is what he wants. Yeah. It's definitely what
a
he
chair. This next delivery is guided down to third man to ruin the possibility of a maiden for Jack Morley as they come back for 2. Van Buuren moves on to 21, and it's 208 for 3, which means the deficit is now down to a mere 3 runs.
Yeah, here comes his cup of tea, which of course was a new pair of gloves.
Van Buuren's having some new gloves as well.
Why not?
He's just dropping gloves willy-nilly on the floor. There's just piles of gloves out there.
Gloves. How many hands do they have?
You've got to make sure he gets the right one. Just put the damp gloves back on the sweaty gloves.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I don't know. Van Buuren and Bancroft's gloves, do they fit each other? I don't know. I'd like to speculate, really. I was trying to talk over the England score being read out, just in case anybody is trying to.
Well, nobody does that anymore.
Well, I suppose they don't know anyway. Well, I'll tell you.
Tell us.
The score.
Come on, tell us what it is.
In muffled fashion.
Yeah. Turn away now.
The score is 224 for 2.
They're going to do it, aren't they?
So England need 147 to win. Zach Crawley and Ollie Pope went in fairly quick succession. Crawley for 65 and Pope for 8. But Ben Duckett is 125 not out, just been joined by Joe Root. Martin Anderson to start his second over, bowls one right to where you bowled to Cameron Bancroft if you want to get him off strike. Right on the hip, and off it goes out to deep square for a single, and a 50 partnership has come up. It's come up in exactly 100 balls, and yet somehow I didn't really register that it was getting close, but it underlines a little bit how far Gloucestershire still have to go. Deficit 2. So Van Buuren surveys this field. As ever, there are always hopeful close catches on the leg side, but there's a leg slip for him as well. Anderson in and touched around, well, attempted to be round the corner, I think, but straight to square leg, and there is no run. Already done and dusted at New Road, where Surrey have beaten Worcestershire by 9 wickets. 53 for 1 at the end. Van Buuren whacking the ground as he stares at Anderson, who bowls now, and soft defence played just off the cut strip by Graham Van Buuren for no run. Warwickshire 305 for 6 at Edgbaston, replying to Somerset's 498, so another 44 runs completely kills that game, you'd think. Sam Haynes 74, and most of the reason for reading this score out, Corey Roccaccioli is on 2. Full toss down the leg side. Van Buuren will just take a single.
He'll think about the second now.
so desperate to have added another run for what was a loose delivery. In fact, he might even have been better off leaving that and seeing whether Brooke Guest could take it. He might have got 4 onto the total that way, but yes, trying to turn back for a second when the ball is halfway to the keeper's gloves. Always a great idea. Thank you very much for the reminder. That brings up 4,000 first-class runs for Gloucestershire for Graham Van Buuren. Anderson bowls down leg, it's turned away and stopped at square leg. Anderson has his hands clasped behind his head for, well, I assume he thought it was in the air for quite a long time, but I think it fell about halfway short of the fielder, who's in quite close. There is no run. That's got to be among the best names to grace county cricket, though.
An Aussie?
Roccaccioli. He should be in the Italian squad. Anderson bowls to Bancroft. This is defended to mid-off, and there's no run. 210 for 3. The Italian cricket squad for the T20 World Cup qualifier. This is just to clarify. Grant Stewart and Emilio Gay and a few others. Involved in that.
We haven't heard if Wayne Madson's in that one.
No, I'll look it up.
He played in some qualifiers in the exotic climes of Edinburgh last year or the year before. I can't remember now.
I suspect he's probably busy because I think it's coming up very soon.
Yeah. Well,
but then Grant Stewart isn't busy.
Well, they probably decided down at Kent they're going to finish in the bottom 2 anyway, so they might as well let him go.
Let's see. So Italy's squad, Jas Singh is also in that, also of Kent. Joe Burns is the captain, the former Australia opener.
Yeah. No way Madsen.
But no way Madsen, no. Joe Burns is captain.
Jack Morley is coming in around the wicket to bowl to Graham Van Buuren, who pushes this first delivery straight back to the bowler.
Ben Menenti is a name I can recall from
Big Bash.
Sheffield Shield and Big Bash, yeah. Sydney Sixers, I think, off spinner.
Morley bowls, Van Buuren goes back and cuts out towards the backward point boundary. Around that boundary goes Alex Thompson, puts a very elaborate tumble in, and they come back for 2, and the scores are no longer level. They never were level, really, because Gloucestershire lead by 1 at 212 for 3.
Sort of feel obliged to say 1 for 3.
Yeah, I thought about it, I have to say. As Morley is in, and Van Buuren pushes this one out into the offside. Van Buuren himself moved on to 24 with that couple of runs from the previous delivery.
So effectively now it's a game of 7 wickets versus 10 wickets.
Yeah. It's been a good effort this by Gloucestershire second time around. 212 for 3. In comes Morley again, and that one is pushed up to mid-off by Van Buuren. Picked up by Chappell. The Derbyshire players have a look of the Gloucestershire players when Kame and Madsen were batting at the moment. As Morley is in, and that one is pushed up to mid-off. They're going through for the quick signal. There's a shot at the stumps from Zach Chappell that misses. It's well backed up by Blair Tickner. And they go through for a single, 213 for 3. As we all know, leads build a lot quicker than deficits tumble. They don't, but they seem to. As in goes Morley and bowls, and Bancroft goes back and carves this out into the offside for a single. Alex Thompson. Morley takes his cap. He looks a little dishevelled, really. A little disappointed. I'm not sure why. Bancroft Moves on to 106 not out, 214 for 3. The lead is 3.
Without wishing to labour this T20 World Cup Europe qualifier, I have noticed there is a player for Guernsey called Josh Butler.
Oh, good.
Which is what I think most people spent about the first 2 years of his career calling him until they realised that it wasn't Josh.
No, it's Jocelyn, isn't it?
Butler with 1 T.
I believe Josh Butler plays for Lancashire, but I've not had written confirmation of that. There was a very nice moment in the previous over when there was a round of applause from the Derbyshire players, and it was because the ball was thrown to Caleb Jewell by Blair Tickner, and he dropped it as it was making its way back to Martin Anderson. So they all stood and applauded him, trying to keep their spirits up. That's all.
You have to. Martin Anderson, third over of this spell. In he goes and bowls, and Bancroft with a straight defence holds it until the ball rests in the hands of the bowler. And well, again, 50 partnerships. I suppose if everybody gets a 50 partnership, then you can build a total. But at some point, Gloucestershire will want, potentially need a really big one. Anderson in now, and Bancroft plays into the onside up to mid-on. James Bracey due in next. Ben Charlesworth after that. Zaman Akhtar, and then Todd Murphy, Ajit Singh Dale, Archie Bailey batting to come. So they'd want really the next 3 wickets to do the majority of the score building, and like I say, I don't think at this stage, as Anderson bowls, and Bancroft, I think to start with, thought about trying to free the arms and then realised it was too tight to his body, so just kept it out. So it was back of a length. There is still that huge gap if Anderson were to drop it at all short and wide to try and hit the ball into. But yeah, I think even 200 your money would be on the chasing side at this stage. Anderson bowls and takes a bit of pace off that, but Bancroft watches it closely and defends away and makes that signal that everybody does to the non-striker in case they weren't watching that, yes, that was a slower ball. Sun's returned. And a slightly more contented murmur amongst the spectators. Again, it's not exactly a big crowd as Anderson bowls to Bancroft, and he will take a single as he's able to just place this one to the left of cover. I'll come through for that run. 107 to Bancroft, 215 for 3. I realise I get myself in hot water by mentioning this, but it is quite funny that all the fuss is made about having county championship fixtures in late June and July, and we get there and the crowds are half the size of what they were in April and May.
Yes, it's slightly disappointing, isn't it?
Anderson in now to Van Buuren, and he keeps that one out defensively. He's batting basically on leg stump because he knows that Anderson has to bowl very straight to him, and that's the end of the over. And again, as you said, Fletcher, really no risks, and in theory it looks as if he should be okay. It's going to take a good piece of bowling to get you out, and Morley's been the man for that in this game so far.
43 overs left today. Assuming they carry on as they are, they'll probably be about 120, perhaps a little bit more in front. So Derbyshire need to start taking wickets here. They need to start taking wickets quickly if they're going to make the most of that first innings advantage they had of 211 runs. Jack Morley deep in conversation with Wayne Madsen, of course, at the moment, because he's about to bowl his next over. Wayne Madsen is currently carrying 2 helmets. No, he's not really going to be in a position to get into his place at slip. Harry Kame has come across to the leg side at mid-wicket. Martin Anderson has gone around the corner at whatever that position, backward square on the 45 is eventually going to be called.
Oh yes, that one. Sorry, I couldn't see him because of the monitor.
And Caleb Jewell is holding his helmet. He's at sort of leg gully at the moment, but very close in. He won't be there when the over starts, I'm sure. He'll be at short leg. And now Brooke Guest is asking questions of Jack Morley, who isn't 100% happy with this field, clearly, because he's just standing there. Now he's thinking about bowling. There we go. 215 for 3, in case anybody had forgotten. It's been a while since we saw any cricket. Here comes Morley and bowls, and that one is pushed straight back to him by Bancroft.
Yes, I thought you were going to launch into the vault. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC.
No, I very rarely say stuff like that.
No,
I'm told we should do it more, but I don't do it. I keep forgetting. As Morley is in, back goes Bancroft and forces the ball out into the cover region where it's fielded by Alex Thompson. Single is taken. Bancroft moves to 108, 216 for 3, a lead of 5. And Morley gets himself ready over the wicket for the left armour. And he comes now, bowls to Graham Van Buuren, who pushes this one out into the offside. But it's fielded by Pat Brown. He's been on the field for the entirety of today due to that injury to David Lloyd. Jewell crouches down at short leg. In comes Morley, that's him, and the ball is pushed out into the offside by Van Buuren. A complete mental block.
He didn't even say his first name as well.
I know. No, I was desperate not to get it wrong. It just went out of my head. There's a story about that when I was doing a game last football season. And I just said the word wow when the ball hit the back of the net because the name of the goal scorer had gone. It just wasn't there. The build-up, beautiful. The goal, hopeless. 217 for 3. Morley bowls and Bancroft pads this one away, which of course they're going to be able to do now. He's bowling over the wicket. Unless he does something remarkable. Final ball of Morley's 24th over of the innings. He's in and bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side, and Harry Kame stops it and prevents them from getting a run. And Morley's over comes to an end at 217 for 3, leading by 6, or 6 for 3 if you like.
Should we sort of half hear what somebody's saying and you think, gosh, are they really saying that? Is Morley's overcome? That is to an end.
Oh.
It's overcome with emotion after
A dot ball.
after that heroic piece of fielding with his teammate putting his body on the line to save potential 4 runs.
Might have to open Harry Kame at some point. Somebody's going to have to join Caleb Jewell out in the middle. I'm not sure it'd be Madsen.
General milling about in the leg side at the moment as a mid-wicket, short square leg, short backward square leg. Anderson in now, and Van Buuren hits it right in between everybody. And almost cheekily goes through for a single.
He was the captain of Cambridge University, wasn't he, back in the 1930s? General milling about. Very, very fine cricketer in his day. Just trying to make our own entertainment, everybody.
well, on extraordinary names, as Anderson is in bowls and Bancroft screams, no, 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 but he'll go yes, 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 because it's been misfielded out in the covers as he
By Dow
pushes
of
the
all
ball away.
people.
Wow, so it is. And they picked up 2 for that. And the spectators seemed delighted about it. Well, 2 of them did. 220 for 3, 2 is plural. As Bancroft's on to 110, the lead is 9. I did notice that Todd Murphy being out in the first innings for 1 puts him in elite company as Anderson bowls and Bancroft thinking about a single, and I think it was maybe Van Buuren who said no, and he was probably right, even though Dahl ended up sprawled on the floor with the ball away from him, but it wasn't really a run. Might be a bit of a discussion there. There is a cricketer in Gloucestershire history called Herbert Jenner Fust.
Ah, good old Fusty.
Exactly. Played 1 first-class match, career average 1. Steered away off the back foot, carved down to the deep third boundary by Bancroft. He's on to 111, 221 for 3.
Member of the local gentry, I imagine.
He seemed to come from quite a long line, so his
Long line of Fusts.
father was, well, his father was only Herbert Jenner, but Herbert Jenner Fust changed his name to his grandfather's name of Herbert Jenner Fust. As Anderson tries a slower ball, loops in there. Might have even been a knuckle ball, actually, the way that behaved, as that's defended
weird,
to
wasn't it?
mid-on. Yeah, it's the way it looped suggested knuckleball to me. The wind's blowing that way, so it would take the rotationless ball that direction. But yes, apparently the older Herbert Jenner Fust was Dean of the Archers.
Oh, right.
Underneath the arches, no.
Oh.
This is a short ball, and it's gone right through everybody. And is this going to be 5 wides or 4 byes? It's going to be 4 byes. Well, it was Van Buuren he was bowling to as well. I thought that Brooke Guest might have been spared those ones. Dug right in. I mean, Brooke Guest is standing up to the stumps and can't take it with his fingertips above his head. You'd have thought that might have been a little bit of a clue that it was quite short, but anyway, it's 1 run's difference, and it's 225 for 3. Who knows? There might have been a wicket off the extra ball that could have been bowled.
Exactly.
Just never know. Lead is 14. I did have to look this up. Dean of the Archers is apparently the judge who presides, I'm reading this verbatim as you know, in the Provincial Ecclesiastical Court of the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Oh.
So basically, if you've been a naughty bishop, I assume that you have to go in front of the Dean of the Archers.
I imagine he was a busy man.
And that was this the grandfather of this person who averaged 1 in first-class cricket for Gloucestershire.
Marvellous.
I thought it was probably about time for that one.
Yeah. You've got any more? Morley bowls, and that is... well, he tries to pad it away there, Bancroft, and it actually hits the inside of his pad and drops onto the floor, which is why Wayne Madson's got his hands on his head. I don't think it was ever going to threaten the stumps. I've spotted my first topless spectator of the match as well. To the right of the sight screen at the far end as we look, that one's padded away into the leg side by Bancroft.
Yeah, it's a bit... Now you've pointed that person out, it's quite difficult to ignore them.
Yeah. Well, he's got an entire section of seating to himself for obvious reasons. That one is pushed into the offside by Bancroft. They've run one. They're going to come back for the second one. They know. Bancroft slipped this time. But perhaps need a change of spikes. James is having a look. See if he can recognise the offending man. He's sort of reclining, isn't he? His legs over at the seats in front as Morley bowls, and that one is pulled violently into the leg side by Van Buuren. He's going to get a single for it because Anish Dahl was round quickly.
I really feared for
Caleb Jewell, yeah. An aggressive shot from Graham Van Buuren.
I don't think there will ever be a batter that I'll ever see again, more so than Van Buuren, who, when he goes for that pull shot, you can just, it's almost comical the way that he grits his teeth and tries to put every inch of muscle behind it.
Morley is in, defended by Bancroft, back to the bowler.
It's a bit hard not to laugh almost.
Yes. And he's not long been in there. Martin Anderson has done short leg duties in this innings, in the absence of David Lloyd. Goes Morley again and bowls. Oh, that was he's tried to whip it into the leg side. It comes off his pad outside the leg stump and squirts square on the offside, but it's eventually fielded by Ben Aitchison. And there's no run. 227 for 3 at the end of the over. Lead is up to 16 now.
Add that to the list of horrible bits of cricket that you see in a season.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure how Bancroft's contrived to miss that.
Should have just whipped it away and whipped it away to the boundary, really.
Well, still no change, so Anderson's going to have at least a 5 over spell.
This'll be it though, won't it? I would have thought.
Yeah, it depends what time are we having tea, if they fixed it or they're going 32.
Heaven only knows.
Just don't know. They could be heading, well, it's 3:50, it's heading towards 3:54, isn't it? That's a great time for tea.
Yes. Yes.
So you never know.
There are 40 overs to go, so nominally it might be an 8 overs time. There's 2 overs to the new ball, should they choose to take it.
Up comes Anderson in now, short ball, and Van Buuren cuts, not a full-blooded cut shot. They want 2 and they'll go for 2, and the throw is a little bit wide, and Van Buuren's just, it's as though he's trying to put Bancroft off here. He's going for extra runs that weren't being gone for before, and then after the throw came in and they took a fairly comfortable 2 in the end, or relatively comfortable, because Bancroft wasn't having the throw go to his danger end. The attempted bat towards the stumps missed them as Anderson bowls a looping bouncer, and it's always great to be describing the previous ball as the next one's already been sent down. That's also in commentator school.
But you had somebody else do your work at commentator school for you, so.
Oh dear. But no, I don't think Bancroft really needed the 2 quick steps down the pitch that Van Buuren made him do. This is gently tickled round the corner by Van Buuren to long leg, and a single is added to his score. He's on to 31, 230 for 3, and Bancroft can go back to his calm, measured approach, back into his bubble.
Yeah. He's got another 100 runs to get yet.
Yeah, probably does. Anderson goes in, bowls short, and as with most of Bancroft's innings, he's not been interested at all in taking it on. There you go, there's the stereotype of the aggressive Australian mentality, and actually quite a lot of Australian players know that by going for a pull or a hook shot they are actually more likely to affect their own demise.
Yeah.
Anderson in now, and Bancroft works it into the onside, and I was going to say it might be slightly annoyed not to have got a single, but you wouldn't know it from his demeanour because he's just treating it like every other ball. Madsen fields at square leg. Have we seen a field change this over?
No, not yet.
No. Running out of time.
It's only a matter of time, though, isn't it?
Running out of time. They've only got 1 ball to change it before it has to be changed. 3 back on the boundary on the leg side. Anderson in. Bancroft does take on that short ball, helps it round the corner, and a few bounces down to fine leg. In fact, that was the last ball of the over. The scoreboard's done me, but of course I'm sure I should be counting myself. It's 231 for 3. I gave up maths as well. No, I didn't. Didn't actually. I did maths a bit longer. It's even more concerning. So Bancroft 113, Van Buuren 31. Lead has moved on to 20.
I think that might be the end of Martin Anderson. Blair Tickner, who isn't on the field, is on the field, but he hasn't really brought anything out. He's just come out to say, give Wayne Madsen a message, I think. We're going to see Alex Thompson return by the look of it. After the briefest of spells from Jack Morley, 5 overs for 12. That is remarkable to see a substitute fielder just run on the field to help the captain set the field, which is essentially what he's done here. So Alex Thompson taking the opportunity to bowl a few deliveries to Morley.
Was that me making that noise?
That was very much you. Unless it was somebody, no, somebody messing around.
Oh no! I saw a gull just land above us.
Has he had a go at the?
Did he go at the effects microphone?
Yeah, he's trying to pull the muff off.
I didn't think I'd gone anywhere near the microphone.
No, I knew it wasn't me.
I just saw it land up there, and I thought, I wonder if it's going to cause any mischief up there.
I hope it doesn't squawk.
Oh gosh, yes, that's the other. Well, yes, that was the other thing I was thinking. Is it going to deliver its?
We could deafen half of the population.
Song.
If it doesn't get on with this, I'm not going to commentate on a single ball of this over.
In protest, no.
Yeah.
We're just not going to describe the over at all.
I'm not going to do it. In comes Thompson, then bowls to Bancroft, goes back, pushes it out into the offside and takes a single. 232 for 3. Bancroft on to 114, the lead up to 21. One wicket a session isn't going to do it for Derbyshire. They've lost one of the, or was he a leg slip? Wherever he was, he's not there anymore. That one is pushed by Van Buuren up towards Pat Brown at mid-off. Ben Aitchison is moved out of the, I think it was a leg slip area, into extra cover. Thompson, very upright, comes in and bowls, and Van Buuren goes back and cuts, and Morley chases, but he's going to leave it for Kame as they come back for a second. He's very, very quick between the wickets, isn't he, Graham Van Buuren? And the crowd love it.
Sometimes he almost doesn't need to be as quick as he decides to be. If you look at him running, you'd think, oh gosh, this is going to be really tight, but actually he's just sprinting full tilt to make his ground almost before the fielders let go of it.
There is Thompson again, bowls. That one is pushed into the onside by Van Buuren.
It's nicely bowled. A little bit of drift, maybe. The
topless man is no longer topless.
Somebody's had some words.
As Thompson is in once more and bowls wide of the off stump and very full. And left alone by Van Buuren. So, having decided I might not even commentate on the over, I'm going to commentate on the entire 6 deliveries from Alex Thompson. Sets himself now on his way in to bowl to Van Buuren, who pulls it into the leg side and gets 4 runs for it. I wasn't sure whether it had hit Caleb Jewell or not. If it did, it didn't take much out of it. And Van Buuren moves to 37. 238 for 3 at the end of the over, leading by 27.
So 4 o'clock clearly not the mark for T. Either they are going 32 or, well, who knows what it could be. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Let's go and see if we can find out. Send a message next door and hope that we come back with something. Right, what we do know, in fact, oh dear, James Healy's going to have distracted them just at the wrong point because the new ball's being waved. So Derbyshire wasting no time in taking the new ball. It is at 32 overs, thank you. So we've got 6 overs left until the tea break. I don't mind that though. I prefer a shorter evening session. Rather get it all done in the afternoon. In fact, let's play on until 20 overs are left. So Ben Aitchison is returning. This is definitely Ben Aitchison, by the way, this time. It is not Martin Anderson. as Aitchison so far in this innings has bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 29. And as usual, there is an awful lot of time being taken to set the field. It's taken them 2 minutes to decide to put a deep point back. And at 4:02 in comes Ben Aitchison into Bancroft. Delivery which is angling towards leg stump. It's defended up to mid-on by Bancroft for no run. His first championship 100 since the first game that he played since he landed. 163 he made on this ground against Glamorgan in that game. As Aitchison runs in, he bowls, and Bancroft clips out towards mid-wicket. There's no run, but yeah, I'm sure he would be the first to admit that he would have liked to have been in far better touch in the T20. However, it's almost as though since he's come into this game, he's just relished the opportunity just to be able to bat for as long as he likes. He's slightly cut off in the first innings, but it's not been cut off yet in this second. Aitchison in down the leg side, and Bancroft just watches it go by, and Guest over to his left takes it.
Did we get an answer on T?
It's 32.
It is 32, is it?
I guess they've decided, because they're getting through the overs well enough, they may as well go with that. But yeah, definitely whatever comes out of this game is Aitchison bowls. It's just clipped past, leg slip. I thought that was going straight to him off the bat, and then in fact it's not even off the bat anyway, it's a leg by.
I thought it was.
Calm down, everybody.
No, I thought it would come off his gloves actually, but perhaps it was his arm.
I should have got a run for it. 239 for 3. Might have hit exactly the same bruise.
Yeah.
Right. Leeds 28. It didn't actually go that near the fielder. It just looked as if it would. As Aitchison bowls and Bancroft, Van Buuren gets himself in a frightful tangle there. It thuds into the pad. It's going way down the leg side, but quite sure. Well, I don't know what Van Buuren was looking to do, but yeah, exactly. The batter. Let's just do that one. In comes the bowler. Aitchison in and bowls down leg side, and no contact is made. Aitchison's right hand went up in the air for a moment. I thought that the batter, GVB, to be colloquial, had got a little touch, but he hadn't. News from the test match is that Shardul Thakur,
the man who you roundly criticised earlier on today, is on a hat-trick, is it?
They've suddenly brought him into the attack, and he's got rid of Ben Duckett and Harry Brook in consecutive deliveries. England need 115 to win. The hat-trick ball was unsuccessful and seems to have gone for 3 runs, but well, how far behind is that? You need to get that refreshed.
Martin Anderson has got the fielding pads on now. That's why they were being taken off by Caleb Jewell, and poor old Blair Tickness had to leave the scene. And with the new ball, Alex Thompson is going to continue to bowl from the Ashley Down Road end. First delivery is turned into the leg side by Bancroft for a single. He moves to 115, 240 for 3. Glamorgan clearly want Leicestershire to get promoted this season. They're now 36 for 3, trailing by 187 at Grace Road. That one won't finish. Well, it might do, I suppose, but it shouldn't finish today. In comes Thompson again and bowls. That one is played along the ground into the leg side, half stopped by Anderson. Lancashire are now in front against Kent at Blackpool. 101 overs gone. They're 376 for 3 and lead by 2. As Thompson's in again. That one is clipped up towards mid-on, but it's fielded by Chappell. Middlesex 107 for 1 in their second innings at Wantage Road, leading by 85. Thompson bowls, back into his crease goes Van Buuren, and somehow, with something, plays it into the ground. I assume the bottom of his bat. Somebody's brought a drum. Oh, good. Thompson bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Van Buuren. That's about the last thing we need, isn't it? A drum.
Yes, and they've brought it for the wrong game, with Asitha Fernando playing in the Glamorgan game early this season.
We don't need a drum. Thompson in and bowls to Van Buuren, turns it into the leg side. They're going to run one. They almost ran into each other, the two batters, but Van Buuren just about managed to change course. He picks up a single. He moves to 38. And Gloucestershire 241 for 3, leading by 30 now. It soon racks up.
Speaking of which,
I wonder when they'll declare.
might not come too soon.
No.
Speaking of which, I gather there is some sort of ABBA-related concert.
Oh, is there?
Here fairly soon.
Always good for the club, though, all that money, money, money. There must be more. There must be more. But I'm not really an ABBA aficionado.
Here comes Aitchison. And he's bowling to Van Buuren, who's playing into the onside towards mid-wicket. That's sort of probably the kind of line Aitchison's after, as Van Buuren's got so used to the fact that every ball can be played into the onside, but if that one does hit the pad, finger of umpire Widdop is likely to be raised. Aitchison in, that's down the leg side, and Van Buuren continues to flirt with that delivery despite the fact that there is that leg slip in place. It's just such an instinctive shot. You just can't seem to stop themselves from playing it, but there is that leg slip. The keeper potentially involved, almost the further down the leg side the better. Aitchison in now, driven by Van Buuren, and he won't get a run. Beat Aitchison in his follow through, but didn't beat the mid-off fielder. Oh gosh, yes, somebody's been very perceptive there. Ben Stokes is batting at Headingley in a chase.
Yeah. Has that ever happened before? I think I was at Leicester watching something.
I can't remember where I was. I think I was at home, actually.
We had a T20 or a 50 over game?
I wasn't doing this then. Aitchison in now to Van Buuren, head over the ball and defending into the onside. Don't think the club photographer was actually taking a picture then, so all wasted.
There's an England Young Lions Invitational 11 taking on India's under-19s at Loughborough. I only mention it because Joe Hawkins from Derbyshire is playing in it.
Aitchison bowls. Van Buuren a firm defence. That will be fielded by Chappell at mid-on.
The young India side, the India under-19s, are 444 for 9 after 50 overs. The Young England Invitational 11 have used 10 bowlers so far.
Why not?
Joe Hawkins bowled 4 overs for 28 with his off-spin. And is the most economical bowler, barring the opener.
Aitchison bowls. Oh, it's a good delivery, and Van Buuren with a tight leave. In the end, it was a good one, but Aitchison, I don't know that ball did a huge amount. Maybe a little hint of in-swing, which is all you're going to get. And Van Buuren just watched it go by. He's on 38. Bancroft 115. A maiden over for Aitchison.
The Invitation 11 playing 11 has got 15 players in it. Come on, boys, at least make it feel like a proper game. Was it century from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The number 9 from India.
He's probably playing 16 specialist.
Harvansh Pangalia made it. It's not out actually. 103 as the new over begins from Alex Thompson.
Yeah, no, don't recognise any of those names. Oh no, of course, Vaibhav Suryavanshi. He is playing. That was the one in particular I was.
Is he the one who played in the
14-year-old? Yes.
He plays in your competition, doesn't he? Here comes Thompson again and balls to Bancroft.
I knew.
Pushes that one down. You can't mention the IPL.
I knew it. I knew that was going to happen.
241 for 3.
It's all right. I can laugh at myself.
It is a 50-over competition. No, not competition. A big appeal for leg before wicket from Alex Thompson. He's down on one knee, then he's leaning back with his arms in the air, and he continues the shout. The umpire had already put his pebble in his pocket. Not out.
Still moved his arms and his hands about though, just for a second.
It's a different umpire this time, though, isn't it?
It's not far off.
Yeah, decent shout.
Probably was still outside.
Thompson in again, using his feet. Bancroft clips it into the leg side, but straight to Pat Brown. And there's no run. Yeah, it's a 50-over game. That's what I was trying to say.
So has everyone got 5 overs?
Oh no.
Is that how it's worked out?
No.
I like that.
2 bowled 10. Next delivery swept around the corner by Bancroft. Down towards Dal, single taken. Bancroft moves to 116, lead up to 31 at 242 for 3, possibly. Yep, there we go.
It's like school kids' captaincy, isn't it? I can't really do the maths shuffling this about, so we're going to have
we had
4 pairs of bowlers bowling in tandem.
2 had 10. As this next delivery from Thompson is defended by Van Buuren. Drops out into the offside. It's the end of the over at 242 for 3. So 2 bowled 10, 1 bowled 8, 1 bowled 6, 2 bowled 4, 2 bowled 3, and 2 bowled 1 each, just to keep them involved. There were a fair number of wides and no balls as well. But that game going on at Loughborough. Well done to Joe Hawkins for the recognition. Derbyshire youngster. We're the only game that's not at tea.
Isn't that a nice feeling?
Yes, we welcome listeners to Sports Extra 12.
Has this been edged by Bancroft and wide of the keeper and down to the boundary as Aitchison starts a new over, and well, that's just the way it goes, isn't it? It's a new ball, but there's no slips, and Bancroft with a full-blooded drive outside edge, and that would have carried, I think, had there been one there, but they've got a leg slip instead, and of course, insult to injury, it's 4 runs. Bancroft onto 120. Aitchison bowls to Bancroft, who's back playing with the middle of the bat this time. Back to the bowler. So, well, I suppose you could say a slice of luck. Might have got a finer edge to the keeper, but if there's no slips in, then, as you've said before, middle of the bat's overrated. Aitchison in now, and Bancroft gets sawn in half by that one, and that'll be a leg by as it ricochets off some part of his body to a vacant backward point. It's a leg by. I just had a sudden waft of popcorn.
Really?
That's what it is. It's not popcorn, it's crunch. Whatever that's made of. Veg. Okay, so it must be healthy. Snack's just been opened to our left.
Veg?
It's made of veg.
Good
Crunchy
grief.
veg. Who doesn't love that? Lead of 36. Oh, this is a good delivery from Aitchison. This is a fine over, and Van Buuren has gone probing well away from his body at that one, and suddenly Gloucestershire are looking a little skittish in the last couple of overs before tea. He's been drawn into that from a long way outside the off stump. That is the sort of shot that usually at lower levels involves somebody on the boundary shouting "head on, mate." So that'll fix things. It's forced Madsen, of course, to change the field, because now there'll need to be a slip in place, because they're looking like they might edge one to that fielder.
Usually shout lots of time, lots of time.
Aitchison is in and bowls, and Van Buuren is defending again slightly unconvincingly, really, with the bat a little way away from his body and playing with the inside edge into the onside. There's one ball left of Aitchison before tea, and then one more over, and I think Gloucestershire can't get off quickly enough the way this over's gone. Last ball of it, Aitchison runs in, he's there now, he bowls, and that's left by Van Buuren. It was a relatively tight leave again, but back to basics, and it is 247 for 3. And assume it will be Thompson to bowl the last before we take a break. Bad light has stopped play at Chestley Street.
Really? I thought their flood... Oh, I'm not going there. I was once told their floodlights were good enough so that they could carry on batting even after they'd taken over the artificial light, because they've been given special dispensation by the ECB. Martin clearly won't be listening to us now. But anyway, it's Alex Thompson to bowl the final over before tea. That one is played back to him. Was it a bump ball, or did it bounce in front of Alex Thompson's hand?
I think it bounced just in front of him. I
So it wasn't a bump ball?
I don't think it was. No idea from that angle.
He pulls it into the leg side this time, Bancroft. That's gone a long way. All the way for 4 out towards the sort of tent thing over there on the left. It's a very attractive looking tent thing, it has to be said. So was that a...
Yeah, it wasn't a bump ball. It was in the air.
There's applause because Gloucestershire have reached 250. 251 for 3. The lead is 40. So by the close, they'll be in a handy-ish position, as that one is pushed out nicely into the offside by Bancroft, who's just picked up a boundary, so he takes a single. 125 not out he is from his 251 deliveries faced. Lead 41. Thompson bowls to Van Buuren, who goes back and cuts, and he's going to get 4 for this as well. It's gone to the left of Jack Morley, who starts chasing the ball and then decides to stop chasing the ball because it was always going to win the race to the boundary. Another 4 runs onto the total with 2 balls to go until tea. 256 for 3. At lunch they trailed by 58. Looks as though they've got a good chance of leading by 50 going into tea. Thompson in. Van Buuren gets a full toss. You don't score off full tosses in this game. And it remains 256 for 3. I don't think anybody's really scored off one for the last 2 2/3 days. Thompson in again. Van Buuren full delivery, pushes it back to Thompson. That was the final ball before the second interval. And at it, Gloucestershire are 256 for 3. It means that they have a lead now of 45. Cameron Bancroft in imperious form. He is 125 not out. Graham Van Buuren, 42 not out. And if I could do maths, I'd be a genius. I think they've put on 97 so far.
Right.
For the 4th wicket.
You have. Here we go. So applause for Bancroft and Van Buuren there. Gloucestershire losing 1 early wicket in that session. Miles Hammond sweeping out to the leg side boundary off Thompson. Was caught by Morley out there. Gloucestershire will hope that the well, I suppose the theme of 1 wicket a session is all right, but be hoping not to lose an early wicket in the next session as they've done in the first two, but another a good session for Gloucestershire as they try and build some sort of a potential lead, either to save the game or even to win the game. Lead is 45, they're basically 45 for 3 at tea. Bancroft will resume his vigil alongside Van Buuren in about 20 minutes time. We will be back then.
In the second division, it's tea at Blackpool, where Kent and Lancashire are 376 for 3 against Kent. That's a lead of 2. At Grace Road, Leicestershire, 576 for 7 declared against Glamorgan, who are now 36 for 3 in their second innings, still 187 behind. And at Northampton all out
But what I mean is, where do they get time to play that? Weekend cricket.
Coming back from injuries, depends how many formats they play. So like, Smith, he plays for Bridgewater quite a lot until the T20 stuff and then 100 stuff comes around. There's quite a lot like that. Dixon for us doesn't play Red Bull Somerset often, so he's playing for a Saturday. So he's offered riding American.
On the fringe, let's say.
No, I think there's a general understanding of it. Isn't it? Well, we dropped Willis for you because Dixon. I mean, you can't make against Scotland Rush. It's tough when you win it.
Yeah, if you're scoring 50, 50
and then you
averaging 50,
and then you told
the pro comes in. And, you know.
Yeah, that's when it's tough.
But you can't say no.
You can't say no to them because. And then when you start saying no to them when they are available, then when you do them, they
yeah, someone else has got them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Opening this, they've done today, they've paid more staff across their applications.
The only counting
On their gates, we think about that.
Sorry, though, they're opening up the Oval.
Yeah, but that's Comcast.
It's not cheap, is it?
They've got franchise mental.
I suppose, yeah.
They've got T27.
3 test matches.
Yeah, test matches. Do you know what I mean?
Corporate, all the corporate stuff.
So that's not the county as such. It's
I
round.
don't know how true it is. Someone reckoned that being like top 5 richest.
Well, they own it.
In terms of counties here, they've got student accommodation, they've got orange-based car park, and they run as a business. So they're making.
Then listen,
And they pay for it as well, don't they, pal?
Well, they claim they don't pay players, but
thank you, mate.
you'll go and coach on a Friday evening.
First one.
Yeah, where's it? Yeah, they'll pay you. It's going to coach 2 hours on a Friday, but they don't pay you to play cricket. You get £100 an hour for running the bar.
Right, see you tomorrow at some point.
Yeah.
Cheers, Ben.
Cheers, Frankie.
Downstairs.
Right down.
Yeah.
Actually, it's probably a way we can get them
Brought up. For an international.
Yeah.
Well, look, you can see that. That's about hardly anything we've got.
You went that street forward.
Let's go.
See you later. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Cheers. Well, hospitality, our waitresses. Oh. Yeah, good mate. Yeah. One thing is,
There's a debate too, are you ready? They've named, Nasser and Atlas have named their full-time England India 11.
Cody, Ronald Dravid.
Cody's not in it.
Cody's not in it. Dravid.
Dravid at 3.
Dulker.
4.
Harbajam.
No.
All time.
Full-time.
All time. Gavaskar.
They must be going soon.
You said Gavaskar.
It doesn't say any timeline. They've got Sehwag, Cook, Dravid, Tendulkar, Peterson, Stokes, Pant, Ashwin, Anderson,
Yeah,
Bumrah.
you could go in 5 minutes.
Pant, Ashwin, Anderson, Bumrah, Broad. That's the
Bob winning.
So they used to call me when I had my long hair.
We've got a match on here. We've got it. Both of them. Yeah. 45 ahead. Yeah. Oh, thanks. No doubt. But we're not going to see the conclusion of this one. We'll see. It might be the really? When? Go there? It was meant to rain this morning. It's meant to be alright this afternoon. We've got 2. Well, they'll play through till 7 to get to
Leeds. Bit of rain, bit of sun. They got wickets. Shame about it.
No, when you walk down the pitch, Joe, look like an excellent school, you deserve to be called Hammond. It pays off, I know it does, but
I don't think I recall it ever being pointed to the top. Yeah. Only just recovered from eating one thing.
what's that?
With the next one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't mind a big
Oh.
eat. Right. Not scared of it, but
Beef is good, huh?
yeah.
Go on, Em.
World 11 football, greatest 11.
Oh, do you see Piers Morgan's though? Like he is the best at just putting
I'd
stuff out. Like
agree,
even he believes.
I'd agree with a lot of these.
Do you have to have a formation, or just the best
Well,
11
I'm
ever
going
played?
to give you the formation.
Well, the keeper will be English.
No, the
Thanks.
keeper I disagree with.
Go on.
4-3-3.
4-3.
Keeper is Casillas, which you never will.
Oh, I don't know. He'd have been up there with my guesses. Champions League longevity.
Right, back four, the two
Left
centre
back,
halves, please.
Roberto Carlos.
Left back, Roberto Carlos.
Right back,
correct.
Cafu.
Van Dijk.
Or Danny Alves.
Cafu.
Van Dijk in the middle.
Two centre.
Van
two
Dijk?
Two
Come
centre
on,
halves.
Fit. You can tell you're a Liverpool fan. Two centre halves will be
Laurent
Beckenbauer
Beckenbauer.
and
Blanc.
no, it'll be Beckenbauer and Maldini.
Well done, mate.
Yeah.
There's three in the middle.
Three in the, no, midfield
side,
three will
left
be
side, please.
Zinedine Zidane.
Zidane is in the centre.
Okay.
Left.
Oh, you've got left and right, okay.
Have they put like a left midfielder in?
Well, I would have had him more as a left-sided striker, stroke wide man. Genius, absolute. 70s.
Maradona.
Best. No. Maradona's on the right.
Is he Argentinian?
Put Maradona on the right, even though he's left-footed.
Okay, so they
Go on the left.
So they
Orange
put
kit.
Zidane,
Cruyff.
Cruyff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Front
they've got
three.
Cruyff, wait, Cruyff, Zidane and Maradona.
Maradona's not a
Okay.
wide right.
So front three,
Front three.
It's got to
Fat
be
Ronaldo.
Ronaldo.
Not the fat Ronaldo.
No, so they've got Messi. They've got Messi outright, Ronaldo through the middle.
No, Ronaldo left. Who's in the centre?
All-time
Pele.
greatest striker.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But that's what England tried to do. Let's get our best 11 players out rather than actually. Let's play
At the start of this post-game session, please welcome back our aim and
we'll
Simon
play
Whitney,
Curtis
our
Jones
umpires for this match. In the field, the Derbyshire side captain by number 77, Wayne Madsen, and resuming for Gloucestershire, their fourth wicket pair of Captain Hammond and Bancroft, wearing number 1,
I don't reckon he's good.
and number
That was
12,
the first
Graham
question I asked
Buuren.
Jack Butland. When he got back from Euros in 2004. I swear to God, who's the smallest on the show? Wayne Rooney.
Really?
And I said, who's the biggest? He went, actually, Madsen. Does that surprise you though? That's what annoys me about the kids nowadays. They remember Wayne Rooney, his second spell at Everton, and they're like, oh yeah, like.
And to open
realise
up
how
the tea
good
from
he
the
is.
Bristol Pavilion end of the 14
4 Euros.
Welcome back to Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol, where it is the evening session under, at the moment, sunny skies as Gloucestershire resume on 256 for 3, and Bancroft to face the first ball of the evening session on 125 from Ben Aitchison. He bowls, and this is played into the leg side for a single as he deflects that one to deep backward square. I thought I'd just leave the pause just in case, but
What?
well, just I feel as though if I hog the first over every time,
I quite like it.
you quite like it.
Mm.
Okay.
Like
Sort
it's
of like letting the other opening partner
I think it's
take the
very,
first ball.
very traditional.
To take the first ball.
Yeah.
257 for 3. Aitchison 2. Van Buuren down the leg side. I think it's the way that he looks round in really quite alarmed fashion every time he does that makes me think he's got a little touch on it. through to the keeper. I think he just can't stop himself from going at the shot, even though he's got the leg slip in place and the slip. It's just an absolutely automatic response to a ball going down leg side. Aitchison in now. Van Buuren's forward and timing that one well, but it's an excellent bit of fielding from MATCHDAY at backward point, launching himself to his left, and there's no run. So Van Buuren's got 42. Bancroft has 126 now, lead 46, and one more good session from Gloucestershire, and there might be some different conversations that might be had at the close. Equally 2 or 3 wickets in quick succession, and it all goes back, the pressure onto the batting side as Van Buuren is running that one out into the offside, and there is no run.
I think they probably need 4 wickets, don't they, Derbyshire, in this final session, and since they've got 2 all day, it's a big ask, but get 4 wickets.
I think I'd say, because there's the possibility of, you know, the last 3 falling pretty quickly. Aitchison in now. Oh, he's got turned round there. Van Buuren, that catches the splice at the bat and ends up going downwards, but he got himself in a bit of a mess there. Gets away with it. Yeah, I don't know. I
think no wickets, and you can almost kiss it goodbye. The win. 2 chance, 4. You bang on top then.
Yeah.
But you've got to get them.
Aitchison bowls, Van Buuren drives, good looking shot, and I don't think that's going to be caught. Absolutely rifled out of the middle, but it doesn't need to be on this outfield, and that brings up the 100-run partnership between Bancroft and Van Buuren. Everybody's mind's still on tea. My mind could still be on the fantastic pecan crunch brownie type thing. I'm afraid I don't know what the official name of it is, but then I think
that's probably what it is.
I don't know that Callie Barlow, who very kindly brought that to us, has actually given it a name herself anyway, so we'll have to come up with a name for it, but it is a triumph, so thank you very much for that. Much enjoyed. 261 for 3, so Van Buuren another one of those away from a half century, and the lead is 50, because we like round numbers,
don't we? Alex Thompson, who's bowled at 26 overs, 1 for 81. Preferred at the moment as the spin option to Jack Morley, who is at backward point. And Thompson is in to bowl to Bancroft, gets a full toss, don't score off full tosses. It's fielded by Zach Chappell, tumbling to his right. We've decided that you don't score off full tosses in this game, certainly. Nobody seems to have profited from one at all. That's another full delivery, and it's pushed out into the offside. And they scamper through for a comfortable single. As Thompson has to do the fielding off his own. Bowling, he's got a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. Alex Hughes setting an appalling example down below us by kicking a football around the outfield, or not the outfield, beyond the rope. That one is tickled away down fine towards fine leg. MATCHDAY is chasing it. He'll get there before it reaches the rope, and they come back for 2. Van Buuren moves to 48, 264 for 3. Go out there with a very large pointy thing and pop that ball if I could. As Thompson is in, Van Buuren goes back and forces the ball into the offside. He picks up a single to move to 49.
I wanted to pop the inflatable apples.
No.
They use it as the half-time entertainment. I've normally quite enjoyed them, I must say, but the noise of them being pumped up right in front of our effects mic.
As this one is swept away, that's going to be... No, it isn't, because I didn't see MATCHDAY behind this this post here. That's a single to Bancroft, who moves to 128, 266 for 3.
The noise of those being pumped up, basically across the top of our our coverage of the women's part of the double header was, well, we spent a while trying to work out what the noise was.
Bancroft hammers the ball back to Alex Thompson, doesn't take it cleanly but prevents the run from being scored, so he remains on 49, 128 to Bancroft, 266 for 3, lead 55.
At first we thought somebody was hoovering, but it was a Sunday, which...
Nobody hoovers on a Sunday.
Nobody's hoovering on a Sunday.
Nobody hoovers on a
I
Sunday.
don't think you're allowed to.
No.
And then peered over the top, and these big inflatable apples are being pumped up.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it?
It's not a hand pump either, which would actually have been quite amusing. Trying to see somebody pump that amount of air into a
One
giant
of those
apple,
pneumatic jobs.
Yeah.
Mm.
Anyway, I'm sure I'll fall back in love with the apples. Aitchison in and tucked away out towards deep mid-wicket. They're considering 2. Well, Bancroft actually was this time, and Van Buuren wasn't, which has normally been the other way around, but Bancroft will stay on at 129 at the non-strikers end, 267 for 3. It has clearly been raining at the test match, where it says match delayed by a wet outfield.
That's unlucky.
Aitchison into bowl, and Van Buuren just taps that one towards backward point, and is thinking about actually trying to flay it through the offside now, but as a consequence he's picked out backward point. England...
Taken tea, have they?
It doesn't say.
Oh no, it says match delayed by a wet outfield, so they've had tea and they've not got back on.
Right.
But they bowl all the overs today, don't they, no matter what?
So 102 required. It would need to be quite a lengthy delay. Aitchison in and bowls, driven away by Van Buuren, a little over-pitched, and that's all the invitation really that is required, and a half century for Graham Van Buuren, and he's actually almost the opposite of what we were talking about with Bancroft, where he has clearly relished the opportunity to be able to bat for a long time versus the T20. Van Buuren seems to have found some form and some confidence from his introduction to the T20 side, and has scored his 3rd half century of the season, 271 for 3. Aitchison in now, and Van Buuren is covering up and playing in defence towards mid-on. Got a half century in the... In fact, his season started 67-19 against Derbyshire in the first fixture between these sides, 48 against Glamorgan in his only innings in that game, 19 and 56 not out against Kent, but as Aitchison is in now and bowls shortened down the leg side, and whilst he's ended up doing a lot more with the ball than it might have been thought of at one stage, sure he'd be thinking the currency that he'd like to be dealing in his runs, and he's certainly providing some valuable ones here. Lead of 60. Aitchison completes his over by bowling, and that's a flick pull that's going to bring 4 more. It's right on the hip, and Van Buuren strong on the pull and the cut, and just helped it, flicked it, a little bit of front leg action, and has 4 runs, 275 for 3.
Yes, a little expensive, that over. The lead is up to 64 now. Derbyshire have to be wary of the runs conceded, but they need to take wickets here because they could find themselves under a bit of pressure sometime after lunch tomorrow if they're not careful. And from the position they were in, that is almost unthinkable. Where Madsen deep in conversation with Alex Thompson. This session should only be around 2 hours, but it probably won't be. We've got 29 overs to go. 3 since tea have yielded 19 runs so far. Not so far, because there won't be any more of the first 3 after tea, will there? 19 runs. And Alex Thompson with a slip, a leg slip and a short leg as the close catches. Comes in to bowl to Hammond and Bancroft, who pushes this out into the onside. And there's no run. Martin Anderson back under the helmet at short leg now. As Thompson is in, and that one is swept by Bancroft just for a single. And there's Dowell coming around the boundary to do the fielding. Bancroft moves to 130 now. At 276 for 3. And Buuren, who's been particularly aggressive since the interval. As Thompson comes up, he fiddles with that one. Ball drops into the ground by his feet. It's picked up by Brooke Guest. Comes in about 4 mines there. As Thompson comes in again, and oh, that has beaten Van Buuren. There was a bit of bounce there as well. Not sure whether Derbyshire will be delighted with that or slightly horrified. As the off-spinner goes past the outside edge.
Seemed to just go straight on with the arm.
Thompson bowls again, it goes back. Van Buuren pushes it into the offside towards Morley for a single. And it's 277 for 3 as Van Buuren moves on to 58. 66 the lead. Thompson bowls, that is a full delivery that's swept by Bancroft out to Dowell. 1 more to the total. Blue sky up above. That was the final ball of the over as well. 278 for 3. 131 to Bancroft. 58 to Van Buuren. 67 the lead. Yeah, blue skies up above. So we'll get the remaining overs in, and the forecast for tomorrow is it's dull and overcast early, turning into a beautiful day to come and watch some county cricket and a potential thriller of a climax. Or not. Who knows?
Well, yes. It's
I
got
mean,
that feeling,
all
doesn't
results are possible.
Yeah.
All 4 results are possible. We couldn't yet see a tie.
It could still be a very dull Derbyshire win.
It could, yes. Well, that's one of the options. It's the one I'm favouring, obviously, but I mean, should Gloucestershire win this game, that would be a remarkable turnaround.
You would have to start looking at largest
First innings efforts. Yes, yeah. Well, I'm glad that's you who has to look that up and not me.
I'll just find somebody to ask. Aitchison bowls to Bancroft, and there is a easy single. Good ball from Aitchison, but there's only mid-off saving single on the entire offside. Bancroft 132. I mean, yeah, Gloucestershire seem to make a habit in the conference year after COVID as Aitchison bowls, and this is worked leg side by Van Buuren for no run. They seem to make a habit of coming from a long way behind in games, particularly here. However, they tended to do it chasing rather than this way round. You know, tended to fall a long way behind, then bowl a side out quite cheaply in the 3rd innings and have about 250, 300. Even actually one of the games close to 350 and chase that down, which does tend to be the preferred method nowadays, although pre-Stokes McCullum it wasn't quite so publicly recognised. Aitchison in now, and Van Buuren plays it into the ground, doesn't really know where it's gone. It's gone behind him, but not right near the stumps.
But a little unfortunate, Ben Aitchison, doesn't he? I think he's bowled pretty well.
Yeah, it was another loose shot really from Van Buuren. He was flat-footed, he was sort of trying to free his arms, but it was not wide enough. Three fielders standing next to each other at short mid-wicket. Aitchison bowls wide outside the off stump and left alone by Van Buuren, in almost as if to prove a point to himself. But yeah, there was a strange passage of play before tea where it looked as though Gloucestershire might lose a wicket, and yet the runs started to come rather than that steady progress that had been made for most of this partnership. Aitchison in now, and Van Buuren is playing straight and to Chappell at mid-on, and there's no run. But it was slightly uncharacteristic of the rest of the session. Chappell just doing a shadow delivery. How long before Derbyshire pull the trigger for a change? Aitchison bowls and Van Buuren drop and run. Again, it's easily done. But why? Just jog the single when you can charge up the other end full pelt. And Van Buuren will keep the strike on 59.
He meant that, did Graham Van Buuren.
Still working off frustration from that shot earlier on in the over, it seemed.
Should get a bonus for running that quickly. Alex Thompson's already removed his cap, so he's going to continue from the Ashley Down Road end. Almost had a chair calamity there.
It's that washer that was on the floor next to it that's concerning me.
That was important.
Every time I hear a creak, I sort of think,
yeah, could just be my joints.
There's a screw loose.
Well, you're not wrong. But they seem reasonably satisfied with the field that they've got now. It's the same field they had before. Slip, leg slip and a short leg, and the first ball is off the inside edge of Van Buuren's bat into the ground and taken by the short leg Anderson. No run. 280 for 3. As Thompson's in again. Back goes Van Buuren and cuts, but I was going to say straight to Pat Brown. He had to sort of negotiate the umpire. Didn't take it cleanly, but they didn't take a run.
The umpire had such faith that he was going to stop it cleanly that he ended up almost being in the way.
Hopped backwards. It was good to see a hopping umpire. Thompson is in again, and that one is turned into the leg side by Van Buuren for a single. 281 for 3. I do like an Alex Thompson over just before an update. He rattles through them and come back and only miss one ball. And again is Thompson, bowls to Bancroft, who sweeps. Might just have taken a little bit of Martin Anderson on the way, the ball, that is. They go through for another single. Bancroft moves to 135. Just gets difficult to see the scoreboard at this time of night with the
3. 133.
You see, I told you it got difficult. Yeah, 133. There's two. Anyway, Thompson bowls to Van Buuren, who turns it into the leg side, and they go through for another single. He moves on to 61. 283 for 3.
This sort of over does have more the feel of what Kame and Madsen were doing. It was just single, and almost taking knocking what stuffing remained out of the side.
This one is out into the offside by by Bancroft. Van Buuren was a third of the way to taking a cheeky single when he was sent back. But he didn't have any mishaps with his spikes, so we got back okay, and the over finishes at 283 for 3.
He's not the loudest caller, Bancroft. You can just very occasionally hear him over the effects mic, but he doesn't. I suppose he actually did nearly run himself out once this innings a long time ago. But yeah, he's normally. I don't know if it's almost the fact that he's such a good judger of a run normally that you almost just pretty much watch Bancroft's body language, and that's basically it. But yeah, just occasionally hear that no run coming across. I'm not going to do the accent. Whereas Van Buuren is rather more adventurous when it comes to his running between the wickets. We've got a change of bowling. Zach Chappell, who was warming up, is going to replace Ben Aitchison, and persisting with this right arm around the wicket to Graham Van Buuren. Three fielders on the offside, mid-off, backward point, deep third. There's three fielders back on the leg side boundary for the pull shot, and they're taking a few steps deeper. This is pulled away by Van Buuren. One bounce down to the long leg fielder. It's probably a good thing that he didn't quite grit his teeth in exactly the same determination as he does with some of his pull shots, because if he'd put any more on that, then he might have repeated the Ollie Price dismissal. But it fell short. 284 for 3.
You don't write anything down, do you?
What do you need?
The time of Miles Hammond's dismissal. I don't need it.
The ball's a short ball. Bancroft ducks underneath it. No.
It was just after lunch, because they'd only added 6 runs since lunch. So
it was very soon after.
Yeah. Chappell having a word there with Graham Van Buuren at the non-strikers end, I think.
Does it give you minutes in terms of partnerships? You could work it out, roughly taking away lunch.
Work
and tea,
it out.
Well, yeah. Chappell bowls a very short delivery, and it's signalled as bouncer for the over. One of the bouncers for the over.
Thank you very much.
222.
222. No. 2:22 p.m. was the last time Derbyshire got a wicket. It's now 5:04.
73 run lead. Chappell bounds in, bowls another very short one. Bancroft watches that one go by as well, and there's the 2 bouncers used up for the over by Chappell. An update from Rockhampton, South Asian Cricket Academy, 205 for 9 declared. Gloucestershire's seconds in reply, 19 for 4.
Oh dear.
Matt Taylor batted at number 4, according to this scorecard.
There's no cricket going on here.
Oh no.
Surrey seconds bowled out for 183 by Derbyshire seconds. Derbyshire seconds are already 71 for 1 after 16 overs and 4 balls, which is around about 100 balls, I believe.
Chappell in now, and Bancroft defends into the onside. And Chappell doesn't have any more short balls left for the over, so he's bowling full, and 3 short mid-wickets weren't enough. Gone with 4. I don't think
I've seen
never
4
seen
before.
4 before,
No.
no. Even the sort of Brumbrella field, I don't think that had 4 there. One on the offside as well. Chappell in and bowls and played into the ground with a gentle roll of the wrists by Bancroft. He is still very much batting at his own tempo, and it's 284 for 3.
4 wickets for Nick Potts for the seconds. Mitch Wagstaff opening the batting, 29 not out in that 71 for 1. Basra has 34. Tarrant the man out for a 12-ball duck. 4-day game. That's not going to go 4 days, by the way. Derbyshire trailed by 112. They crack on in the seconds, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Good to see. Well done, everybody.
Yes, declarations, games being set up.
Players being taken out and put in, and slightly farcical. It's Alex Thompson to continue from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling to Graham Van Buuren, who goes back and turns it into the leg side. Now the two batters are in the middle of the pitch having a chat as the ball is thrown by Ben Aitchison in the vague direction of the stumps at the far end, and they decide to go back to their respective ends.
Bancroft, hand on hip there, leaning on his bat. What are you doing to me?
Next one is driven by Van Buuren up to mid-off.
It's a sort of, it's an entertaining combination just purely because of the difference in philosophy, I think, when it comes to running between the wickets.
Here comes Thompson again. Back goes Van Buuren, turns the ball into the leg side up towards mid-wicket where it's fielded by Caleb Jewell. Slip, leg slip and a short leg. This ball's pushed out into the offside by Van Buuren. Everybody agrees that a single can be taken, so they do. Blair Tickner's on the field again. It might be easy to tell you when he's not on the field. He's a deep backward square leg in place of Anuj Dal, I think, as Thompson bowls, and Bancroft took 2 strides towards him and then it turned into a full toss, which you can't score from, of course, and just pushed it into the onside.
Yeah, I suppose Thompson, well, it was quite a wide ball. He's sort of come down and then charge across as well to it.
This next one is clipped nicely up to mid-on. Van Buuren fancied a single there. It went straight to Zach Chappell, and the over comes to an end at 285 for 3. That was the end of Thompson's 30th over of the innings. The lead is 74. Bancroft has 135.
3.
So is he still on 133?
Apparently so.
I can't see that last number at all. Van Buuren has 63. I'll tell you what it is. There's at this time of the day, and it happened yesterday as well, there is a reflection that just makes that line impossible to see unless I move around a lot. I'm not willing to do that for anybody. Here's Zach.
His head's not looking very shiny this game, must say. It's nothing like it was at Derby.
Might not be as
admirable.
warm. Yeah,
but probably wasn't, was it? Even though it was start of
April.
April.
It was probably warmer then than it is now.
Yeah, I suppose he's not. Well, was he 17 overs in for the match, but for the match for the innings. Chappell bowls pulled away by Van Buuren straight to square leg, and there's no run. Yeah, it's tended to be fairly short spells, I suppose. England now require 87 to win, with Root and Stokes still there.
Stokes? Has he ever been in a run chase ahead of you before?
The symmetry is just astonishing,
isn't it?
Chappell bowls and Van Buuren connects with that pull shot, but certainly not one of his most fearsome ones, but it'll bring him a single as he gets it past square leg. 64, he's on 275. In front are Gloucestershire, scoring at roughly 100 runs a session, and today losing exactly 1 wicket a session. In fact, well, I suppose you can count yesterday evening because they lost 1 wicket there as well, and albeit in a 22 over session.
So when they shake hands, Gloucestershire will be 6 down, 7 down. And we'll get on with the rest of our lives. It's just, it feels like it's drifting from Derbyshire's perspective. They don't look massively threatening. There aren't men crowded around the bat because they have to be very wary of the runs conceded now for in case of the position they might find themselves in tomorrow.
Chappell into Bancroft. Oh, he's just walked inside that one. I thought he was just going to let it hit him for a moment. It's just going to go straight into his back. It's only just missed his right shoulder, but his right shoulder, because it was turned round, his back shoulder was quite close to that. It's just, ooh, it was almost his, yeah, almost the small of his back actually that it might have hit. I don't know if he realised how close that was to him.
A rather disappointing 2 mid-wickets now.
Well, they did need to change the field.
Yeah, that's true.
Chapel bowls, another bouncer again. Bancroft ducks underneath it. Chapel's having a bit of a look.
A chunter.
And then a motion somewhere off towards the boundary. Nobody's paying to watch this. Go on, have a go. It has been a study in concentration this innings from Bancroft. No, well, I say no clear-cut chances. It's hard to know whether that catch at short leg will be counted as a chance or not. That's Chapel bowls, and another bouncer. And it's gone through to the keeper.
And another chunter, I think. He doesn't look a happy man, Zach Chapel.
No.
This game could end up going backwards, couldn't it? So 187, 398. Who knows what Gloucestershire might make as the innings get bigger and bigger and bigger. Something for Derbyshire to hold on to. They can't possibly lose the game if they're going to score the highest score in the 4th innings. And they can't even do that.
Back to 3 short mid-wickets. Chapel bowls short, wide, cut away on the bounce to backward point, and a rare display of slight frustration from Bancroft as he gently wafts at the air, thinking that that was a ball that he was waiting for and didn't capitalise on, but it doesn't matter. He's back leaning on his bat, hand on hip, talking to Graham van Buuren. Just the 1 run from the over. 17 overs, 1 for 42 from Zach Chapel. And 286 for 3 at the end of the over. 1 wicket apiece today to Chapel and to Thompson. They've kept Jack Morley off the board, at least in terms of the wickets column today of Gloucestershire. He's taken both the catches.
New over from Alex Thompson begins. Ball pushed into the offside. There's no run. Morley's bowled 25 overs. Thompson's now in his 31st. I think it's about time we saw Jack Morley again as Thompson comes in. Well, we're going to see him now fielding because the ball has been pushed up to him. Nice football skills. Has flicked it up off his left boot into his hand.
I think you might be seeing him soon because he put his arms up in the air
Yes, he did that, didn't he?
right as Thompson was bowling.
And he comes again, Thompson. That was a little bit short and turned into the leg side out towards Tickner for a single. So Dal has been off the field for a little while.
Fired the throw in. It's the flattest throw you'll see on 2 bounces, kneed away by Brooke Guest. Again, 16th over of the ball.
287 for 3, lead 76. Thompson is in, full toss, and they are going to score runs off a full toss here. They might get 4 of them as well. Zach Chapel is chasing it. Will he get there? Well, he will, but he slides over the boundary just as the ball slides over the boundary. And that's 4 runs to Bancroft, who moves to 137, 291 for 3 now. Run rate up to 3 and over. The lead up to 80. I was slightly distracted by Ben Smith, the batting coach, as Thompson comes in again and bowls to Bancroft, who pushes this up towards Morley, and they trot through for a single. Who'd rushed onto the field to give Zach Chapel a drink. And he was standing next to him, and I just looked up and I thought, what on earth's going on here? There's Ben Smith doing his bit for the team. Final ball of the over then, 292 for 3. Bowls to Van Buuren, who drives for 4. That's a beautiful shot. It's as good a shot as we've seen today, really. All the way along the floor, quite straight, giving Morley no chance. Van Buuren moves on to 69. 296 for 3 at the end of the over. The lead is 85. We've got 22 overs left today still, which is another 66 runs, which would give them a lead of 150 plus. Dart in the morning. It's how you bowl a side out in 2 sessions. Anashdal's back on the field, incidentally, but that's how you bowl a side out in 2 sessions. That would be the tricky bit.
Yes.
Because
there just wouldn't be much trust in that. If you had the decision has got to be taken out of your hands, hasn't it, by losing a few wickets. At some point, for Gloucestershire to win the game, they may have to lose some wickets, but from their perspective, they're certainly not there yet.
since tea last night, we've seen 4 wickets.
Chappell goes in and bowls, and Bancroft guides that one out into the offside. It'll be just the one, and this time it was Van Buuren holding up the left hand to say no to Bancroft. And Bancroft is on to 139. There's a sizable gap between mid-off and backward point, as there has been most of the match, because it's just not been the sort of game where the seam bowlers have been pitching it up, looking to swing, inviting the drive. Just got nowhere near pitching it up that full. Chappell bowls, Van Buuren whacks that pull shot away, but it's fielded out at deep forward square leg. He made much better connection with that one. Couldn't quite get it far enough in front of square. Pat Brown does the fielding. 298 for 3. We've had with Brown and Tickner on the field. your fast bowlers as substitutes. I can't recall a game where I've seen 2 fast bowlers on the field as subs as much as this.
Both good fielders, though.
Yeah.
Tickner's gone for the time being, I think, isn't he?
Still can't remember it. Chappell bowls. It's a good short ball, which has Bancroft just ducking quickly to elude it.
I mean, Pat Brown is an excellent fielder, but Tickner's okay. But the interesting thing is, and somebody pointed this out to me earlier, if a batter had been hit on the head and you would have needed a concussion substitute, they didn't have a batter in the squad or with them. They had 2 quick bowlers.
So would they have to use the quick bowler, but then they wouldn't be allowed to
bowl?
Yeah.
I assume so.
Well, they must have no choice then. If somebody gets driven down the motorway, I suppose.
Yeah.
Matt Parkinson style.
Yeah. But yeah, they're 2 non-playing members of the team were both quicks.
298 for 3. Chappell bowls to Bancroft, who plays straight, and then all of a sudden Chappell and Derbyshire realise that there's no fielder there to stop the ball, so they will take a single to a deep but straight mid-off. 299 for 3, and yeah, it's those sorts of singles that just add to the frustrations out in the middle and sort of drifting feeling. Chappell bowls short and wide. It's been clubbed by Van Buuren and excellently fielded. Wide mid-off by Caleb Jewell, and whilst it was an unconventional shot from Van Buuren, as he pretty much cut it straight into the ground, but to wide mid-off, again there's just no catching it really on this outfield, so Jewell saved 4. We've seen quite a few like that where it's basically been 4 or nothing. Chappell, last ball of this over, another short one which Van Buuren watches go by, stares at the umpire to ask whether that is going to be the end of the over, which it is. 70 to Van Buuren, 140 to Bancroft, and the partnership continues.
21 overs to go today. Anybody was asking?
Sorry, I'm just getting frustrated with my laptop.
Calm down.
No, I can't stand technology not working. Gets me.
Jack Morley's back. If he runs through them now, I'll drive him home myself, so he doesn't have to go on the bus. think it might be his birthday tomorrow, but I'm not sure.
Yes, that sounds right. I think chatting to the Derbyshire scorer earlier on,
As he hits the winning runs on his birthday.
Celebrating his birthday was on the agenda for tomorrow, I seem to remember.
Well, they certainly want to. Well, they won't want to lose the game. Clearly, why would they? Double check. I can't remember what date it is. It's 24th today.
Yep.
He's 25th of June 2001. Born in Rochdale, as we all know. And he's on his way in around the wicket now to bowl to Hammond and Bancroft at arms in the air as he cuts that one out to the point boundary. The 300 is up for Gloucestershire in the 98th over. The crowd enjoying themselves now slightly more than they were possibly first thing this morning, because Gloucestershire have lost just 2 wickets all day. Morley's had a hand in both. Can he pick up one of his own? And Van Buuren goes for the wide cut shot, taken cleanly by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Oh, you idiot. I don't like technology either. There we are.
We're both getting angry with it.
Yeah, next delivery's turned into the leg side by Van Buuren. Even if it's not doing anything, Jack Morley makes it feel like something is happening. They've got to tap into that Derbyshire here. Silly mid-off. Oh, silly point. And a slip as Morley bowls, and Van Buuren punches the ball, flat bats it to mid-on. Well, it's fielded by Zach Chappell and there's no run.
Oh, just those sorts of ones. Just imagine getting your hand in the way of that.
It's going to hurt, isn't it?
Imagine
It's going to hurt a lot.
Do it. Ow.
As Morley's in again, he goes for the cut shot from a ball with a bit of extra bounce, and he cuts it a long way in front of square and beats Harry Kame, who's dashing around the boundary away to our right. Van Buuren moves on to 74, 304 for 3, the lead 93 now. No, you're welcome. Bye. Somebody on the phone.
Absolute star, mate.
Somebody on the phone near RFX microphone. Morley bowls, and that one is fiddled backward of square on the offside by Van Buuren. Morley takes his cap because it's the end of the over. Bancroft has 141. Van Buuren has 74. The lead is 93 with Gloucestershire on 304 for 3. Have England just lost a wicket? No.
No. They
Carry on.
have actually just hit 3 boundaries in 5 balls.
That's what I thought. I knew it was one or the other.
It's 71 required.
So we're going double spin here. Spin from each end. They might have used Tickner's leaving the field. I didn't even see him come back on this time. They might have used David Lloyd, who's bowled a fair bit of spin, but obviously he's been off the field the entirety of today.
Have I seen Wayne Madsen bowl in the past?
Yes, but not this season. He obviously hurt his shoulder before, but he has had shoulder issues.
Right.
So
do they used to give him overs up front in the T20
he bowled
sometimes?
the first over
Yeah.
against Hampshire in a quarter-final at home and got
Right,
absolutely
that one.
smashed by Shahid Afridi,
Yes.
who scored his only T20 century that day. But thank you for reminding me.
Well, I don't think I did directly, but
I think you might have done.
I think I'm that cruel that I can bring those things up just from referencing Wayne Madsen's bowling. No, I can remember watching that one.
Yeah, I don't know when he last bowled. I don't think he's bowled this season. I don't remember seeing him.
Thompson then down the pitch, Bancroft, and then down the pitch to defend. I just feel that the batter does that, you almost might as well not have bothered. But then
He's bowled 4 overs this season. He's actually got an average of 32, 1 wicket
a wicket.
for 32 runs.
Thompson in, and Bancroft comes down on that one late as it turns a little bit, and forces him to square up and play into the onside. But yeah, I suppose you use your feet, and then if the ball's there, you hit it, and then if it's not, then you defend it. Good batting. Thompson in, drag down, and Bancroft, rather within himself, pulls it away to square leg. Just didn't clearly feel as if he was quite there for the full-on whack over mid-wicket. So just settles for the 1 run, 142. He's on to the lead, on to 94, as Van Buuren checks his guard. Thompson bowls and beats him as he's dragged a long way across the crease. That looked as if it might be, first of all, caught behind, and then you wondered whether Van Buuren was going to overbalance. He did quite well to keep his balance, actually, given how far across he was dragged, although Guest had a long way to move to take the bails off behind the stumps. As Thompson is in, and Van Buuren defends into the onside, and there is no run. Still just the occasional time Van Buuren's being drawn outside the off stump. Thompson in, bowls, and back to exaggerated defence to end the over. Van Buuren has 74 and Bancroft has 142, and yep, he's there on the screen. Ben Stokes is out.
Is he?
He is.
No heroics from the captain today then.
69 to win.
He's just spoiled an awful lot of newspapers' back pages tomorrow.
Oh yeah, be dreadfully disappointed. Reverse sweep and caught a short third off the top edge, and we know from this game that collapses can be started by such things.
Yeah, I suppose that's a fair point.
69 needed, 302 for 5.
19 overs left, which means we're not going to finish till 7:15, even if we've got a spin at both ends, because it's taking so long in between overs. Derbyshire's over rate is +5, and here comes Jack Morley bowling to Bancroft, who just guides that out into the offside towards Came on the cover boundary for a single. Bancroft moves on to 143, lead 95. Morley around the wicket again, bowls to Van Buuren, who defends it back to the bowler. There's never any excitement when I'm on.
You have to make your own excitement.
Oh yeah. Here comes Morley again, goes back and chops it into the offside.
That was exciting.
Pat Brown moving to his left initially, then realised the ball was going to go to his right and put in a very extravagant goalkeeping style dive that missed the ball, or he missed the ball. They go through for a single. 307 for 3. Bancroft back on strike. Morley bowls to him and he defends it.
I forgot
all
England
the way
had,
along the floor.
sorry.
No.
I forgot England had Jamie Smith.
Yeah,
I was thinking we're sort of down to
he's
to the
useful.
all-rounders
Down to
now. And then,
Wokes.
the problem is you do sort of trust Jamie Smith.
Next delivery is guided off the back foot out into the offside by Bancroft for another single. 308 for 344 for Bancroft. Now the lead 97. There'll be applause for the 100 lead, I'm sure. Crowd starting to get into this. Still all 4 results possible. I know what the favourite is. As this one is turned into the leg side, bounces into the ground off Van Buuren's bat. It's taken by Martin Anderson. And for all the excitement we had on days 1 and 2, it almost feels inevitable that we're going to get the result that everybody thought we'd probably have when we were driving down here on Saturday afternoon. Oh, we're going to Chesterfield, I know, Chesterfield, Bristol, I know, it would probably be a draw, wouldn't it? Yeah, probably. And all of a sudden, all hell broke loose.
Well, there was the build-up about this pitch. There's been a lot of work
Yes.
put into it.
They've been
It could
scratching
turn
it and
well, it
shaving it. It
did turn. The problem is, I think that the heavy roller may have
killed the game.
Quite a bit of the damage, and
Unusual.
Gloucestershire have dug in. And the second innings, as Thompson bowls, it's defended into the ground. A leaping short leg can't bring it in, but it doesn't matter because mid-wicket is across to field. And when a player like Bancroft gets in on a surface that isn't containing too many demons, there's every chance he'll do what he's done. This is driven away, he might be 4, no, good fielding. Caleb Jewell, who might take a little bit of time to, well, I say he might take a little bit of time to get up. He will, because he's decided to throw it in whilst he's still on the floor, so he will take more time to get up, but got across well and saved the boundary. It was a forcing drive from Bancroft, not quite straight enough to bring in 4 runs. Thompson bowls, Bancroft back and defending into the offside, not fancying a quick single that time. Maybe Graham van Buuren's just run himself out a little bit.
Got no energy left whatsoever.
He's just had enough. It's just right. We're back to jogged singles. Thompson in now, and Bancroft goes back and tries to play that one late out of the keeper's gloves and misses it again. There's some turn there from Thompson, which is, I mean, as out of that hand, Bancroft thinks he's got some width there, and then it just slides through. And he doesn't get an edge, and this time it's a full toss and it's been hit for 4. Well, that hasn't happened very often. Thompson just over pitching, flighting it up there, and Bancroft whips it between mid-on and mid-wicket, and that brings up the 150-run partnership between Bancroft and Van Buuren. I think I said come back later after the 50 partnership. They're still there quite a bit later. The lead is also over 100. Thompson in now, and Bancroft will not get a single into the offside. Guest springs out from behind the stumps, and the over is completed. 312 for 3, so lead 101. Bancroft 148, Van Buuren 75, and the 4th wicket partnership has moved Gloucestershire into a position where, with 17 overs left in the day, a lot of the nerves have been taken out of it. Not all, but as long as these two are still there, then the crowd can sit back and enjoy the late evening sunshine.
Jack Morley's just had a very lengthy conversation with Caleb Jewell. When he mentioned it was Jewell, because it's ordinarily Madsen, but it was Jewell on this occasion, and he bowls to Van Buuren, who guides the ball off the back foot down to Thompson at backward point. First ball of a new over. Morley's 28th of the innings. Just a slip and a short leg now for Jack Morley, who bowls to Van Buuren, who defends back to the bowler. Morgan staging something of a recovery at 83 for 3 now. Still 140 behind Leicestershire. As Morley is in, that's defended by Van Buuren into the ground. His former county Lancashire are batting on. 472 for 3 now. They lead Kent by 98 at Blackpool. They're in the 119th over of the innings there.
Who's got the runs there? Well, everyone probably. Wells 152.
Played him into form on Friday night. That one is pushed back by Van Buuren towards Morley. Middlesex have a 162-run lead at Wantage Road. 2 down in their second innings. Morley just mops his brow, and in he comes, bowls to Van Buuren, who turns the ball into the leg side. Picks up another single, moves on to 76, 313 for 3.
Josh Bohannon for Lancashire, 122 not out. Ashton Turner, 94 not out from 103 balls.
Smallish ground.
Yeah, Matt Parkinson Smiggers on that smallish ground. 31 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 157.
They'd be read out here. That one is defended by Bancroft. Back to Morley to complete his 28th over. Bohannon always, he's a fine cricketer. Bolton boy. So he's always going to be. That's I'm trying to work out who it is. It's Ben Aitchison who went over and had a chat with Jack Morley there. 2 Lancastrians together. Not sure there are any more in this side, which is unusual. Derbyshire haven't. No, of course there is. It's Brooke Guest behind the stumps. 3 former Lancashire players. Lewis Rees, former Lancashire player as well. Of course, not playing in this one.
Thompson starts his 34th over and Van Buuren defends. Back to the bowler. Gloucestershire I don't think have any. Thompson in now, and that's turned past. Leg slip and a single taken, backward a square on the leg side. And then of course it's a little bit further, but then it feels as though pretty much every county has somebody that's either played for Lancashire or for Middlesex. It's just what people do. People leave Lancashire or leave Middlesex.
One of the regulations, isn't it?
Thompson bowls, clipped uppishly, but into space, past short leg, wide and short of mid-wicket. And they've just been waiting, Derbyshire, for one of those to go to hand to open things up again, and it just hasn't happened. Bancroft not really in control, but he's taken his 149th run into the onside. Moved the lead on to 104. Thompson approaches, bowls, and Van Buuren defends towards mid-on. Don't really have to think too far ahead. Gloucestershire still. There's not going to be any thoughts of any sort of a dart this evening. You don't work your way back from a position where you're over 200 runs behind on first innings and give it away on the same day. As Thompson bowls to Van Buuren, roll of the wrists, plays it up to mid-on. Yeah, I'm sure the feeling of a view when it comes to possibility of winning the game might be, well, if you just lose a couple of wickets. Thompson bowls to Van Buuren, played back to the bowler, but as I say, I don't think that there'll be many in that camp at this stage, given where Gloucestershire started the day on at 62 for 1, 315 for 3.
No, they put on 253 runs today. Started the day 149 in arrears, and are currently 104 in front. Relatively simple maths, but a relatively simple mathematician. Morley chats to Zach Chappell. Blair Tickner's on. He's at mid-wicket. He's always on. Lloyd and Jewel the men off, I think, now, as Morley begins with a full toss that's turned into the leg side by Cameron Bancroft, who moves to 150. 294 balls, 13 fours, and he's helping to steer his side certainly towards safety, and who knows where else if he carries on batting until, what, just after lunch tomorrow or beyond.
I believe he's made 500s for Gloucestershire. All of them have been 150s or unbeaten.
Good grief. That was defended by Van Buuren. There's no run. Because what we shouldn't forget is last season we saw Matt Lamb get a double century on this ground on one leg. So, I mean, yes, it's a feet or a foot, given he only had one leg. In comes Morley again and bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick single. Pat Brown will have a shy at the stumps and miss at the non-striker's end. Van Buuren was actually standing in his crease with his bat firmly planted on the floor by the time I think Brown managed to get the throw away there. It was backed up well by Chappell. One more to the total, 317 for 3 as Morley comes around the wicket again and bowls to Bancroft, who sends Van Buuren back. He nearly ran an entire run. Then there's a lot of thumbs in. No problem, mate. Yeah, no, that's fine. I was coming back anyway.
Cue the Benny Hill music again.
He has run a lot of runs that haven't actually counted. Graham Van Buuren. That one's turned into the leg side by Bancroft.
You could make quite a good compilation of Graham Van Buuren just charging down the pitch and then having to charge back again.
Charging back. But he does everything at high speed. You wouldn't need to speed it up, would you?
Yeah, it's like one of those sort of silent films.
Yeah.
Everything looks sped up.
Next delivery, back into his crease goes Bancroft. Plays the ball into the ground, fielded by Anderson. Over comes to an end. We've got 14 to go.
Like one of those little captions, Mr. Bancroft says no. And then back he goes. Oh dear.
So just under an hour's worth of cricket really, but it depends how quickly Derbyshire want to bowl them really. I would suggest not particularly quickly.
No.
317 for 3 with a lead of 106.
Sort of reluctance creeps in after a while. And, you know, again, I still wonder whether I'm going to make that hand gesture again, but in order to get the rip out of the pitch, you're having to put quite a lot onto the ball to get it out of there, and you just can't be doing that in your 30th over of the day. It's tiring.
These boys need a rest.
Thompson in now, and Van Buuren cuts from quite close to his body but can't get it past backward point, and that was always so that was sort of my key to the day is can you just rack those overs up a bit by seeing off the early spells of Morley and Thompson, and Gloucestershire have certainly made their lives a bit easier by doing that. Full and wide and driven away through extra cover. Fielder will get there because it's Anuj Dal, and it'll be 2 runs. It might have been 4 off the bat with another fielder out there, but as soon as I saw it was Anuj Dal.
Lower your expectations.
Yeah, that's going to be caught, yeah.
No wicket for now. 3 hours and 20 odd minutes.
Buuren on to 80. Thompson bowls, floats that one up there. It's, I think, a low full toss, and there's no run. Up to mid-on. Back to that again. Thompson will switch to round the wicket, but there's no change of field.
Disappointing.
The umpire's decided to change his position, though. He's going to stand a bit further back because he knows Thompson's going to elbow him if he doesn't. So Van Buuren goes back and drives it out through the covers, and he's not sprinted that single, surprisingly.
Feels like the kind of day when I'd quite like to interview the umpires and ask them what the pitch is doing. Get an independent view.
Thompson approaches to Bancroft on 150. It's turned round the corner, but just in front of leg slip. Hands on heads around everywhere. It's just another one. He's teased the short fielders just a few times in this 297 ball innings. 298 even. I've sold him short. That did turn again, though.
Yeah, there is turn there.
It's turned quite a long way, and that's why Bancroft has hit it towards leg slip, because he didn't mean it to go there initially. That's what he meant to do with it. Well, roughly speaking, it's gone to mid-wicket with the roll of the wrist. That's about what he meant to do, was hit it through square leg for a single, but it's the end of the over, and Gloucestershire to 320 for 3. 13 overs are left in the 3rd day of this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match. Scott Reed likes to do that.
Does he?
Rothesay County Championship.
Yeah. They've got their advertising boards, but everybody knows who they are.
Yeah, they've got the one that is on the end. You know, they're actually completing the saying, because a lot of games it looks like it says the UK's largest PENSI.
You don't want that.
It's cut off.
What on earth is going on here?
Well, they were going to bowl Morley, and then I think they've decided...
Harry Kane.
Oh, wow. Lovely. Sorry, that was very sort of tough. Oh, lovely.
I don't think he's bowled this season. I'm going to double check. He hasn't.
So how many bowlers
7.
have been used? Is it only 7? Well, that's nothing. I mean, Surrey do that in about 30 overs.
Yeah. I'm not sure. It could be more. But he hasn't bowled this season, Harry Kane. I'm actually going to have to check out his career stats now, because I don't think we've seen him very much, if at all. Here he goes then. It's exciting for David Griffin, because he can photograph a new batter. His first one, it gives it plenty of air. Harry Kane.
Well, he was wondering what the photograph for the day would be, and I think he's just been provided with it.
He's bowled in 39 matches prior to this. He's bowled 129 balls. He's in again now. He's a lot of arms and legs and that kind of thing, and drops it short and gets pulled for 4. That's bowled in the seconds. Sorry, we're just doing some...
No, that's all right. We'll describe the pull shot in great detail.
Well, it was just a pull shot, really, wasn't it?
It was a pull shot.
It was very much a pull shot.
It was a short ball, which could be given a certain description, but I won't do that.
Went in between. There were 2 men out there, I think, and we went in between the pair of them. So Gloucestershire move on to 324 for 3, leading by 113. Kane tosses himself a couple of catches, and now he's on his way in, and it's turned into the leg side, and there is no run. It's disappointing that Harry Kane isn't a leg spinner, because most batters describe themselves as leg spinners when they're not really, when Harry is an off spinner. This one is cut away off the back foot, and it's a nice stop by Ben Aitchison. I think that is moving around from mid-off. Threw himself to the floor, kept them down to a single. Van Buuren moves to 86. Brings Bancroft on to strike. In comes Kane, and that one is turned into the leg side by the Australian. There's no run. The bowling coach Ajmal Shahzad's come out to have a look as well. I don't think he'll have seen Harry Kane bowl that much. Of course, he's gone right, which means right is for runs. I think he's gone the wrong way. That's turned into the leg side by Bancroft for a single. He wants more gloves. He'll be running out of gloves soon, will Cameron Bancroft, as he moves on to 151. Gloucestershire 326 for 3, leading by 115.
So you could hang the gloves up in front of that air conditioning unit up there. Could have like a glove dryer in front of that. I reckon it would do quite a good job with the dryer. It pushes out, yeah. Having to recycle his glove. Mind you, how many pairs do you reckon I reckon they've got 7.
Oh, at least.
Something like that, at least. I want some. Oh, right. There's the spray that keeps the hands dry. Yeah. Whatever you call that, dehydrating spray.
Dehydrating.
Something like that. I don't know what it is. But it's what they use, isn't it?
Double bowling change for Derbyshire. Change of ends for number 18, Jack Morley.
Change of ends for Jack Morley, whose figures I will read out. 29 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 87. We'll see whether the latest change of ends can prize apart this pair. It's getting dangerously close to that territory again. 12 overs to go in the day. Not quite there yet, but James Bracey would be due in next. Actually, Bracey has turned down a night watchman at least once this season, so might not see one. Bancroft waits on 151. Morley whirls in, bowls to him. A good delivery, which is treated respectfully by Bancroft as he plays it back to the bowler. That. Oh no, I missed it.
What?
Well, if they're going to put these stats on, we must point out round numbers as Bancroft defends into the offside.
200
He missed his 200th dot ball of this innings.
It's a high dot ball percentage. Nobody cares. Genuinely, nobody cares. I'm not decrying reading it out,
No,
but
exactly. Well,
nobody cares.
Just if they're going to put that information there, you can't help but... Anyway, past the 400th minute of his innings as well. They would love dealing in hundreds of things. Bancroft steers this one defensively into the leg side for no run.
Going up to, well, it's just over 3 hours since a wicket, 3 hours of playing time since a wicket, isn't it?
Morley in now, and Bancroft, he plays that one almost on the back foot with his back leg on the ground. Just occasionally Bancroft does something a little unusual, but it was straight out of the middle of the bat anyway. As Morley bowls and turn there, and Morley hands go to head goes to heavens. He thinks, oh yeah, I've got him there, and then again down comes
the rain.
Willow, and well,
oh, no.
327 for 3, 152 to Bancroft. Is there any sign of precipitation in Yorkshire?
Oh, in Yorkshire, probably.
Morley bowls. Van Buuren plays that one late and straight into the ground, and then almost has it backspin towards the stump, so it's a good job he keeps his boot in the way. Whether it would have had enough momentum behind it to remove the bails, I don't think Graham Van Buuren was prepared to find out. 327 for 3. So 116 in front.
So the Harry came over was essentially to swap the spinners round.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, because Alex Thompson's come on at the Ashley Down Road end, so that makes Harry Kane the new Wayne Madsen. Get on, bowl a quick over and get off. Did you count the number of bowlers they'd used?
It was 7, yeah.
Felt like 7. 6.5, really.
I'm sure it would have been 8 if... Well, actually, no, I'm not sure it would have been 8. It would just been... it would have been Lloyd instead of Kane, wouldn't it?
Yeah. He might have stayed on a bit longer.
Change of all sorts for Van Buuren and for Bancroft. Something white down on the field that seems to have fallen off, a plaster or something.
Drew's watching. Says it's strange watching two matches at once, wanting runs from one of them and wickets in the other. I understand, Drew.
Tend to focus on the runs, don't you, because there's more of them. Sorry, is it me?
No, it's probably me. I don't know. I just got a message about the record partnership, which it isn't yet by some distance, so I don't know why I got the message really. What happened there?
Bancroft went back and drove it into the covers for a single.
There you go. You don't really need me, do you? Thompson is in, and that one is defended by, I think it was you actually.
Was it?
Yeah, well, you did Harry Kane's over, didn't you? Or did I do it? No, I did
I
it.
think you did it.
Yeah, I did it. I did Harry's. Yeah.
No, well,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be great if we couldn't both do ball by ball, really, two of us all day.
This one is turned into the leg side by Van Buuren for a single. Caleb Jewell does the fielding. 87 to Van Buuren now.
I don't have any voice left halfway through day 2.
329 for 3. Oh, you talk to some of the old timers, they've all done it. Yeah. Happy to bore you to death about it, as well as this one is pushed out into the offside by Bancroft for a single.
I bet they left silences.
3. Well, I leave silences, and there's 2 of us. 330 for 3. I've got myself in a terrible tangle here. I want that. That's the one I want. See, there was one. Thompson polishes the ball on his shirt. Van Buuren steadies himself over his bat. And Thompson bowls, and he guides it off an edge down to a very fine third man. It's going, it's going, it's going, and Aitchison gives chase, but the ball wins the race to the rope. 4 more to Van Buuren, who moves into the 90s, which means in a moment I won't have to commentate at all. 91. Lead 123. Much to the delight of everybody, I'm sure. The one I'm looking for is this one. We're on the 4th wicket. It's not that old a record, really, which is a bit disappointing. Hodnett and Gidman in 2007.
Grant Hodnett.
In comes Thompson again. That was turned into the leg side by Van Buuren. And the over, probably fortunately for everybody, comes to an end. We have 10 overs to go. I will disappear at 6:20 because I've been asked to go on Sports Scene at 6, which I'm sure won't be too long. Yes. Yes.
So, Jack Morley, as England have reduced the target to 38 at Headingley, Route 44, Smith 14, and another delay as Wayne Madsen is putting on some shin pads, I think. Well, he's tying his lace anyway, as there's a helmet positioned next to him so that he can go and field back at leg slip again. Mops his brow and marches off to stand. In fact, no, he was removing the helmet. He's going to stand at slip again. Morley into Bancroft, a full toss. He's tried to force it into that gap between mid-wicket and mid-on.
Can't be done.
he got one through there. But back to the mid-on fielder who's been kept busy on full tosses. Morley round the wicket, in driven, and a couple of bounces back to the bowler, so single digits in terms of overs remaining today. I've no idea what the official close would have been, presumably
6:30.
beyond 6:30. So we aren't going to get extra
With an extra
overs in,
half
are we?
hour? No.
Surely not.
What? No.
Surely not. No. Morley in, and off the outside edge from Bancroft, but it goes down into the ground and wide of slip to fairly backward point. There is no run.
I've been told I'm not in the news, but I don't believe them.
Morley bowls now. Bancroft defends. Scream of no immediately as Anuj Dal picks up at cover. You see him fielding there. It's almost a reflex reaction to cry no, I think. As here goes Morley, bowls, it's another full toss, and this is going to be driven for 4. Wide of mid-off, and a few, understandably, looser deliveries starting to creep in here as Morley just again over pitches. You see he's trying to, he shakes out that hand almost as soon as he lets go of the ball. He's really trying to put some revs on that, and then you just overdo it in terms of the flight, and away it goes, driven through extra cover, 338 for 3. Morley bowls a bit shorter and just tucked off the pads to mid-wicket, and there's no runs. 338 for 3, end of the over, lead 127. Bancroft 158, Van Buuren 9 shy of a 3-figure score himself, but it's back-to-back games against Derbyshire on this ground for Van Buuren, where he's been a part of an enormous partnership facing a deficit, albeit this time rather different to that game last year. There's been a lot more intrigue in this game, and who knows, we've already seen one game this season suddenly come to life on the 3rd evening when Gloucestershire took, I think it was 4 Kent wickets in fairly quick succession to open that game up. Admittedly running out of time now with 9 overs left, but you see enough cricket not to write a game off. Alex Thompson is in down the pitch. Van Buuren driving for 4 straight of mid-on. That's a really classy shot from Graham Van Buuren. He used his feet, and then there was a moment when he wondered what's he going to do next, but he realised he was to the pitch of the ball. He turned it into a half volley, and a strong punch down the ground. We've not seen an enormous number of boundaries down the ground, but there's one. Thompson in, it's turned leg side quite firmly and stopped, maybe even with the left boot of Martin Anderson, who has been under the helmet nearly all day, and as a consequence has probably worn quite a few. The lead is 131. Thompson into Van Buuren, who is forward and defending into the leg side, and no run as a double spin gets us closer to the end of the day, and a decision possibly to be made in the morning about how Gloucestershire will go about this. This is played into the ground, a diving stop to his right from a short leg. I mean, the only reason you just wonder is that, well, there's currently, what, 23 points between the two sides in the live table as Van Buuren plays into the onside. He'll come through for a single. 343 for 3. Well, I think so, because it was 20 points when we started. Derbyshire have picked up 3 more bonus points. So
I'm not sure that table's live.
No, that isn't. But that's what I'm saying.
You're adding them on.
Yes,
that's brave.
Well, it was 20, and the difference now is 3. So there must be 23 between them. Thompson,
that would make sense. In fairness.
In and Bancroft reaches forward and defends away. And at the end of the 110 overs of the second innings, Gloucestershire 343 for 3, but because they scored 187 in their first innings, no batting points. Oh, wagon wheel of Bancroft's 158 not out. Would you believe it? He's been out there for 315 balls and he's hit shots
all around
everywhere.
The ground. All around the ground. He's a 359 degree player.
There weren't too many through mid on, but
Van Buuren's the same. Look.
There's not many between. Well, that shot that he hit in that over, the one straight down the
Jack
ground.
Morley's been hit all around the ground. Excellent.
There you go. A deep dive into the analysis.
There is Jack Morley bowling to Van Buuren, who plays it straight back to him. We have 7 overs after this one. My only hit would appear is at 20 past 6. In comes Morley again, and that one is turning, but pushed into the offside. Talk about set batters. There couldn't be more set, these two. 181 deliveries Van Buuren has faced, 315, as Ed was saying, faced by Bancroft. That one is just slightly squaring him up. Pushed out to the offside by Van Buuren. No run. Get relegated today because there's a Derby County fans forum. As in comes Morley and bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Van Buuren. Fielded by, I can't recognise that fielder from it. It's Pat Brown. His head down, polishing away. He's got his big sweater on. As Morley bowls again, and that one is just played into the ground and taken at silly mid-off. Silly point by Martin Anderson. It's getting late. And it's always when you're at your tiredest you have to do the interview, which is never made up.
Yes,
You should do them at the start of the day.
Yep.
Here's Morley again. Oh, full toss. Driven down the ground by Van Buuren, who moves to his century. 100 off 185 deliveries. 13 falls. That was his 13th. He gets a big hug from Hammond and Bancroft. It's been a terrific innings. And the partnership moves up to 188 between these two as he raises his bat and his helmet towards the crowd down below us. And Gloucestershire move on to 347 for 3. I am so sorry.
Oh,
I
it's
had,
fine.
I had no idea.
I must say, I sort of noticed and thought, well, he might not get there with a 4 anyway, and then
he did.
Yeah, but you see, he'll do it justice anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
No, but
16th first-class 100 for Graham Van Buuren. And as Thompson bowls to Bancroft, I thought he was going for the sweep shot there. Initially he was, and then he went for a completely different shot and defended it to point from a strange position. But yeah, I think this innings will actually mean quite a lot to Van Buuren. He was moved back up the order to number 5 as there's an appeal for LBW, but it looks as though Bancroft is outside the line. Thompson's still down on one knee thinking, oh, just give me something here. keep the game moving, eh? Yeah, it's bounced a bit. His pads are outside the line. It's close to being in line. But
you'd think about referring it, wouldn't you? But I'm not sure you'd get it.
If you had reviews to Buuren, you'd send it up.
Yeah.
Thompson in a sweep shot from Bancroft, and he whacks it into his pad. Trickles out into the offside. But yeah, I think for Van Buuren, as I say, he's had a spring in his step since he returned to the T20 side, and he's translated that into runs here. Bancroft sweeps behind square on the onside to Morley, no, Jewel, deep backward square. I just see a left arm throw from the boundary and assume it's Morley, but Jewel's having a rare trip onto the boundary.
Yes, it doesn't feel out there very often.
348 for 3, Bancroft 159, Van Buuren on 100 exactly, and he just rods forward, defends to mid-on. And there's 6 overs remaining after this delivery as Thompson bowls to Van Buuren. He comes down the pitch and drives into his pad, and then Guest nearly had to think about a stumping, but Van Buuren lunges back into his ground, doing his best to try and entertain with various trips down the pitch and back again, once again in slightly different fashion. At the end of the over, though, it is 348 for 3. Gloucestershire's second 11, by the way, have recovered somewhat as well against Saka. They were 19 for 4, but they're now 116 for 5. Fighting spirit.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Go Gloss, as in comes Jack Morley. First ball of his over is defended by Bancroft.
That is so 2023.
Is it? I wasn't sure when it was.
No.
Yeah.
Hashtag become glorious.
Oh dear. It's like a running fox thing, isn't it? This next one is pushed up to mid-on by Bancroft, fielded by Zach Chappell. Yeah. We go again. And all the rest. Dreadful. Morley around the wicket, bowls to Bancroft, who pushes it straight back towards him. He can't quite get there because he runs into Graham Van Buuren, who apologises. I don't think anybody was in any way angry with anyone there. 3 balls gone of the Morley over. And this next one is flicked into or flicked down to fine leg. It might go for 4. It will go for 4. Harry Kane running around the boundary. It's very late in the day, though, to be hurtling around a boundary, trying to stop a ball. 4 more to Bancroft. The 350 comes up for Gloucestershire. Bancroft moves to 163. The partnership is up to 193 now, I believe, and edging closer towards record territory. Morley bowls. That's defended by Bancroft. Straight back to him.
Equals his highest score of the season, Bancroft.
Lovely.
After all that.
163 off 324 deliveries. The 325th is guided into the offside and fielded by MATCHDAY. And it brings Morley's over to a close. 5 to go then today. And whatever comes tomorrow. 352 for 3 Gloucestershire, leading by 141.
The progress at Headingley. England now within 22 of victory, as Root has 48 and Jamie Smith has 25. So I'll have reason to shout Yorkshire again after that. Any excuse. Thompson into Van Buuren driven. It beats the dive of extra cover. Morley will get there from wide mid-off. And yeah, doesn't really want to get up there, Ben Aitchison. quite happy lying on the floor for the rest of the day's play. Van Buuren moves to 101. Thompson in and swept by Bancroft firmly through mid-wicket for 4. I think has he swept a boundary yet? It's tended to be sweeps just
seen the wagon wheel.
Field. Well, yeah, but unfortunately it doesn't have little descriptions attached to them. Fetched that from a long way outside off stump to Bancroft, who, despite the fact that there's not much time left in the day, might be thinking, well, it might be a little bit easier actually than they might be a bit more rested tomorrow. 167 to the Gloucestershire skipper. 357 for 3. Thompson in now, and Bancroft goes back. Quick single. Batters almost run into each other again to sidestep each other to avoid that head-on collision. 358 for 3. And then the difference in character out there. I mean, Van Buuren's busy making all sorts of gestures and talking to Bancroft, and Bancroft's just, yeah, I've forgotten that already. It's worked down to mid-on. Next delivery for no run by Van Buuren.
199 the stand, I believe.
The scoreboard should let anybody know that's forgotten it. Should they score one more run, it might come here. It's pushed into the offside. There'll be a quick single. The throws hurled in from Aitchison, who held onto the ball possibly a little longer than he anticipated. There it goes onto the board, and those that remain will acknowledge what has been a remarkable effort from Bancroft and from Van Buuren. 200 runs in exactly 350 balls.
That's nice.
As Bancroft sweeps again, this time more in keeping with his other sweep shots. It's gone down to, now that is Caleb Jewell at backward square, and that is Bancroft keeping the strike at the end of the over. 169 he has. Van Buuren has 102. Was it, oh gosh, this is testing me now, was it the 200 partnership from 300? Have they scored at a run a ball for the last 50? No, that doesn't seem right, does it?
No, 350.
350, there we go.
Yeah. That's still pretty decent, but 350, yeah. Keep concentrating, Edward, not long to go. Said a man who stopped concentrating at about 3:30. Lengthy conversation between Wayne Madsen, of course, and Jack Morley before Morley begins his new over. I'm sure Stumps will be arriving. It has already arrived at Wantage Road.
Graham Van Buuren wants a drink.
Of course he does, because there's only 4 overs to go. He couldn't possibly wait. With Middlesex on 215 for 3 in their second innings, that's a lead of 193. Glamorgan still 3 down and trailing by 102 at Grace Road.
Could yet be killed.
Yes,
that game as well.
Yes, absolutely. And Lancashire batting on 129 overs and 3 balls. They're 531 for 5, leading Kent by 157 in the basement battle in the second division, as we are contractually obliged to call it. Lancashire at Chesterfield, still looking for their first win of the season, possibly next Sunday. Anderson J captaining them in place of Marcus Harris, who's nipped home to see the birth of his baby. I was going to say his latest baby, but I don't know if they've got one.
I think it is, because I seem to remember that, I can't remember whether it was when he first joined Gloucestershire or just before, that no, I think it was when he was with Gloucestershire actually in his first year. Towards the end he went back for the birth of his first, I seem to remember.
Here's Jack Morley, who's in and bowls to Cameron Bancroft. It's short and wide outside the off stump and played out into the deep, where Caleb Jewell does the fielding. I've got to go, Matt.
And you've got to go. Bancroft to 170. And it's Van Buuren facing. Morley bowling, let go. There's still some turn out there, but it, as you'd imagine, given what most pitchers do here, they're not breaking up, and the pace will just get slower. It was the pace that Morley was getting the turn at in the first innings that was his chief weapon, but that's short and wide and cut away to deep backward point. And Van Buuren has 103 runs. The lead moved to 150 with the first single in that over, so 151 now. And Bancroft and Van Buuren just looking to see things out, not exactly in survival mode, as Bancroft squeezes that one defensively back to the bowler, but there's no real change, to be honest, in their demeanour and way of playing when they first came together. But I suppose once you've been out there for so long, you don't really think too much about only 3 overs left in the day. With a wicket down, it would be completely different. Morley bowls a low full toss, maybe. Might actually have just bounced. Anyway, Bancroft drives and can't time it up to mid-off. Morley has to shield his eyes from the sun, which has returned. Pretty pleasant evening, unless you've been out in the field all day, that is, and taken 2 wickets. Morley in now, and on leg stump it's clipped away, and Bancroft finds mid-wicket and won't get a run. So moving towards the end of this third day, and well, I don't think we'll get much of an idea of what Gloucestershire are thinking this evening. Why would they really reveal what their plans are? But it feels tricky in terms of the way that it's looked out there. Would you really be comfortable with the side chasing 250 or so? It's going to take time to build those runs up, and then you're maybe looking at a shorter over chase with, you know, 300 odd to win. Would Gloucestershire feel that that's enough overs to bowl Derbyshire out? Doubtful, I would have said. So yes, I think you do have a favourite now in terms of the result, but it's to take nothing away from the terrific effort, particularly from Bancroft, because he's been out there longer, but from Buuren as well to keep him company. Thompson bowls, and that has just been hit into his boots by Van Buuren. Inside edge, it was a fairly tentative poke at the ball, but he was able to keep his legs together and keep it out as Thompson bowls. Oh, that one was dodgy from Van Buuren. He's played that one not only right off his front pad, but also right off the stumps. It turned and just kept on following him as he backed away. Just kept it out. Thompson bowls, an appeal for LBW from Thompson, but Guest wasn't particularly fussed about it. Outside the line again, just. It's not far off. They've been not far off a few times, but have not broken this partnership. Thompson to Van Buuren, who defends into the onside, and Anderson's got his hands cupped at short legs again. He thinks, well, it's just not that far off the sort of delivery that might loop up to me, but not this time. Down the pitch, Van Buuren, and driving towards mid-on. Zach Chappell was never going to be attacking that ball particularly, and Van Buuren pounces on that and takes 363 for 3. Appears to be one ball left in the over. Yeah, there we go. There's an extra dot put on there, so there is one left. Thompson in. Oh, Bancroft goes for the sweep and then defends, almost defends the ball and the pitch at the same time. Smacks his bat on the ground. Very weird looking shot from Bancroft, but he just had briefly to think about survival. I premeditated the sweep. 2 overs left as it's 363 for 3. We started half an hour late, didn't we? So presumably the close is at 6:30. But there's 5 minutes to go, so they might have to either bowl an extra over or slow down a bit, which I suspect I know which option they might choose. There was a fly in the box. Ugh. Where's that come from? Is that to my wallet? There's no money in there, I can tell you.
Shall I do this one?
Go on.
Thanks very much. Jack Morley to bowl his final over of the day. It's his 35th over in total, and the first ball is pushed defensively into the offside by Graham Van Buuren. There's no run.
It's an impressive route that fly must have taken, because the hatch I don't think is open behind there, so.
But they can fly upstairs, you know.
They can, but that's 3 flights of stairs. I mean, that's as many flights of stairs as I can manage.
In fairness, the lift is open now, so he could have sneaked into the lift and sneaked out again. He's wondering where he is. 363 for 3. Back goes Van Buuren to a shortish ball that turns away from him, and he picks up another single, and he moves on to 105, and it's 364 for 3, a lead of 153. Just talking there on Radio Derby. It's going to be fascinating tomorrow to see how it pans out, because Derbyshire could end up having an awkward 50 overs, plus, possibly, as Morley comes in and bowls, and that one is defended by Bancroft. He's settled in for the evening.
Six to win for England.
As Morley goes in again, that one is turned into the leg side. He's hurried Bancroft up a little bit, fielded by Pat Brown. 2 balls plus 1 over left tonight, so 8 more deliveries. Or Derbyshire's players can plunge into an ice bath, but they're looking forward to that. Here comes Morley again and bowls. That one is defended again by Bancroft. And he's just played so carefully, so watchfully, and it has worked an absolute treat for the Gloucestershire skipper, who's on 170 not out, and may not have to face another ball after this one from Morley, which he plays back to the bowler. Morley stops it with his foot, and that is the end of Jack Morley for today. 35 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 103. Alex Thompson brought up his century a long time ago. 40 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 135. And we've had 2 double century stands in this match, and there's an opportunity for a double century for the second successive match between these sides here after Matt Lamb's last season, when Cameron Bancroft returns tomorrow, as he surely will.
Batted all day. So I can't imagine, and who would blame him, that it's going to be the quickest move down to deliver his post-day thoughts, but sure he'll be a happy individual as Thompson bowls and Van Buuren defends back up the pitch, because as I say, it's not been the easiest last few weeks for Bancroft. Gloucestershire's power play in the T20. As Thompson bowls down the pitch and driving towards mid-off. Gloucestershire's power play in the T20 has been a little bit of an issue, but Bancroft is now the championship skipper, and he's dealing in championship runs here. Thompson in and turned away round the corner on the bounce. Good stop. Diving effort at leg slip by Madsen. There is no run, 3 deliveries left. England have won by 5 wickets at Headingley, 1-0 up in the series. It's a good win given that Buuren was playing in this test match. Thompson bowls, and this is driven back to the bowler. The final Jadeja over went for 18. Thompson bowls, played into the onside by Graham Van Buuren, and there is no run. And the last ball of the day coming up, a day that has seen only 2 Gloucestershire wickets. And Bancroft and Van Buuren 1 ball away from batting out the session unbroken, and they'll do so as Thompson bowls, Van Buuren defends, and Gloucestershire, who started the day at 62 for 1 in serious peril, and they lost Ollie Price pretty early in the day as well, which felt like a serious blow, pulling Zach Chappell down to the boundary. Really well caught by Jack Morley for 20. Miles Hammond steadied the ship with Bancroft, made 44 before he was out again quite early on in the afternoon session, and he just thought, well, is that going to open things up? But then Van Buuren and Bancroft have seemingly slammed the door shut for now, as Gloucestershire walk off leading by 153. Both Centurions removing their helmets. Van Buuren is respectfully waiting for Bancroft. Bancroft says, nah, we're walking off together, as I think is right, and both will raise their bats to the crowd that have remained, and they are looking more than satisfied, as they should be, because they have fought hard and have moved Gloucestershire into a position maybe even of strength.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'd like to thank the scoreboard operator for putting the Derbyshire bowling figures on there as they leave the field. I'm sure they'll all be glancing at those and having a great time. They've celebrated. There's Mickey Arthur just at the boundary's edge, just trying to raise the troops, I think, as much as anything, gives every one of the fielders, as they leave the field, a bit of a high five and a slap on the back. I'm not sure who we're going to speak to. I imagine it might be Wayne Madsen. We'll find out in due course, when you'll hear some of that sometime.
Yes.
We'll be back tomorrow, won't we?
We will be back tomorrow.
Because we're contractually obliged to watch these games. And you're right. I think Gloucestershire have an opportunity here to do something quite special and overturn that first innings deficit, which was enormous, wasn't it? Let's face it. I can't remember what it was now.
211.
Which is a lot, isn't it? It's a lot. And therefore, that would be fairly impressive, but we'll wait and see.
We'll wait and see what they decide.
Should we wait and see?
Yeah, I don't think we'll get any idea from post-match today.
No, I'm sure we won't.
Because I'll probably be talking, even though he's captain, to a man who's just been batting all day and has maybe had a 5-minute chat with the coach and the players. So yeah, I don't think he's going to be too interested in that, but it'll be interesting to hear his thoughts on.
They're all interested in speaking to you. Come on.
No. Anyway, we'll get some reaction.
We will.
And we'll be back tomorrow,
We will.
just before 11 o'clock. Thanks very much for your company today, and we'll see you tomorrow.